Notes on the State of Virginia, written by Thomas Jefferson, Philadelphia, printed and sold by Pritchard and Hall, in Market Street between Front and Second Streets, 1788. Advertisement. The following notes were written in Virginia in the year 1781, and somewhat corrected and enlarged in the winter of 1782, in answer to queries proposed to the author by a foreigner of distinction then residing among us. The subjects are all treated imperfectly, some scarcely touched on. To apologize for this by developing the circumstances of the time and place of their composition would be to open wounds which have already bled enough. To these circumstances, some of their imperfections may with truth be ascribed. The great mass to the want of information and want of talents in the writer. He had a few copies printed, which he gave among his friends, and a translation of them has been lately published in France, but with such alterations as the laws of the press in that country rendered necessary. They are now offered to the public in their original form and language. February 27th, 1787. Query 1. An exact description of the limits and boundaries of the state of Virginia. Virginia is bounded on the east by the Atlantic, on the north by a line of latitude crossing the eastern shore through Watkins Point, being about 37 degrees, 57 degrees north latitude, from thence by a straight line to Sinquak, near the mouth of the Potomac, thence by the Potomac, which is common to Virginia and Maryland, to the first fountain of its northern branch, thence by a meridian line, passing through that fountain till it intersects the line running east and west in latitude 39 degrees, 43 degrees, 42.4 degrees, which divides Maryland from Pennsylvania, and which was marked by Messrs. Mason and Dixon, thence by that line, and a continuation of it westerly to the completion of 5 degrees of longitude from the eastern boundary of Pennsylvania. In the same latitude, and thence by a meridian line to the Ohio, on the west by the Ohio and Mississippi to latitude 36 degrees, 30 degrees north, and on the south by a line of latitude last mentioned. By measurements through nearly the whole of this last line, and supplying the unmeasured parts from good data, the Atlantic and Mississippi are found in this latitude to be 758 miles distant, equal to 13 degrees, 38 degrees of longitude. Reckoning 55 miles and 3,144 feet to the degree. This being our comprehension of longitude, that of our latitude, taken between this and Mason and Dixon's line, is 3 degrees, 13 degrees, 42.4, equal to 223.3 miles, supposing a degree, that of a great circle, to be 69 meters, 864 feet, as computed by Cassini. These boundaries include an area of somewhat triangular, of 121,525 square miles, whereof 79,650 lie westward of the Allegheny Mountains, and 57,034 westward of the meridian of the mouth of the Great Conaway. The state is therefore 1/3 larger than the islands of Great Britain and Ireland, which are reckoned at 88,357 square miles. These limits result from 1. The ancient charters from the Crown of England. 2. The grant of Maryland to the Lord Baltimore and the subsequent determinations of the British court as to the extent of that grant. 3. The grant of Pennsylvania to William Penn, and a compact between the General Assemblies of the Commonwealths of Virginia and Pennsylvania as to the extent of that grant. 4. The grant of Carolina, an actual location of its northern boundary, by consent of both parties. 5. The Treaty of Paris of 1763. 6. The confirmation of the charters of the neighboring states by the Convention of Virginia at the time of constituting their Commonwealth. 7. The cession made by Virginia to Congress of all lands to which they had little on the north side of the Ohio. Query 2. A notice of its rivers, rivulets, and how far they are navigable. An inspection of a map of Virginia will give a better idea of the geography of its rivers than any description in writing. Their navigation may be imperfectly noted. Roanoke, so far as it lies within the state, is nowhere navigable, but for canoes or light bateaux, and even for these, in such a detached parcels as to have prevented the inhabitants from availing themselves of it all. James Rivers and its waters afford navigation as follows. The whole of Elizabeth River, the lowest of those which run into James River, is a harbor and would contain upwards of 300 ships. The channel is from 100 to 200 fathom wide, and at common flood tide affords 18 feet water to Norfolk. The Strafford, a 60-gun ship, went there, lightening herself across the bar at Sowell's Point. The Fier Rodrigue, pierced for 64 guns and carrying 50, went there without lightening. Craney Island, at that mouth of this river, commands its channel tolerably well. Nansemond River is navigable to Sleepy Hole for vessels of 250 tons, to Suffolk for these of 100 tons, and to Milner's for those of 25. Pagan Creek affords 8 or 10 feet to Smithfield, which admits vessels of 20 ton. Chickahominy has at its mouth a bar on which is only 12 feet water at common flood tide. Vessels passing that may go 8 miles up the river. Those of 10 feet draught may go 4 miles further, and those of 6 tons burthen 20 miles further. Appomattox may be navigated as far as Broadways by any vessel which has crossed Harrison's Bar in James River. It keeps 8 or 10 feet water, a mile or two higher up to Fisher's Bar, and 4 feet on that and upwards to Petersburg, where all navigation ceases. James River itself affords harbor for vessels of any size in Hampton Road, but not in safety through the whole winter, and there is navigable water for them as far as Mulberry Island. A 40-gun ship goes to Jamestown, and, lightening herself, may pass to Harrison's Bar, on which there is only 15 feet of water. Vessels of 250 tons may go to Warwick. Those of 125 go to Rockets, a mile below Richmond. From thence is about 7 feet water to Richmond, and about the center of the town, 4 feet and a half, where the navigation is interrupted by falls, which in a course of 6 miles descend about 80 feet perpendicular. Above these it is resumed in canoes and bateaux, and is prosecuted safely and advantageously to within 10 miles of the Blue Ridge. And even through the Blue Ridge, a ton weight has been brought, and the expense would not be great when compared with its object, to open a tolerable navigation up Jackson's River and Carpenter's Creek, to within 25 miles of Howard's Creek, of Greenbrier, both of which have then water enough to float vessels into the great Kanhaway. In some future state of population, I think it possible that its navigation may also be made to interlock with that of the Potomac, and through that to communicate by a short portage with the Ohio. It is to be noted that this river in the maps is called James River. Only to its confluence with the Rivanna, thence to the Blue Ridge it is called the Fluvanna, and thence to its source Jackson's River. But in common speech it is called James River to its source. The Rivanna, a branch of James River, is navigable for canoes and bateaux to its intersection with the Southwest Mountains, which is about 22 miles, and may easily be opened to navigation through those mountains to its fork above in Charlottesville. York River, at Yorktown, affords the best harbor in the state for vessels of the largest size. The river there narrows to the width of a mile, and is contained within very high banks, close under which the vessels may ride. It holds 4 fathom water at high tide for 25 miles above York to the mouth of Poropotank, where the river is 1.5 miles wide, and the channel only 75 fathom, and passing under a high bank. At the confluence of Pamunkey and Mattapony, it is reduced to 3 fathom deep, which continues up to Pamunkey to Cumberland, where the width is 100 yards, and up to Mattapony to within 2 miles of Fraser's Ferry, where it becomes 2.5 fathom deep, and holds that about 5 miles. Pamunkey is then capable of navigation for loaded floats to Brockman's Bridge, 50 miles above Hanover Town, and Mattapony to Downer's Bridge, 70 miles above its mouth. Piankatank The little rivers making out of the Mobjack Bay and those of the eastern shore receive only very small vessels, and these can but enter them. Rappahannock affords 4 fathom water to Hobbs Hole, and 2 fathom from thence to Fredericksburg. Potomac is 7.5 miles wide at the mouth, 4.5 at Nomani Bay, at Ikea, 1.5 at Halloween Point, 1.25 at Alexandria. Its soundings are 7 fathom at the mouth, 5 at St. George's Island, 4.5 at Lower Matchotic, 3 at Swan's Point, and thence up to Alexandria. Thence 10 feet water to the falls, which are 13 miles above Alexandria. These falls are 15 miles in length, and of very great descent, and the navigation above them for bateaux and canoes is so much interrupted as to be little used. It is, however, used in a small degree up to Cohungoranta branch as far as Fort Cumberland, which was at the mouth of Willis's Creek, and is capable, at no great expense, of being rendered very practical. The Shenandoah branch interlocks with the James River and about the Blue Ridge, and may perhaps in future be opened. The Mississippi will be one of the principal channels of future commerce for the country westward of the Allegheny. From the mouth of this river to where it receives the Ohio is 1,000 miles by water, but only 500 by land, passing through the Chickasaw country. From the mouth of the Ohio to that of the Missouri is 230 miles by water and 140 by land. From thence to the mouth of the Illinois River is about 25 miles. The Mississippi, below the mouth of the Missouri, is always muddy and abounding with sandbars, which frequently change their places. However, it carries 15 feet water to the mouth of the Ohio, to which place it is from 1.5 to 2 miles wide, and thence to Kaskaskia, from 1 mile to 1 mile and a quarter wide. Its current is so rapid that it never can be stemmed by the force of the wind alone, acting on fails. Any vessel, however, navigated with oars, may come up at any time, and receive much aid from the wind. A bateau passes from the mouth of the Ohio to the mouth of the Mississippi in 3 weeks, and is from 2 to 3 months getting up again. During its floods, which are periodical as those of the Nile, the largest vessel may pass down it, if their steerage can be insured. These floods begin in April, and the river returns into its banks early in August. The inundation extends further on the western than the eastern side, covering the lands in some places for 50 miles from its banks. Above the mouth of the Missouri, it becomes much such a river as the Ohio. Like it, clear and gentle in its current, not quite so wide, the period of its floods nearly the same, but not rising to so great a height. The streets of the village at the Cohoes are not more than 10 feet above the ordinary level of the water, and yet were never overflowed. Its bed deepens every year. Cohoes, in the memory of many people now living, was insulated by every flood of the river. What was the eastern channel has now become a lake, 9 miles in length and 1 in width, into which the river at this day never flows. This river yields turtle of a particular kind, perch, trout, gar, pikes, mullets, herrings, carp, spatula fish of 50-pound weight, catfish of 100-pound weight, buffalo fish, and sturgeon. Alligators or crocodiles have been seen as high up as the Arkansas. It also abounds in herons, cranes, ducks, brant, geese, and swans. Its passage is commanded by a fort established by this state, 5 miles below the mouth of the Ohio and 10 miles above the Carolina boundary. The Missouri, since the Treaty of Paris, the Illinois and northern branches of the Ohio, since the cession to Congress, are no longer within our limits. Yet having been so heretofore, and still opening to us channels of extensive communication, in the western and northwestern country, they shall be noted in their order. The Missouri is, in fact, the principal river, contributing more to the common stream than does the Mississippi, even after its junction with the Illinois. It is remarkably cold, muddy, and rapid. Its overflowings are considerable. They happen during the months of June and July. Their commencement being so much later than those of the Mississippi, would induce a belief that the sources of the Mississippi are northward of those that of the Mississippi. Unless we suppose that the cold increases again with the ascent of the land from the Mississippi westwardly, that is, this ascent is great, is proved by the rapidity of the river. 6 miles above the mouth, it is brought within the compass of a quarter of a mile's width. Yet the Spanish merchants at Pancor or St. Louis say they go by 2,000 miles up it. It heads far westward of Rio Norte, or North River. There is, in the villages of Kaskaskia, Cojos, and St. Vincent's, no inconsiderable quantity of plate, said to have been plundered during the last war by the Indians from the churches and private houses of Santa Fe on the North River and brought to these villages for sale. From the mouth of Ohio to Santa Fe are 40 days' journey, or about 1,000 miles. What is the shortest distance between the navigable waters of the Missouri and those of the North River, or how far this is navigable above Santa Fe, I could never learn. From Santa Fe to its mouth in the Gulf of Mexico is about 1,200 miles. The road from New Orleans to Mexico crosses this river at the post of Rio Norte, 800 miles below Santa Fe, and from this post to New Orleans is about 1,200 miles, thus making 2,000 miles between Santa Fe and New Orleans. Passing down the North River, Red River, and Mississippi, whereas it is 2,230 through the Missouri and Mississippi. From the same post of Rio Norte, passing north near the mines of La Sierra and La Iguana, which are between the North River and the river Salina to Sartia, is 375 miles. And from thence, passing the mines of Charcas, Zacatecas, and Potosi to the city of Mexico is 375 miles in all. 1,550 from Santa Fe to the city of Mexico. From New Orleans to the city of Mexico is about 1,950 miles. The roads, after setting out from the Red River near Natchitoches, keeping generally parallel with the coast and about 200 miles from it till it enters the city of Mexico. The Illinois is a fine river, clear, gentle, and without rapids, insomuch that it is navigable for bateaux to its source. From thence it is a portage of 2 miles only to Chicago, which affords a bateau navigation of 16 miles to its entrance into Lake Michigan. The Illinois, about 10 miles above its mouth, is 300 yards wide. The Kaskaskia is 100 yards wide at its entrance into the Mississippi, and preserves that breadth to the Buffalo Plains, 70 miles above. So far also it is navigable for loaded bateaux, and perhaps much further. It is not rapid. The Ohio is the most beautiful river on earth. Its current gentle, waters clear, and bosom smooth and unbroken by rocks and rapids, a single instance only excepted. It is 1/4 of a mile wide at Fort Pitt, 500 yards at the mouth of Great Conhontaway, 1 mile and 25 poles at Louisville, 1/4 of a mile on the rapids 3 or 4 miles below Louisville, a half a mile where the low country begins, which is 20 miles above Green River, 1 1/4 mile at the receipt of the Tennessee, and a mile wide at the mouth. Its length, as measured according to its meanders by Captain Hutchins, is as follows. From Fort Pitt to Logstown, 18.5 miles. Big Beaver Creek, 10 3/4. Little Beaver Creek, 13 1/2. Yellow Creek, 11 3/4. Two Creeks, 21 3/4. Long Reach, 53 3/4. And Long Reach, 16.5. Muskingum, 25.5. Little Conhoway, 12 1/4. Hockhocking, 16. Great Conhoway, 18.5. Guyandotte, 43 3/4. Sandy Creek, 14 1/2. Scioto, 48 3/4. Little Miami, 126 1/4. Licking Creek, 8. Great Miami, 26 3/4. Big Bones, 32 and 1/2. Kentucky, 44 and 1/4. Rapids, 77 and 1/4. Low Country, 155 and 3/4. Buffalo River, 64 and 1/2. Wabash, 97 and 1/4. Big Cave, 42 and 3/4. Shawnee River, 52 and 1/2. Cherokee River, 13. Massac, 11. Mississippi, 46. In common winter and spring tides, it affords 15 feet water to Louisville, 10 feet to Les Tarts Rapids, 40 miles above the mouth of the Great Conhoaway, and a sufficiency at all times for light bateaux and canoes to Fort Pitt. The rapids are in latitude 38.8. The inundations of this river begin about the last of March and subside in July. During these, a first-rate man of war may be carried from Louisville to New Orleans, if the sudden turns of the river and the strength of its currents will admit a safe steerage. The rapids at Louisville descend about 30 feet in a length of 1.5 miles. The bed of the river there is solid rock, and is divided by an island into 2 branches, the southern of which is about 200 yards wide, and is dry for 4 months in the year. The bed of the northern branch is worn into channels by the constant course of water, and attrition of the pebble stones carried on with that, so as to be passable for bateaux through the greater part of the year. Yet it is thought that the southern arm may be the most easily opened for constant navigation. The rise of the waters in these rapids does not exceed 10 or 12 feet. A part of this island is so high as to have never been overflowed, and to command the settlement at Louisville, which is opposite to it. The fort, however, is situated at the head of the falls. The ground on the south side rises very gradually. The Tennessee, Cherokee, or Hohogie River is 600 yards wide at its mouth, 1/4 mile at the mouth of the Holston, and 200 yards at Chotee, which is about 20 miles above Holston, and 300 miles above the mouth of the Tennessee. The river crosses the southern boundary of Virginia, 58 miles from the Mississippi. Its current is moderate. It is navigable for loaded boats of any burthen up to the Muscle Shoals, where the river passes through the Cumberland Mountain. These shoals are 6 or 8 miles long, passable downwards for loaded canoes, but not upwards, unless there be a swell in the river. Above these, the navigation for loaded canoes and bateaux continues to the Long Island. The river has its inundations also. Above the Chickamauga towns is a whirlpool called the Sucking Pot, which takes its trunks of trees or boats and throws them out again 1/2 mile below. It is avoided by keeping very close to the bank on the south side. There are but a few miles portage between a branch of this river and the navigable waters of the River Mobile, which runs into the Gulf of Mexico. Cumberland or Shawnee River intersects the boundary between Virginia and North Carolina 67 miles from the Mississippi, and again 198 miles from the same river. A little above the entrance of Obie's River into the Cumberland. Its Clear Fork crosses the same boundary about 300 miles from the Mississippi. Cumberland is a very gentle stream, navigable for loaded bateaux for 800 miles without interruption. Then intervenes some rapids of 15 miles in length, after which it is again navigable 70 miles upwards, which brings you within 10 miles of the Cumberland Mountains. It is about 120 yards wide through its whole course, from the head of its navigation to its mouth. The Wabash is a very beautiful river, 400 yards wide at the mouth and 300 at St. Vincennes, which is a post about 100 miles above the mouth, in a direct line. Within this space, there are 2 small rapids, which give very little obstruction to the navigation. It is 400 yards wide at the mouth and navigable 30 leagues upwards for canoes and small boats. From the mouth of Maple River to that of Eel River is about 80 miles in a direct line. The river continuing navigable and from 1 to 200 yards in width. The Eel River is 150 yards wide and affords at all times navigation for periaguas to within 18 miles of the Miami of the lake. The Wabash, from the mouth of the Eel River to Little River, a distance of about 50 miles direct, is interrupted with frequent rapids and shoals, which obstruct the navigation except in a swell. Little River affords navigation during a swell to within 3 miles of the Miami, which thence affords a similar navigation into Lake Erie, 100 miles distant in a direct line. The Wabash overflows periodically in correspondence with the Ohio, and in some places 2 leagues from its banks. Green River is navigable for loaded bateaux at all times 50 miles upwards, but it is then interrupted by impassable rapids, above which the navigation again commences, and continues good 30 or 40 miles in the mouth of Barren River. Kentucky River is 90 yards wide at the mouth, and also at Boonesboro, 80 miles above. It affords a navigation for loaded bateaux 180 miles in a direct line into the winter tides. The Great Miami of the Ohio is 200 yards wide at the mouth. At the Picowe Towns, 75 miles above, it is reduced to 30 yards. It is nevertheless navigable for loaded canoes 50 miles above these towns. The portage from its western branch into the Miami of Lake Erie is 5 miles. That from its eastern branch into Sandusky River is of 9 miles. Salt River is at all times navigable for loaded bateaux 70 or 80 miles. It is 80 yards wide at its mouth and keeps that width to its fork, 25 miles above. The Little Miami of the Ohio is 60 or 70 yards wide at its mouth, 60 miles to its source, and affords no navigation. The Scioto is 250 yards wide at its mouth, which is in latitude 38 degrees 22, and at the Salt Lick Towns, 200 miles above the mouth, it is yet 100 yards wide. To these towns it is navigable for loaded bateaux, and at its eastern branch affords navigation almost to its source. Great Sandy River is about 60 yards wide, and navigable 60 miles for loaded bateaux. Guandotte is about the width of the river last mentioned, but is more rapid. It may be navigated by canoes for 60 miles. The Great Kanawha is a river of considerable note for the fertility of its lands, and still more as leading towards the headwaters of James River. Nevertheless, it is doubtful whether its great and numerous rapids will admit a navigation, but at an expense to which it will require ages to render its inhabitants equal. The great obstacles begin at what are called the Great Falls, 90 miles above the mouth, below which are only 5 or 6 rapids, and these passable with some difficulty, even at low water. From the falls to the mouth of Greenbrier is 100 miles, and thence to the lead mines 120. It is 280 yards wide at its mouth. Hockhocking is 80 yards wide at its mouth, and yields the navigation for loaded bateaux to the press place, 60 miles above its mouth. The Little Kanawha is 150 yards wide at the mouth. It yields a navigation of 10 miles only. Perhaps its northern branch, called Junius's Creek, which interlocks with the western of Monongahela, may one day admit a shorter passage from the latter into the Ohio. The Muskingum is 280 yards wide at its mouth, and 200 yards at lower Indian towns, 150 miles upwards. It is navigable for small bateaux to within 1 mile of the navigable part of the Cuyahoga River, which runs into Lake Erie. At Fort Pitt, the Ohio River loses its name, branching into the Monongahela and Allegheny. The Monongahela is 400 yards wide at its mouth. From thence it is 12 or 15 miles to the mouth of Youghiogheny, where it is 300 yards wide. Thence to Redstone by water is 50 miles, by land 30. Then to the mouth of Cheat River by water 40 miles, by land 28, the continuing width at 300 yards. And the navigation good for boats. Thence the width is about 200 yards to the Western Folk, 50 miles higher, and the navigation frequently interrupted by rapids, which, however, with a swell of 2 or 3 feet, become very passable for boats. It then admits light boats, except in dry seasons, 65 miles further to the head of Tigard's Valley, presenting only some small rapids and falls of 1 or 2 feet perpendicular and lessening in its width to 20 yards. The western fork is navigable in the winter 10 to 15 miles towards the northern end of the Little Kanhaway, and will admit a good wagon road to it. The Youghiogheny is the principal branch of this river. It passes through the Laurel Mountain about 30 miles from its mouth, is so far from 300 to 150 yards wide, and the navigation much obstructed in dry weather by rapids and shoals. In its passage through the mountain it makes very great falls, admitting no navigation for 10 miles to the Turkey Foot. Thence to the Great Crossing, about 20 miles. It is again navigable, except in dry seasons, and at this place is 200 yards wide. The sources of this river are divided from those of the Potomac by the Allegheny Mountain. From the falls, where it intersects the Laurel Mountain, to Fort Cumberland, the head of the navigation of the Potomac, is 40 miles of very mountainous road. Wheels's Creek, at the mouth of which was Fort Cumberland, is now 30 or 40 yards wide, but affords no navigation as of yet. Cheat River, another considerable branch of the Monongahela, is 200 yards wide at its mouth, and 100 yards at the Dunkard settlement, 50 miles higher. It is navigable for boats, except in dry seasons. The boundary between Virginia and Pennsylvania crosses it about 3 or 4 miles above its mouth. The Allegheny River, with a slight swell, affords navigation for light bateaux to Venango, at the mouth of the French Creek, where it is 200 yards wide, and it is practiced even to Le Boeuf, from whence there is portage of 15 miles to Presque Isle on Lake Erie. The country watered by the Mississippi and its eastern branches constitutes 5/8 of the United States, 2 of which 5/8 are occupied by the Ohio and its waters. The residuary streams which run into the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic, and the St. Lawrence River, the remaining 3/8. Before we quit the subject of the western waters, we will take a look at view of their principal connections with the Atlantic. These are 3: the Hudson's River, the Potomac, and the Mississippi itself. Down the last will pass all heavy commodities, but the navigation through the Gulf of Mexico is so dangerous, and that up the Mississippi is so difficult and tedious, that it is thought probable that European merchandise will not return through that channel. It is most likely that flour, timber, and other heavy articles will be floated on rafts, which will themselves be an article for sale as well as their loading, the navigators returning by land or in light bateau. There will therefore be a competition between the Hudson and the Potomac rivers for the residue of the commerce of all of the country westward of Lake Erie, on the waters of the lakes, of the Ohio, and upper parts of the Mississippi. To go to New York, that part of the trade which comes from the lakes of their own waters must first be brought into Lake Erie. Between Lake Superior and its waters in the Huron are the rapids of St. Mary, which will permit boats to pass, but not larger vessels. Lake Huron in Michigan will afford communication with Lake Erie by vessels of 8 feet draught. That part of the trade which comes from the waters of the Mississippi must pass from them through some portage into the waters of the lakes. The portage from the Illinois River runs into a water of Michigan is of only 1 mile. From the Wabash, Miami, Muskingum, or Allegheny are portages into the waters of Lake Erie, of from 1 to 15 miles. When the commodities are brought into and have passed through Lake Erie, there is between that and Ontario an interruption by the Falls of Niagara, where the portage is of 8 miles, and between Ontario and the Hudson River are portages at the falls of Onondaga, a little above Oswego, of 1/4 mile. From Wood Creek to the Mohawks River 2 miles, at the Little Falls of the Mohawks River 1/2 mile, and from Schenectady to Albany 16 miles. Besides the increase of expense occasioned by frequent change of carriage, there is an increased risk of pillage produced by committing merchandise to a greater number of hands successively. The Potomac offers itself under the following circumstances. For the trade of the lakes and their waters westward of Lake Erie, when it shall have entered the lake, it must coast along its southern shore, on account of the number and excellence of its harbors, the northern, though shortest, having few harbors, and these unsafe. Having reached Cuyahoga to proceed on to New York, it will have 825 miles and 5 portages, whereas it is but 425 miles to Alexandria, its emporium on the Potomac. If it turns into the Cuyahoga and passes through that, Big Beaver, Ohio, Yohogany, or Monongahela, and Cheat, and Potomac, there are but 2 portages, the first of which between Cuyahoga and Beaver may be removed by uniting the sources of these waters, which are lakes in the neighborhood of each other. And in a Champaign country, the other, from the waters of Ohio to Potomac, will be from 15 to 40 miles, according to the trouble which shall be taken to approach these 2 navigations. From the trade of the Ohio, or that which shall come into it from its own waters, or the Mississippi, it is nearer through the Potomac to Alexandria than to New York by 580 miles, and it is interrupted by only 1 portage. There is another circumstance of difference too. The lakes themselves never freeze, but the communications between them freeze, and the Hudson's River is itself shut up by the ice 3 months of the year, whereas in the channel to the Chesapeake leads directly into a warmer climate. The southern part of it very rarely freezes at all, and whenever the northern do, it is so near the sources of the rivers that the frequent floods to which they are liable break upon the ice immediately, so that vessels may pass through the whole winter, subject only to accidental and short delays. Add to all this, that in case of a war with our neighbor, the Anglo-Americans or the Indians, the route to New York became a frontier through its whole length, and all commerce through it ceases from that moment. But the channel to New York is already known to practice, whereas the upper waters of the Ohio and the Potomac and the great falls of the latter are yet to be cleared of their fixed obstructions. Query 3. A notice of the best seaports of the state, and how big are the vessels they can receive. Having no ports but our rivers and creeks, this query has been answered under the preceding one. Query 4. A notice of its mountains. For the particular geography of our mountains, I must refer to Fry and Jefferson's map of Virginia, and to Evans's analysis of his map of America for a more philosophical view of them than is to be found in any other work. It is worthy notice that our mountains are not solitary and scattered confusedly over the face of the country, but that they commence at about 150 miles from the sea coast, are disposed in ridges one behind another, running nearly parallel with the sea coast, though rather approaching it as they advance northeasterly. To the southwest, as the tract of country between the sea coast and the Mississippi becomes narrower, the mountains converge into a single ridge, which, as it approaches the Gulf of Mexico, subsides into plain country, and gives rise to some of the waters of that gulf, and particularly to a river called the Apalachicola, probably from the Appalachies, an Indian nation formerly residing on it. Hence the mountains giving rise to that river, and seen from its various parts, were called the Appalachian Mountains, being in fact the end or termination only of the great ridges passing through the continent. European geographers, however, extended the name northwardly, as far as the mountains extended, some giving it, after the separation into different ridges, to the Blue Ridge, others to the North Mountain, others to the Allegheny, others to the Laurel Ridge, as may be seen in their different maps. But the fact, I believe, is that none of these ridges were ever known by that name to the inhabitants, either native or emigrant, but as they saw them so called in European maps. In the same direction generally are the veins of limestone, coal, and other minerals hitherto discovered, and so range the falls of our great rivers. But the course of the great rivers are at right angles with these. James and Potomac penetrate through all the ridges of mountains eastward of the Allegheny, that is broken by no watercourse. It is in fact the spine of the country between the Atlantic on one side and the Mississippi and St. Lawrence on the other. The passage of the Potomac through the Blue Ridge is perhaps one of the most stupendous scenes in nature. You stand on a very high point of land. On your right comes up the Shenandoah, having ranged along the foot of the mountain 100 miles to seek a vent. On your left approaches the Potomac, in quest of a passage also. In the moment of their junction, they rush together against the mountain, rend it asunder, and pass off to the sea. The first glance of this scene hurries our senses, and into the opinion that this earth has been created in time, that the mountains were formed first, that the rivers began to flow afterwards, that in this place particularly they have been dammed up by the blue ridge of mountains, and have formed an ocean which fills the whole valley. That continuing to rise, they have at length broken over this spot, and have torn the mountain down from its summit to its base. The piles of rock on each hand, but particularly on the Shenandoah, the evident marks of their disruption and avulsion from their beds by the most powerful agents of nature, corroborate the impression. But the distant finishing which nature has given to the picture is of a very different character. It is a true contrast to the foreground. It is as placid and delightful as that is wild and tremendous. For the mountain being cloven asunder, she presents to your eye, through the cleft, a small catch of smooth blue horizon, at an infinite distance in the plain country, inviting you, as it were, from the riot and tumult roaring around, to pass through the breach and participate of the calm below. Here the eye ultimately composes itself, and that way too the road happens actually to lead. You cross the Potomac above the junction, pass along its side through the base of the mountain for 3 miles, its terrible precipices hanging in fragments over you, and within about 20 miles reach Fredericktown and the fine country round that. This scene is worth a voyage across the Atlantic. Yet here, as in the neighborhood of the Natural Bridge, are people who have passed their lives within half a dozen miles, and have never been to survey these monuments of a war between rivers and mountains, which must have shaken the earth itself to its center. The height of our mountains has not yet been estimated with any degree of exactness. The Allegheny, being the great ridge which divides the waters of the Atlantic from those of the Mississippi, its summit is doubtless more elevated above the ocean than that of any other mountain. But its relative height, compared with the base on which it stands, is not so great as that of some others, the country rising behind the successive ridges like the steps of stairs. The mountains of the Blue Ridge, and of these the peaks of Otter, are thought to be of a greater height, measured from their base, than any other in our country, and perhaps in North America. From data which may be found a tolerable conjecture, we suppose the highest peak to be about 4,000 feet perpendicular, which is not a fifth part of the height of the mountains of South America, nor 1/3 of the height which would be necessary in our latitude to preserve ice in the open air unmelted throughout the year. The ridge of mountains next beyond the Blue Ridge, called by us the North Mountain, is of the greatest extent, for which reason they were named by the Indians the Endless Mountains. A substance supposed to be pumice, found floating on the Mississippi, has induced a conjecture that there is a volcano on some of its waters, and these are mostly known to their sources, except the Missouri. Our expectations of verifying the conjecture would of course be led to the mountains which divide the waters of the Mexican Gulf from those of the South Sea. But no volcano having yet been known at such distance from the sea, we must rather suppose that this floating substance has been erroneously deemed pumice. Query 5. Its Cascades and Caverns? The only remarkable cascade in this country is that of Falling Spring in Augusta. It is a water of the James River, where it is called Jackson's River, rising in the Warm Spring Mountains about 20 miles southwest of the Warm Spring, and flowing into that valley. About 3/4 of a mile from its source, it falls over a rock 200 feet into the valley below. The sheet of water is broken in its breadth by a rock in 2 or 3 places, but not at all in its height. Between the sheet and rock, at the bottom, you may walk across dry. The cataract will bear no comparison with that of Niagara, as to the quantity of water composing it, the sheet being only 12 or 15 feet wide above, and somewhat more spread below, but it is half as high again, the latter being only 156 feet, according to the mensuration made by order of M. Vaudreuil, Governor of Canada, and of 130, according to a more recent account. In the limestone country, there are many caverns of very considerable extent. The most noted is called Madison's Cave, and is on the north side of the Blue Ridge, near the intersection of Rockingham and Augusta Line with the South Fork of the Southern River of Shenandoah. It is in a hill of about 200 feet perpendicular height, the ascent of which on one side is so steep that you may fall pitch a biscuit from its summit into the river which washes its base. The entrance of the cave is, in this side, about 2/3 of the way up. It extends into the earth about 300 feet, branching into subordinate caverns, sometimes ascending a little, but more generally descending, and at length terminates in two different places, at basins of water of unknown extent, and which I should not judge to be nearly on a level with the water of the river. However, I do not think that they are formed by a refluent water from that, because they are never turbid, because they do not rise and fall in correspondence with that in times of flood, or of drought, and because the water is always cool. It is probably one of the many reservoirs with which the interior parts of the earth are supposed to be abound, and which yields the supplies to the fountains of water, distinguished from others only by its being accessible. The vault of this cave is of solid limestone, about 20 to 40 or 50 feet high, through which water is continually percolating. This, trickling down the sides of the cave, has encrusted them over in the form of elegant drapery, and dripping from the top of the vault generates on that, and on the base below, stalactites in a conical form, some of which have met and formed massive columns. Another of these caves is near the North Mountain, in the county of Frederick, on the lands of Mr. Zane. The entrance into this is on top of an extensive ridge. You descend 30 or 40 feet as into a well, from whence the cave then extends, nearly horizontally 400 feet into the earth. Preserving a breadth of from 20 to 50 feet, and a height from 5 to 12 feet. After entering this cave a few feet, the mercury, which in the open air was at 50 degrees, rose to 57 of Fahrenheit's thermometer, answering to 11 degrees of Reaumur's. And it continued at that at the remotest parts of the cave. The uniform temperature of the cellars of the Observatory of Paris, which are 90 feet deep, and of all subterranean cavities of any depth, where no chemical agents may be supposed to produce a factitious heat, has found to be 10 degrees of Reaumur, equal to 54.5 degrees of Fahrenheit. The temperature of the cave above mentioned so nearly corresponds to this, that the difference may be ascribed to a difference of instruments. At the Panther Gap, in the ridge which divides the waters of the cow and the calf pasture, is what is called the Blowing Cave. It is in the side of a hill, is of about 100 feet diameter, and emits constantly a current of air of such force as to keep the weeds prostrate to the distance of 20 yards before it. This current is strongest in dry, frosty weather, and in long spells of rain weakest. Regular inspirations and expirations of air by caverns and fissures have been probably enough accounted for, by supposing them combined with intermitting fountains, as they must of course inhale air while their reservoirs are emptying themselves, and again emit it when they are filling. But a constant issue of air, only varying in its force as the weather is drier or damper, will require a new hypothesis. There is another blowing cave in the Cumberland Mountain, about a mile from where it crosses the Carolina line. All we know of this is that it is not constant, and that a fountain of water issues from it. The natural bridge, the most sublime of nature's works, though not comprehended under the present head, must not be pretermitted. It is on the ascent of a hill, which seems to have been cloven through its length by some great convulsion. The fissure, just at the bridge, is, by some measurements, 270 feet deep, by others only 205. It is about 45 feet wide at the bottom and 90 feet at the top. This, of course, determines the length of the bridge and its height from the water. Its breadth in the middle is about 60 feet, but more so at the end. And the thickness of the mass at the summit of the arch is about 40 feet. A part of this thickness is constituted by a coat of earth, which gives growth to many large trees. The residue, with the hill on both sides, is one solid rock of limestone. The arch approaches the semi-elliptical form, but the larger axis of the ellipsis, which would be the chord of the arch, is many times longer than the transverse. Though the sides of this bridge are provided in some parts with a parapet of fixed rocks, yet few men have resolution to walk on them and look over into the abyss. You involuntarily fall on your hands and feet, creep to the parapet, and peep over it. Looking down from this height about a minute gave me a violent headache. If the view from the top be painful and intolerable, that from below is delightful in an equal extreme. It is impossible for the emotions arising from the sublime to be felt beyond what they are here. So beautiful an arch, so elevated, so light and springing as it were up to heaven, the rapture of the spectator is really indescribable. The fissure, continuingly narrow, deep, and straight for a considerable distance, above and below the bridge, opens a short but very pleasing view of the North Mountain on one side, and Blue Ridge on the other. At the distance each of them is about 5 miles. This bridge in the county of Rockbridge, to which it is given name, and affords a public and commodious passage over the valley, which cannot be crossed elsewhere from a considerable distance. The streaming passes under it is called Cedar Creek. It is a water of the James River, and sufficient in the driest seasons to turn a grist mill, though its fountains is not more than 2 miles above. Don Ulloa mentions a break similar to this in the province of Angares in South America. It is from 16 to 22 feet wide, 111 feet deep, and of 1.3 miles continuance, English measures. Its breadth at the top is not sensibly greater than at bottom, but the following fact is remarkable, and will furnish some light for conjecturing the probable origin of our natural bridge. Esta caxa, o case está cortada en penva viva con tanta precisión que las desigualdades del un lado entradas correspondan a del otro lado las siguientes, como si a aquella altura se hubiese abierto expresamente con sus puertas y tortuosidades para darle tránsito a los aguas por entre los dos murales que la forman, siendo tal su igualdad que si llegasen a juntarse, se intentarían uno con otro sin dejar hueco. Don Ulloa inclines to the opinion that this channel has been effected by the wearing of the water which runs through it, rather than the mountain should have been broken open by any convulsion of nature. But if it had been worn by the running of water, would not the rocks which from the sides have been worn plain, or if, meeting in some parts with veins of harder stone, the water had left prominences on the one side, would not the same cause have sometimes, or perhaps generally, occasioned prominences on the other side as well? Yet Don Ulloa tells us that on the other side there are always corresponding cavities, and that these tally with the prominences so perfectly that, were the two sides to come together, they would fit in all their indentures, without leaving any void. I think that this does not resemble the effects of running water, but looks rather as if the two sides had parted asunder. The sides of the break, over which is the natural bridge of Virginia, consisting of a veiny rock which yields to time, the correspondence between the salient and re-entering inequalities, if existed at all, has now disappeared. This break has the advantage of the one described by Don Ulloa in its finest circumstance, no portion in that instance having held together during the separation of the other parts, so as to form a bridge over the abyss. Query 6. A notice of the mines and other subterraneous riches, its trees, plants, fruits, etc. I knew a single instance of gold found in this state. It was interspersed in small packs through a lump of ore of about 4 pounds weight, which yielded 17 pennyweight of gold of extraordinary ductility. This one was found on the north ridge of Rappahannock, about 4 miles below the falls. I never heard of any indication of gold in its neighborhood. On the Conhoway, opposite to the mouth of Cripple Creek, and about 25 miles from our southern boundary, in the county of Montgomery, are mines of lead. The metal is mixed, sometimes with earth and is sometimes with rock, which requires the force of gunpowder to open it, and is accompanied with a portion of silver, too small to be worth separation under any process hitherto attempted there. The proportion yielded is from 50 to 80 pounds of pure metal from 100 pounds of washed ore. The most common is that of 60 to the 100 pound. The veins are at sometimes most slattering. At others, they disappear suddenly and totally. They enter the side of the hill and proceed horizontally. 2 of them are wrought at present by the public, the best of which is 100 yards under the hill. These would employ about 50 laborers to advantage. We have not, however, more than 30 generally, and these cultivate their own corn. They have produced 60 ton of lead per year, but the general quantity is from 20 to 25 tons. The present furnace is a mile from the ore bank, and on the opposite side of the river. The ore is first wagoned to the river of a quarter of a mile, then laden on board of canoes and carried across the river, which is there about 200 yards wide, and then again taken into wagons and carried into the furnace. This mode was originally adopted that they might avail themselves of a good situation on a creek for a pounding mill, but it would be easy to have the furnace and pounding mill on the same side of the river, which would yield water, without any dam, by a canal of about half a mile in length. From the furnace the lead is transported 130 miles along a good road, leading through the peaks of Otter to Lynch's Ferry, or Winston's, on James River, from whence it is carried by water about the same distance to West Ham. This land carriage may be greatly shortened by delivering the lead on James River, above the Blue Ridge, from whence a ton of weight has been brought on 2 canoes. The Great Conhoaway has considerable falls in the neighborhood of the mines. About 7 miles below are 3 falls, or 3 or 4 feet perpendicular each. And 3 miles above is a rapid of 3 miles continuance, which has been compared in its descent to the Great Fall of James River. Yet is the opinion that they may be laid open for useful navigation, so as to reduce very much the portage between Conhoaway and James River. A valuable lead mine is said to have been lately discovered in Cumberland, below the mouth of Red River. The greatest, however, known in the western country, are on the Mississippi, extending from the mouth of Rock River 150 miles upward. These are not wrought, the lead used in that country being from the banks of the Spanish side of the Mississippi, opposite of the Kaskaskia. A mine of copper was once opened in the county of Amherst on the north side of James River, and another in the opposite country on the south side. However, either from bad management or the poverty of the veins, they were discontinued. We are told of a rich mine of native copper on the Ouabache, below the Upper Weah. The mines of iron worked at present are Callaway's, Ross's, and Ballandine's on the south side of James River, Old's on the north side, in Albemarle, Miller's in Augusta, and Zane's in Frederick. These 2 last are in the valley between the Blue Ridge and North Mountain. Callaway's, Ross's, Miller's, and Zane's make up about 150 tons of bar iron each in the year. Ross's makes also about 1,600 tons of pig iron annually. Ballandine's 1,000, Callaway's, Miller's, and Zane's about 600 each. Besides these, a forge of Mr. Hunter's at Fredericksburg makes about 300 tons a year of bar iron, from pigs imported from Maryland, and Taylor's forge on Nepisco of Potomac works in the same way, but to what extent I am not informed. The indications of iron in other places are numerous, and dispersed through all the middle country. The toughness of the cast iron of Ross's and Zane's furnaces is very remarkable. Pots and other utensils, cast thinner than usual of this iron, may be safely thrown into or out of the wagons in which they are transported. Salt pans made of the same and no longer wanted for that purpose cannot be broken up, in order to be melted again, unless previously drilled in many parts. In the western country we are told of iron mines between the Muskingum and Ohio, of others on Kentucky between the Cumberland and Barren rivers, between Cumberland and Tennessee, on Reedy Creek near the Long Island, and on Chestnut Creek, a branch of the Great Kanawha near where it crosses the Carolina line. What are called the Iron Banks on the Mississippi are believed by a good judge to have no iron in them. In general, from what is hitherto known of that country, it seems to want iron. Considerable quantities of black lead are taken occasionally for use from Winterham, in the county of Amelia. I am not able, however, to give a particular slate of the mine. There is no work established at it, those who want going and procuring it for themselves. The country on James River, from 15 to 20 miles above Richmond and for several miles northward and southward, is replete with mineral coal of a very excellent quality. Being in the hands of many proprietors, pits have been opened, and before the interruption of our commerce were worked to an extent equal to the demand. In the western country, coal is known to be in so many places as to have induced an opinion that the whole tract between the Laurel Mountain, Mississippi, and Ohio yields coal. It is also known in many places on the north side of Ohio. The coal at Pittsburgh is of very superior quality. A bed of it at the place has been afire since the year 1705. Another coal hill on the pike runs Monongahela, has been afire 10 years. Yet it is burnt away about 20 yards only. I have known one instance of an emerald found in this country. Amethysts have been frequent, and crystals common, yet not in such numbers any of them as to be worth seeking. There is very good marble, and in very great abundance on James River at the mouth of Rockfish. The samples I have seen were some of them of a white as pure as one might expect to find on the surface of the earth, but most of them were variegated with red, blue, and purple. None of it has been worked. It forms a very large precipice which hangs over a navigable part of the river. It is said there is marble at Kentucky. But one vein of limestone is known below the Blue Ridge. Its first appearance in our country is in Prince William, 2 miles below the Pignut Ridge of mountains. Thence it passes on nearly parallel with that, and crosses the Rivanna about 5 miles below it, where it is called the Southwest Ridge. It then crosses Hardware, above the mouth of Hudson's Creek, James River at the mouth of Rockfish, at the marble quarry before spoken of, probably runs up that river to where it appears again, at Ross's Ironworks, and so passes off southwestwardly by Flat Creek of Otter River. It is never more than 100 yards wide. From the Blue Ridge westwardly, the whole country seems to be founded on a rock of limestone, besides infinite quantities on the surface, both loose and fixed. This is cut into beds, which range, as the mountains and seacoast do, from southwest to northeast. The lamina of each bed declining from the horizon towards a parallelism with the axis of the earth. Being struck with this observation, I made with a quadrant a great number of trials on the angles of their declination, and found them to vary from 22 degrees to 60 degrees, but averaging all my trials, the result was within 1/3 of a degree of the elevation of the pole or latitude of the place. And much the greatest part of them, taken separately, were little different from that, by which it appears that these lamina are, in the main, parallel with the axis of the earth. In some instances, indeed, I found them perpendicular, and even reclining the other way, but these were extremely rare, and always attended with signs of convulsion, or other circumstances of singularity which admitted a possibility of removal from their original position. These trials were made between Madison's Cave and the Potomac. We hear of limestone on the Mississippi and Ohio, and in all the mountainous country between the eastern and western waters, not on the mountains themselves, but occupying the valleys between them. Near the eastern foot of the North Mountain are immense bodies of schist, containing impressions of shells in a variety of forms. I have received petrified shells of very different kinds from the first sources of the Kentucky, which bear no resemblance to any I have seen on the tide waters. It is said that shells are found in the Andes in South America, 15,000 feet above the level of the ocean. This is considered by many, both of the learned and unlearned, as a proof of a universal deluge. To the many considerations opposing this opinion, the following may be added. The atmosphere and all its contents, whether of water, air, or other matters, gravitate to the earth, that is to say, they have weight. Experience tells us that the weight of all these together never exceeds that of a column of mercury of 31 inches height, which is equal to one of rainwater of 35 feet high. If the whole contents of the atmosphere then were water, instead of what they are, it would cover the globe but 35 feet deep. but as these waters, as they fell, would run into the seas, the superficial measure of which is to that of the dry parts of the globe as 2 to 1. The seas would be raised only 52.5 feet above their present level, and of course would overflow the lands to that height only. In Virginia, this would be a very small proportion, even of the Champaign country, the banks of our tide waters being frequently, if not generally, of a greater height. Deluges beyond this extent then, as far as, for instance, to the North Mountain or to the Kentucky, seem out of the laws of nature. But within it, they may have taken place to a greater or lesser degree in proportion to the combination of natural causes which may be supposed to have produced them. History renders probable some instances of a partial deluge in the country lying around the Mediterranean Sea. It has often been supposed, and is not unlikely, that the sea was once a lake. While such, let us admit an extraordinary collection of the waters of the atmosphere from the other parts of the globe to have been discharged over that and the countries whose waters run into it. Or without supposing it a lake, admit such an extraordinary collection of the waters of the atmosphere and an influx of waters from the Atlantic Ocean, forced by long-continued western winds. That lake, or that sea, may thus have been so raised as to overflow the lowlands adjacent to it, as those of Egypt and Armenia, which, according to the tradition of the Egyptians and Hebrews, were overflowed about 2,300 years before the Christian era. Those of Attica, said to have been overflowed in the time of Ogyges, about 500 years later, and of those of Thessaly in the time of Deucalion, still 300 years posterior. But such deluges as those will not account for the shells found in the higher lands. A second opinion has been entertained, which is that in times anterior to the records, either of history or tradition, the bed of the ocean, the principal residence of the shelled tribe, has, by some great convulsion of nature, been heaved to the heights at which we now find shells and other remains of marine animals. The favorers of this opinion do well to suppose the great events on which it rests to have taken place beyond all the eras of history. For within these, certainly none such are to be found. And may we venture to say further that no fact has taken place, either in our own days or in the thousands of years of recorded history, which prove the existence of any natural agents within or without the bowels of the earth of force sufficient to heave, to the height of 15,000 feet, such masses as the Andes. The difference between the power necessary to produce such an effect and that of which shuffled together the different parts of Calabria in our days is so immense that, from the existence of the latter, we are not authorized to infer that of the former. M. de Voltaire has suggested a third solution of this difficulty. He cites an instance in Touraine where, in the space of 80 years, a particular spot of earth had been twice metamorphosized into a soft stone, which had become hard when employed in building. In this stone, shells of various kinds were produced, discoverable at first only with the microscope, but afterwards growing with the stone. From this fact, I suppose he would have us infer that, besides the usual process for generating shells by the elaboration of earth and water and animal vessels, nature may have provided an equivalent operation by passing the same materials through the pores of calcareous earth and stone. As we see calcareous dropstones generating every day by the percolation of water through limestone, and new marble forming in the quarries from which the old has been taken out. And it might be asked whether it is more difficult for nature to shoot the calcareous juice into the form of a shell than other juices into the forms of crystals, plants, animals, according to the construction of the vessels through which they pass. There is a wonder somewhere. Is it greatest on this branch of the dilemma, that which supposes the existence of a power of which we have no evidence in any other case? Or on the first, which requires us to believe the creation of a body of water and its subsequent annihilation? The establishment of the instance, cited by Voltaire, of the growth of shells unattached to animal bodies would have been that of his theory, but he has not established it. He has not even left it on the ground so respectable as to render it an object of enquiry of the literati of his own country. Abandoning this fact, therefore, there are three hypotheses are equally unsatisfactory, and we must be contented to acknowledge that this great phenomenon is as yet unsolved. Ignorance is preferable to error, and he is less remote from the truth who believes nothing than he who believes what is wrong. There is a great abundance, more especially when you approach the mountains, of stone, white, blue, brown, etc., fit for the chisel, good millstone, such also as stands the fire, and slate stone. We are told of flint fit for gunflints, on the Meherrin in Brunswick, on the Mississippi between the mouth of the Ohio and Kaskaskia, and on other sides of the western waters. Isinglass or mica is in several places, lodestone also, and an asbestos of ligneous texture is sometimes to be met with. Marl abounds generally, a clay of which, like the Sturbridge in England, bricks are made, which will resist long the violent action of fire, has been found on Tuckahoe Creek of James River, and no doubt will be found in other places. Chalk is said to be in Botetort and Bedford. In the latter county is some earth believed to be gypsous. Ochres are found in various parts. In the limestone country are many caves, the earthy floors of which are impregnated with nitre. On Rich Creek, a branch on the Great Kanawha, about 60 miles below the lead mines, is a very large one, about 20 yards wide, and entering a hill a quarter of a mile or a half a mile. The vault is of rock, from 9 undertook to the exact nitre. Besides a coat of the salt which had formed on the vault and floor, he found the earth highly impregnated to the depth of 7 feet in some places, and generally of 3. Every bushel yielding on an average 3 pounds of nitre. Mr. Lynch, having made about 1,000 pounds of the salt from it, consigned it to some others, who have since made 10,000 pounds. They have done this by pursuing the cave into the hill, never trying a second time the earth they have once exhausted, to see how far or soon it receives another impregnation. At least 50 of these caves are worked on in the Greenbrier. There are many of them known on Cumberland River. The country westward of Allegheny abounds with the springs of common salt. The most remarkable we heard of are at Bullett's Lick, the Big Bones, the Blue Licks, and on the North Fork of Holston. The area of Bullett's Lick is of many acres. Digging the earth to the depth of 3 feet, the water begins to boil up, and the deeper you go and the drier the weather, the stronger is the brine. 1,000 gallons of water yield from a bushel to a bushel and a half of salt, which is about 80 pounds of water to 1 pound of salt. But of sea salt, 25 pounds yields 1 pound of salt. So that seawater is more than 3 times as strong as that of those springs. A salt spring has been lately discovered at the Turkey Foot on Yohogani, by which river it is overflowed, except at very low water. Its merit is not yet known. Dunning's Lick is also yet untried, but it is supposed to be the best on this side of the Ohio. The salt springs on the margin of the Onondaga Lake are said to give a saline taste to the waters of the lake. There are several medicinal springs, some of which are indubitably efficacious, while others seem to owe their reputation as much to fancy and change of air and regimen as to their real virtues. None of them having undergone a chemical analysis in skillful hands, nor been so far the subjects of observations as to have produced a reduction into classes of the disorders which they relieve, it is in my power to give a little more than enumeration of them. The most efficacious of these 2 springs, in Augusta, near the first source of James River, where it is called Jackson's River. They rise near the foot of the ridge of the mountains, generally called the Warm Spring Mountain, but in the maps in Jackson's Mountains. The one is distinguished by the name of Warm Spring, and the other of the Hot Spring. The Warm Spring issues a very bold stream, sufficient to work in a grist mill, and to keep the waters of its basin, which is 30 feet in diameter, at its vital warmth, visibility of 96 degrees Fahrenheit in the thermometer. The matter with which these waters are allied is very volatile. Its smell indicates it to be sulphurous, as also does the circumstance of its turning silver black. They relieve rheumatisms. Other complaints, also of very different natures, have been removed or lessened by them. It rains here 4 or 5 days in every week. The hot spring is about 6 miles from the warm, is much smaller, and has been so hot as to have boiled an egg. Some believe its degree of heat to be lessened. It raises the mercury in Fahrenheit's thermometer to 112 degrees, which is fever heat. It sometimes relieves where the warm spring fails. A fountain of common water, issuing within a few inches of its margin, gives it a singular appearance. Comparing the temperature of these with that of the hot springs of Kamchatka, of which Kretchen and Kau gives an account, the difference is very great, the latter raising the mercury to 200 degrees, which is within 12 degrees of boiling water. These springs are very much resorted to, in spite of a total want of accommodation for the sick. Their waters are strongest in the hottest months, which occasions their being visited in July and August principally. The Sweet Springs are in the county of Bodetort, at the eastern foot of the Allegheny, about 42 miles from the Warm Springs. They are still less known, having been found to relieve cases in which the others had been ineffectually tried. It is probable their composition is different. They are different also in their temperature, being as cold as common water, which is not mentioned, however, as a proof of distinct impregnation. This is among the first sources of James River. On Potomac River, in Berkeley County, above the North Mountain, are medicinal springs, much more frequented than those of Augusta. Their powers, however, are less, the waters weakly mineralized and scarcely warm. They are more visited, because situated in a fertile, plentiful, and populous country, better provided with accommodations, always safe from the Indians, and nearest to the most populous states. In Louisa County, on the headwaters of the South Anna branch of York River, are springs of some medicinal virtue. They are not much used, however. There is a weak chalybeate at Richmond, and many others in various parts of the country, which are too little worth or too little note to be enumerated after those before mentioned. We are told of a sulphur spring on Howard's Creek of Greenbrier, and another at Boonesboro on Kentucky. In the low grounds of the Great Conhoaway, 7 miles above the mouth of Elk River, and 67 above that of Conhoaway itself, is a hole in the earth of the capacity of 30 or 40 gallons, from which issues constantly a bituminous vapor, in so strong a current as to give to the sand about its orifice the motion which it has been in a boiling spring. On presenting a lighted candle or torch within 18 inches of the hole, it flames up in a column of 18 inches diameter and 4 or 5 feet high, which sometimes burns out within 20 minutes. And at other times it has been known to continue 3 days, and then has been left still burning. The flame is unsteady, of the density of that of burning spirits, and smells like burning pit coal. Water sometimes collects in the basin, which is remarkably cold, and is kept in ebullition by the vapor issuing through it. If the vapor be fired in that state, the water soon becomes so warm that the hand cannot bear it, and evaporates wholly in a short time. This, with the circumjacent lands, is the property of His Excellency General Washington and of General Lewis. There is a similar one on Sandy River, the flame of which is a column of about 12 inches diameter and 3 feet high. General Clark, who informs me of it, kindled the vapor, stayed about an hour, and left it burning. The mention of uncommon springs leads me to that siphon of fountains. There is one of these near the intersection of the Lord Fairfax's boundary with the North Mountain, not far from Brock's Gap, on the stream of which is a grist mill, which grinds 2 bushels of grain at every flood of the spring. Another near the Cow Pasture River, a mile and a half below its confluence with the Bull Pasture River, and about 16 or 17 miles from the Hot Springs, which intermits once in every 12 hours. One also near the mouth of the North Holston. After these may be mentioned the Natural Well, on the lands of a Mr. Lewis in Frederick County. It is somewhat larger than a common well, The water rises in it as near as the surface of the earth as in the neighboring artificial wells, and it is of a depth as yet unknown. It is said that there is a current in it tending sensibly downwards. If this be true, it probably feeds some fountain, of which it is the natural reservoir, distinguished from others, like that of Madison's Cave, by being accessible. It is used with a bucket and windlass as an ordinary well. A complete catalogue of the trees, plants, fruits, etc. is probably not desired. I will sketch out those which would principally attract notice as being 1. Medicinal, 2. Esculent, 3. Ornamental, or 4. Useful for fabrication, adding the linean to the popular names, as the latter might not convey precise information to a foreigner. I shall confine myself to native plants. Please see a copy of this chart on page 36 of the digital copy of Jefferson's Notes on the State of Virginia provided by the University of North Carolina. The link to this copy is in the description. The following were found in Virginia when first visited by the English, but it is not said whether of spontaneous growth or by cultivation alone. Most probably, they were natives of more southern climates and handled along the continent from one nation to another of the savages. Maize, round potatoes, pumpkins, cymlings, and squashes. There is an infinitude of other plants and flowers, for an enumeration and scientific description of which I must refer to Flora Virginica of our great botanist Dr. Clayton, published by Gronovius at Leyden in 1762. This accurate observer was a native and a resident of the state, passed a long life in exploring and describing its plants, and is supposed to have enlarged the botanical catalogue as much as almost any man who has lived. Besides these plants, which are native, our farms produce wheat, rye, barley, oats, buckwheat, broom corn, and Indian corn. The climate suits rice well enough wherever the lands do. Tobacco, hemp, flax, and cotton are staple commodities. Indigo yields 2 cuttings. The silkworm is a native, and the mulberry, proper for its food, grows kindly. We cultivate also potatoes, both the long and the round, turnips, carrots, parsnips, pumpkins, and ground nuts. Our grasses are lucine, St. Foin, burnet, timothy, ray, and orchard grass, red, white, and yellow clover, greensward, bluegrass, and crabgrass. The garden yields muskmelons, watermelons, tomatoes, okra, pomegranates, figs, and the esculent plants of Europe. The orchards produce apples, pears, cherries, quinces, peaches, nectarines, apricots, almonds, and plums. Our quadrupeds have been mostly described by Linnaeus and Mons de Buffon. Of these, the mammoth, or big buffalo, as called by the Indians, must certainly have been the largest. Their tradition is that he was carnivorous, and still exists in the northern parts of America. A delegation of warriors from the Delaware tribe, having visited the governor of Virginia during the present revolution on matters of business after these had been discussed and settled in council, the governor asked them some questions relative to the country, and, among others, what they knew or had heard of the animal whose bones were found at the salt licks on the Ohio. Their chief speaker immediately put himself into an attitude of oratory, and with a pomp suited to what he conceived the elevation of his subject, informed him that it was a tradition handed down from their fathers, that in ancient times a herd of these tremendous animals came to the Big Bone Lakes, and began a universal destruction of the bear, deer, elks, buffaloes, and other animals, which had been created for use of the Indians. That the great man above, looking down and seeing this, was so enraged that he seized his lightning, descended on the earth, seated himself on a neighboring mountain, on a rock, of which his seat and the print of his feet are still to be seen, and hurled his bolts among them till the whole were slaughtered, except the big bull, who, presenting his forehead to the shafts, shook them off as they fell. But missing one at length, it wounded him in the side, whereupon, springing round, he bounded over the Ohio, over the Wabash, the Illinois, and finally over the Great Lakes, where he is living at this day. It is well known that on the Ohio and in many parts of America, further north, tusks, grinders, and skeletons of unparalleled magnitude are found in great numbers, some lying on the surface of the earth and some below it. A Mr. Stanley, taken prisoner by the Indians near the mouth of the Tennessee, relates that after being transferred through several tribes from one to another, he was at length carried over the mountains west of the Missouri to a river which runs westwardly, that these bones abounded there, and that the native described to him the animal to which they belonged as still existing in the northern parts of their country, from which description he judged it to be an elephant. Bones of the same kind have been found lately, some feet below the surface of the earth, in salines opened on the northern Holston, a branch of the Tennessee, at about a latitude of 36.5 degrees north. From the accounts published in Europe, I suppose it to be decided that these are the same kind of those found in Siberia. Instances are mentioned of like animal remains found in the more southern climates of both hemispheres, but they are either so loosely mentioned as to leave doubt of the fact, so inaccurately described as to not authorize the classing them with the general northern bones, or so rare as to found a suspicion that they have been carried thither as curiosities from more northern regions. So that on the whole there seem to be no certain vestiges of existence of this animal further south than the salines last mentioned. It is remarkable that the tusks and skeletons have been ascribed by the naturalists of Europe to the elephant, while the grinders have been given to the hippopotamus, or river horse. Yet it is acknowledged that the tusks and skeletons are much larger than those of the elephant, and the grinders many times greater than those of the hippopotamus, and essentially different in form. Wherever these grinders are found, there also we find the tusks and skeleton, but no skeleton of the hippopotamus, nor grinders of the elephants. It will not be said that the hippopotamus and elephant came always to the same spot, the former to deposit his grinders and the latter his tusks and skeleton. For what became of the parts not deposited there? We must agree that these remains belong to each other, that they are of one and the same animal, that this was not a hippopotamus because the hippopotamus had no tusks, nor such a frame, and because the grinders differ in size as well as in the number and form of their points. That it was not an elephant, I think ascertained by proofs equally decisive. I will not avail myself of the authority of the celebrated anatomist who, from an examination of the form and structure of the tusks, has declared that they were essentially different from those of the elephant, because another anatomist, equally celebrated, has declared on a like examination that they are precisely the same. Between two such authorities I will suppose the circumstance equivocal. The skeleton of the mammoth, for so the incognitum has been called, bespeaks an animal of 5 or 6 times the cubit volume of the elephant, as Mons de Buffon had admitted. The grinders are 5 times as large, as square, and the grinding surface studded with 4 or 5 rows of blunt points, whereas those of the elephant are broad and thin, and their grinding surface flat. I have never heard an instance, and suppose there has been none, of the grinder of an elephant being found in America. From the known temperature and constitution of the elephant, he could have never existed in those regions where the remains of the mammoth have been found. The elephant is a native only of the torrid zone and its vicinities. If, with the assistance of warm apartments and warm clothing, he has been preserved in life in the temperate climates of Europe, it has only been for a small portion of what would have been his natural period, and no instance for his multiplication in them has ever been known. But no bones of the mammoth, as I have before observed, have ever been found further south of the salines of Holston, and they have never been found as north as the Arctic Circle. Those, therefore, who are of the opinion that the elephant and the mammoth are the same, must believe that 1. That the elephant known to us can exist and multiply in the frozen zone, or 2. That an eternal fire may once have warmed those regions, and since abandoned them, of which, however, the globe exhibits no unequivocal indications, or 3. That the obliquity of the ecliptic, when these elephants lived was so great as to include within the tropics all those regions in which the bones are found, the tropics being, as is before observed, the natural limits of habitation for the elephant. But if it be admitted that this obliquity has really decreased, and we adopt the highest rate of decrease yet pretended, that is, of 1 minute in a century, to transfer the northern tropic to the Arctic Circle would carry the existence of these supposed elephants 250,000 years back, a period far beyond our conception of the duration of animal bones left exposed to the open air, as these are in many instances. Besides, though these regions would have supposed within the tropics, yet their winters would have been too severe for the sensibility of the elephant. They would have been but 1 day and 1 night a year, a circumstance to which we have no reason to suppose the nature of the elephant fitted. However, it has been demonstrated that, if a variation of obliquity in the ecliptic takes place at all, it is vibratory, and never exceeds the limits of 9 degrees, which is not sufficient to bring these bones within the tropics. One of these hypotheses, or some other equally voluntary and inadmissible to cautious philosophy, must be adopted to support the opinion that these are the bones of the elephant. For my part, I find it easier to believe that an animal may have existed, resembling the elephant in his tusks and general anatomy, while his nature was in other respects extremely different. From the 30th degree of south latitude of the 30th of north are nearly the limits which nature has fixed for the existence and multiplication of the elephants known to us. Proceeding thence northwardly 36.5 degrees, we enter those assigned to the mammoth. The further we advance north, the more the vestiges multiply as far as the earth has been explored in that direction. And it is as probable as otherwise that this progression continues to pole itself, if land extends so far. The center of the frozen zone then may be the acme of their vigor, as that of the torrid of the elephant. Thus, nature seems to have drawn a belt of separation between these two tremendous animals, whose breadth, indeed, is not precisely known, though at present we may suppose it about 6.5 degrees of latitude. To have assigned to the elephant the regions of the south of these confines, and those north to the mammoth, founding the constitution of the one in her extreme of heat and the other in her extreme of cold, when the Creator has therefore separated their nature as far as the extent of the scale of animal life allowed to this planet would permit, it seems perverse to declare it the same, from a partial resemblance of their Tuscan bones. But to whatever animal we ascribe these remains, it is certain such as one thing has existed in America, and that it has been the largest of all terrestrial beings. It should have been sufficed to have rescued the earth it inhabited, and the atmosphere it breathed, from the imputation of impotence in the conception and nourishment of animal life on a large scale, to have stifled, in its birth, the opinion of a writer, the most learned too of all others in the science of animal history, that in the New World, la nature vivante est bucco mons agisante bucco mons forte, that nature is less active, less energetic on one side of the globe than she is on the other. As if both sides were not warmed by the same genial sun, as if a soil of the same chemical composition was less capable of elaboration into animal nutriment, as if the fruits and grains from that soil and sun yielded a less rich chyle, gave less extension to the solids and fluids of the body, or produced sooner in the cartilages, membranes, and fibers that rigidity which restrains all further extension and terminates animal growth. The truth is that a pygmy and a Patagonian, a mouse and a mammoth, derive their dimensions from the same nutritive juices. The difference of increment depends on circumstances unsearchable to beings with our capacities. Every race of animals seems to have received from their maker certain laws of extension at the same time of their formation. Their elaborative organs were formed to produce this, while proper obstacles were opposed to its further progress. Below these limits they cannot fall, nor rise above them. What intermediate station they shall take may depend on soil, on climate, on food, on a careful choice of breeders, but all the manna of heaven would never raise the mouse to the bulk of the mammoth. The opinion advanced by Count de Buffon is 1. That the animals common both to Old and the New World are smaller in the latter. 2. That those peculiar to the New are on a smaller scale. 3. That those which have been domesticated in both have degenerated in America. And 4. That on the whole it exhibits fewer species. And the reason he thinks is that the heats of America are less, that more waters are spread over its surface by nature, and fewer of these drained off by the hand of man. In other words, that heat is friendly and moisture adverse to the production and development of large quadrupeds. I will not meet this hypothesis on its first doubtful ground, whether the climate of America be comparatively more humid, because we are not furnished with observations sufficient to decide this question. And though, till it be decided, we are as free to deny as others are to affirm the fact, yet for a moment let it be supposed. The hypothesis, after this supposition, proceeds to another, that moisture is unfriendly to animal growth. The truth of this is instructible to us by reasonings a priori. Nature has hidden from us her modus agendi. Our only appeal on such questions is to experience. And I think that experience is against the supposition. It is by the assistance of heat and moisture that vegetables are elaborated from the elements of earth, air, water, and fire. We accordingly see the more humid climates produce the greater quantity of vegetables. Vegetables are immediately the food of every animal, and in proportion to the quantity of food, we see animals not only multiplied in their numbers, but improved by their bulk, as far the laws of their nature will admit. Of this opinion is the Count de Buffon himself in another part of his work. En général, il paraît que le paix un peu Freud's convenient mieux à nos plus que les paix chauds, et qui sont d'entente plus gros et plus grands que le climat et est plus humide et plus abondance en patrogues. Les bœufs de Danemark, de Podoli, de l'Ukraine et de la Tartier, qui habitent les mollusques, sont les plus grands de tous. Pardon my French. Here, then, a race of animals, and one of the largest too, has been increased in its dimensions by cold and moisture, in direct opposition to the hypothesis, which supposes that these two circumstances diminish animal bulk, and that it is their contraries, heat and dryness, which enlarge it. But when we appeal to experience, we are not to rest satisfied with a single fact. Let us therefore try our question on more general grounds. Let us take two portions of the earth, Europe and America, for instance. Sufficiently extensive to give operation to general causes, let us consider the circumstances peculiar to each and observe their effect on animal nature. America, running through the torrid as well as the temperate zone, has more heat, collectively taken, than Europe. But Europe, according to our hypothesis, is the driest. They are equally adapted, then, to animal productions, each being endowed with one of those causes which befriended animal growth, and with one which opposes it. If it be thought unequal to compare Europe with America, which is so much larger, I answer, not more so than to compare America with the whole world. Besides, the purpose of the comparison is not to try a hypothesis which makes the size of animals depend on the heat and moisture of climate. If, therefore, we take a region so extensive as to comprehend a sensible distinction of climate, and so extensive, too, as that local accidents, or the intercourse of animals on its borders, may not materially affect the size of those in its interior parts, we shall comply with those conditions which the hypothesis may reasonably demand. The objection would be the weaker in the present case, because any intercourse of animals which may take place on the confines of Europe and Asia is to the advantage of the former, Asia producing certainly larger animals than Europe. Let us take, then, a comparative view of the quadrupeds of Europe and America, presenting them to the eye in three different tables, in one of which shall be enumerated those found in both countries, in a second those found only in one, and in a third which have been domesticated in both. To facilitate the comparison, let those of each table be arranged in gradation according to their sizes, from the greatest to the smallest, so as far as their sizes may be conjectured. The weights of large animals shall be expressed in the English avoirdupois pound and its decimals, those of the smaller in the same ounce and its decimals. Those which are marked thus, with a star, are actual weights of particular subjects, deemed among the largest in their species. Those marked thus, with a cross, are furnished by judicious persons, well acquainted with the species, and saying from conjecture only what the largest individual they had seen would have probably weighed. The other weights are taken from Messrs. Buffon and D'Albinton are of such subjects as came casually to their hands for dissection. The circumstance must be remembered where their weights and mine stand opposed, the latter being stated not to produce a conclusion in favor of the American species, but to justify a suspension of opinion until we are better informed, and a suspicion in the meantime that there is no uniform difference in favor of either, which is all I pretend. Aboriginals of both. Mammoth. Buffalo, bison. America, 1,800 pounds. White bear. Caribou. Bear. Europe, 153 pounds, 0.7 pounds. America, 410 pounds. Elk. Red deer. Europe, 288.8 pounds. America, 273. Fallow deer. Europe, 167.8 pounds. Wolf. Europe, 69.8 pounds. Roe. Europe, 56.7 pounds. Glutton. Carcajou. Wild cat. America, 30 pounds. Lynx. Europe, 25 pounds. Beaver, 18.5 pounds. Europe. America, 45 pounds. Badger. Europe, 13.6 pounds. Red fox. Europe, 13.5 pounds. Gray fox. Loutre, 8.9 pounds. Europe, 12 pounds. America. Monax. Marmot. Europe, 6.5 pounds. Bison. Europe, 2.8 pounds. Hedgehog. Europe, 2.2 pounds. Marten. Europe, 1.9 ounces. America, 6 pounds. Water rat. Europe, 7.5 pounds. Wessel. Europe, 2.2 pounds. Flying squirrel. Europe, 2.2 pounds. America, 4 pounds. Shrew mouse. Europe, 1 pound. Aboriginals of one only. Europe. Wild boar, 280 pounds. Wild sheep, 56 pounds. Wild goat. Hare, 7.6 pounds. Rabbit, 3.4 pounds. Polecat, 3.3 pounds. Genet, 3.1 pounds. Muskrat, 0.2 pounds. Squirrel, 12 pounds. Ermine, 8.2 pounds. Rat, 7.5 pounds. Lors, 3.1 pounds. Dormouse, 1.8 pounds. Mole, 1.2 pounds. Hamster, 0.9 pounds. Zeesel. Lemming. Mouse, 0.6 pounds. America. Tapir, 534 pounds. Elk, round-horned, 450 pounds. Puma. Jaguar, 218 pounds. Kablai, 109 pounds. Tamanor, 109 pounds. Tamandua, 65.4 pounds. Cougar of North America, 75 pounds. Cougar of South America, 59.4 pounds. Ocelette, Peccari, 46.3 pounds. Jaguarette, 43.6 pounds. Alco, Llama, Paco, Paca, 32.7 pounds. Serval, Sloth, 27 1/4 pound. Saricovine, Kinkajou, Tatu Kabasu, 21.8 pounds. Raccoon, 16.5 pounds. Coati, Coendo, 16.3. Sloth, 13 pounds. Sapaju Orini, Sapaju Coalta, 9.8 pounds. Tatu and Kubert, Tatu Apar, Tatu Kachika, 7 pounds. Little Coendo, 6.5 pounds. Opossum. Tepeti, Margay, Crebiere, Agouti, 4.2 pounds. Sapaju, 3.5 pounds. Tatu Sirincon, Tatu Taote, Mofet Squash, Mofet Chinch, Mofet Conepat Skunk, Mofet Zorilla, Rabbit, Aperia, Akuchi, Muskrat, Pylori, Great Gray Squirrel, 2.7 pounds. Fox Squirrel of Virginia, 2.625 pounds. Suricate, 2 pounds. Mink, 2 pounds. Seju, 1.8 pounds. Indian Pig, 1.6 pounds. Sapaju Samiri, 1.5 pounds. Phalanger, Kokalin. Lesser Gray Squirrel, 1.5 pounds. Black Squirrel, 1.5 pounds. Red Squirrel, 10.02 pounds. Sagoin Saki, Sagoin Pinche, Sagoin Tamarin, Sagoin Ouistili, 4.4 pounds. Sagoin Marikine, Sagoin Miko, Cayopolin, Formilier, Marmoose, Saroig of Cayenne, Toucan, Red Mole, Ground Squirrel, 4 pounds. Domesticated in both. Cow, Europe, 763 pounds. America, 2,500 pounds. Horse, America, 1,366 pounds. Ass, hog, 1,200 pounds. America. Sheep, America, 125 pounds. Goat, America, 80 pounds. Dog, Europe, 67.6 pounds. Cat, Europe, 7 pounds. I have not inserted in the first table the phoca nor leather-winged bat because the one living half the year in the water and the other being a winged animal, the individuals of each species may visit both continents. It is said that this animal is seldom seen above 30 miles from shore, or beyond the 56th degree of latitude. The interjacent islands between Asia and America admit his passage from one continent to the other without exceeding these bounds. And in fact, travelers tell us that these islands are places of principal resort for them, and especially in the season bringing forth their young. Of the animals in the first table, Mons de Buffon himself informs us that the beaver, the otter, and shrew mouse, though of the same species, are larger in America than Europe. This should therefore have corrected the generality of expressions in 38, 145, and elsewhere, that the animals common to the two countries are considerably less in America than Europe. He tells us, too, that on examining a bear from America, he remarked no difference. That an American bear weighed 400 pounds, English equal to 367 pounds. Whereas we find the European bear, examined by Mons de Abenton, weighed but 141 pounds. That the palmated elk is larger in America than Europe, we are informed by Kalm, a naturalist who visited the former by public appointment for the express purpose of examining the subjects of natural history. In this fact, Pennant concurs with him. The same Kalm tells us that the black moose, or rene of America, is as high as a tall horse, and Catesbill, that is, about the bigness of a middle-sized ox. The same account of their size has been given me by many who have seen them, but Mons de Abonton says that the rene of Europe is about the size of a red deer. The weasel is larger in America than Europe, as may be seen by comparing its dimensions as reported by Mons de Abonton and Kalm. The latter tells us that the lynx, badger, red fox, and flying squirrel are the same in America as in Europe, by which expression I understand they are the same in all material circumstances, in size as well as others, for if they were smaller, they would differ from the European. Our gray fox is, by Catesby's account, little different in size and shape from the European fox. I presume he means the red fox of Europe, as does Kalm when he says that in size they do not quite come up to our foxes. For proceeding next to the red fox of America, he says they are entirely the same with the European sort, which shrews he had in one view one European sort only, which was the red. So that the result of their testimony is that the American gray fox is somewhat less than the European red, which is equally true of the gray fox of Europe, as may be seen by comparing the measures of the Count de Buffon and Mons de Abonton. The white bear of America is as large as that of Europe. The bones of the mammoth, which have been found in America, are as large as those found in the Old World. It may be asked why I insert the mammoth as if it still existed. I ask in return, why should I omit it as if it did not exist? Such is the economy of nature, that no instance can be produced of her having permitted any one race of her animals to become extinct, or her having formed any link in her great work so weak as to be broken. To add to this, the traditionary testimony of the Indians that this animal still exists in the northern and western parts of America would be adding the light of a taper to that of the meridian sun. Those parts still remain in their aboriginal state, unexplored and undisturbed by us, or by others for us. He may as well exist there now, as he did formerly where we find his bones. If he be carnivorous an animal, as soon as anatomists have conjectured, and the Indians affirm, his early retirement may be accounted for from the general destruction of wild game by the Indians, which commences in the first instant of their connection with us, for the purpose of purchasing matchcoats, hatchets, and firelocks with their skins. There remains then the buffalo, red deer, fallow deer, wolf, roe, glutton, wildcat, monax, bison, hedgehog, marten, and water rat of the comparative sizes of which we have not sufficient testimony. It does not appear that Messrs. de Buffon and Abonton have measured, weighed, or seen those in America. It is said of some, then, by some travelers, that they are smaller than the European. But who were these travelers? Have they not been men of a very different description from those who have laid open to us the other 3/4 of the world? Was natural history the object of their travels? Did they measure or weigh the animals they speak of? Or did they not judge of them by sight, or perhaps even from report only? Were they acquainted with the animals of their own country, with which they undertake to compare them? Have they not been so ignorant as to often mistake the species? A true answer to these questions would probably lighten their authority, so as to render it insufficient for the foundation of a hypothesis. How unripe we yet are for an accurate comparison of the animals of the two countries will appear from the works of Mons de Buffon. The ideas we should have formed of the sizes of some animals from the information he had received at his first publications concerning them are very different from what his subsequent communications give us. And indeed, his candor in this can never be too much praised. One sentence of his book must do him immortal honor. Jamais autant une personne que me révèle de une erreur que une autre que apprend une vérité parce qu'un est fait une erreur corrigée est une vérité. Once again, please pardon my French. He seems to have thought the KBI he first examined wanted little of its full growth. Yet he weighed but 46.5 pounds, he found afterwards, that these animals, when full grown, weigh 100 pounds. He had supposed from the examination of a jaguar, said to be 2 years old, which weighed but 16 pounds and 12 ounces, when he should have acquired his full growth, he would be not larger than a middle-sized dog. But a subsequent account raises his weight to 200 pounds. Further information will, doubtless, produce further corrections. The wonder is, not that there is yet something in this great work to correct, but that there is so little. The result of this view, then, is that of 26 quadrupeds common to both countries, 7 are said to be larger in America, 7 of equal size, and 12 not sufficiently examined, so that the first table impeaches the first member of the assertion. That of the animals common to both countries, the American are smallest, it shews it not just in all the latitude in which its author has advanced it, and probably not to such degree as to found a distinction between the two countries. Proceeding to the second table, which arranges the animals found in one of the other countries, Mons de Buffon observes that the tapir, the elephant of America, is but of the size of a small cow. To preserve our comparison, I will add that the wild boar, the elephant of Europe, is little more than half that size. I have made an elk with round or cylindrical horns an animal of America, and peculiar to it, because I have seen many of them myself, and more of their horns, and because I can say, from the best information, that, in Virginia, this kind of elk has abounded much, and still exists in much smaller numbers. And I could never learn that the palmated kind had been seen here at all. I suppose this confined to the more normal northern latitudes. The descriptions of Theodat, Dionys, and La Hontan, cited by Mons de Buffon under the article Ilan, authorize the supposition that the flat-horned elk is found in the northern parts of America. It is not, however, extended to our latitudes. On the other hand, I could never learn that the round-horned elk has been seen further north than the Hudson's River. This agrees with the former elk in its general character, being that, like that, when compared with a deer, very much larger, its ears longer, broader, and thicker in proportion, its hair much longer, neck and tail shorter, having a dewlap before the breast, Corancula guturalis lineae, a white spot often, if not always, of a foot diameter on the hinder part of the buttocks round the tail, its gait a trot, and attended with a rattling of the hoofs, but distinguished from that decisively by its horns, which are not palmated, but round and pointed. This is the animal described by Catesby as the Cervus major americanus, the stag of America, le cerf des Amériques. Pardon my French. But it differs from the cervus as totally as does the palmated elk from the dama. And in fact it seems to stand in the same relation to the palmated elk as the red deer does to the fallow. It has abounded in Virginia, has been seen, within my knowledge, on the eastern side of the Blue Ridge since the year 1765, is now common beyond those mountains, and has been often brought to us and tamed, and their horns are in the hands of many. I should designate it as the Alces Americanus cornibus territibus. It were to be wished that naturalists, who are acquainted with the rene and elk of Europe, and who may hereafter visit the northern parts of America, would examine well the animals called there by the names of gray and black moose, caribou, original, and elk. Mons de Buffon had done what could be done from the materials in his hands, towards clearing up the confusion introduced by the loose application of these names along the animals they are meant to designate. He reduces the whole to the rene and the flat-horned elk. From all the information I have been able to collect, I strongly suspect they will be found to cover 3, if not 4, distinct species of animals. I have never seen skins of a moose and of the caribou. They differ more from each other, and from that of the round-horned elk, than I ever saw 2 skins differ which belong to the different individuals of any wild species. These differences are in the color, length, and coarseness of the hair, and in the size, texture, and marks of the skin. Perhaps it will be found that there is 1, the moose, black and gray, the former being said to be the male and the latter the female. 2, the caribou or renne. 3. The flat-horned elk or original. 4. The round-horned elk. Should this last, though possessing so nearly the characters of the elk, be found to be the same with the Cerf des Ardennes, or Brandherz of Germany, still there will remain the 3 first species enumerated. I have made our hare or rabbit peculiar, believing it to be different from both the European animals, whose denomination, and calling it therefore by its Algonquian name, wabus, to keep it distinct from these. Kalm is of the same opinion. The tapir is the largest of the animals peculiar to America. I collect his weight thus. Monsieur de Buffon says 274, that he is the size of a zebu, or a small cow. He gives us the measures of a zebu of 94 pounds, as taken by himself, 5 feet 7 inches from the muzzle to the root of the tail, and 5 feet 1 inch circumference behind the 4 legs. A bull, measuring in the same way, 6 feet 9 inches and 5 feet 2 inches, weighed 600 pounds. The zebu, then, and of course the tapir, would weigh about 500 pounds. But one individual of every species of European peculiars would probably weigh less than 400 pounds. These are French measures and weights. The third table comprehends those quadrupeds only which are domestic in both countries. That some of these in some parts of America have become less than their original stock is doubtless true, and the reason is very obvious. In a thinly peopled country, the spontaneous productions of the forest and waste fields are sufficient to support indifferently the domestic animals of the farmer, with a very little aid from him in the severest and scarcest season. He therefore finds it more convenient to receive them from the hand of nature in that indifferent state than to keep up their size by a care and nourishment which would cost him much labor. If, on this low fare, these animals dwindle, it is no more than they could do in those parts of Europe where the poverty of the soil or poverty of the owner reduces them to the same scanty subsistence. It is the uniform effect of one and the same cause, whether acting on this or that side of the globe. It would be erring, therefore, against the rule of philosophy, which teaches us to ascribe like effects to like causes, should we impute this diminution of size in America to any imbecility or want of uniformity in the operations of nature. It may be affirmed with truth that in those countries, and with those individuals of America, where necessity or curiosity has produced equal attention as in Europe to the nourishment of animals, the horses, cattle, sheep, and hogs of the one continent are as large as those of the other. There are peculiar instances, well attested, where individuals of this country have imported good breeders from England, and have improved their size by care in the course of some years. To make a fair comparison between the two countries, it will not answer to bring together animals of what might be deemed the middle or ordinary size of their species, because an error in judging of that middle or ordinary size would vary the results of the comparison. Thus, M. d'Albonton considers a horse of 4 feet 5 inches high and 400 pounds, weight French equal to 4 feet 8 inches and 436 pounds English, as a middle-sized horse. Such a one is deemed a small horse in America. The extremes must be therefore resorted to. The same anatomist dissected a horse of 5 feet 9 inches height, French measure, equal to 6 feet 1.7 English. This is near 6 inches higher than any horse I have seen, and it could be supposed that I had seen the largest horses in America. The conclusion would be that ours have diminished, or that we have bred from a smaller stock. In Connecticut and Rhode Island, where the climate is favorable to the production of grass, bullocks have been slaughtered which weighed 2,500, 2,200, and 2,100 pounds, and those of 1,800 pounds have been frequent. I have seen a hog weigh 1,050 pounds, after the blood, bowels, and hair had been taken from him. This was in Williamsburg in April of 1769. Before he was killed, an attempt was made to weigh him with a pair of steel yards, graduated to 1,200 pounds. But he weighed more. Yet this hog was probably not within 50 generations of the European stock. I am well informed of another which weighed 1,100 pounds gross. Asses have been still more neglected than any other domestic animal in America. They are neither fed nor housed in the most rigorous season of the year. Yet they are larger than those measured by M. d'Abonton, of only 3 feet 7 1/4 inches, 3 feet 4 inches, and 3 feet 2 1/2 inches, the latter weighing only 215.8 pounds. These sizes, I suppose, have been produced by the same negligence in Europe, which has produced a like diminution here. Where care has been taken of them on that side of the water, they have been raised to a size bordering on that of the horse, not by the heat and dryness of the climate, but by good food and shelter. Goats have also been much neglected in America. Yet they are very prolific here, bearing twice or 3 times a year, and from 1 to 5 kids at birth. M. de Buffon has been sensible of a difference in this circumstance in favor of America. But what are their greatest strengths, I cannot say. A large sheep here weighs 100 pounds. I observe M. d'Abonton calls a ram of 62 pounds one of the middle size. But to say what are the extremes of growth in these and the other domestic animals of America would require information of which no one individual could possess. The weight is actually unknown, and stated in the 3rd table preceding will suffice to shew that we may conclude on probable grounds that, with equal care and food, the climate of America will preserve the races of domestic animals as large as the European stock from which they are derived, and consequently that the 3rd member of M. de Buffon's assertion that the domestic animals are subject to degeneration from the climate of America is as probably wrong as the 1st and 2nd were certainly so. That the last part of it is erroneous, which affirms that the species of American quadrupeds are comparatively few, is evident from the tables taken altogether. By these it appears that there are 100 aboriginal species of America. M. de Buffon supposes about double that number existing on the whole earth. Of these, Europe, Asia, and Africa furnish suppose 126, that is, the 26 common to Europe and America, and about 100 which are not in America at all. The American species, then, are those of the rest of the earth, as 100 to 126, or 4 to 5. But the residue of the earth being doubled the extent of America, the exact proportion would have been but as 4 to 8. Hitherto I have considered this hypothesis as applied to brute animals only, and not in its extension to the man of America, whether aboriginal or transplanted. It is the opinion of M. de Buffon that the former furnishes no exception to it. An afflicting picture indeed, which for the honor of human nature I am glad to believe has no original. Of the Indian of South America I know nothing, for I would not honor with the appellation of knowledge what I derive from the fables published of them. These I believe to just be as true as the fables of Aesop. This belief is founded on what I have seen of man, white, red, and black, and what has been written of him by authors, enlightened themselves, and writing amidst an enlightened people. The Indian of North America being more within our reach, I can speak of him somewhat from my own knowledge, but more from the information of others being acquainted with him, and on whose truth and judgment I can rely. From these sources I am able to say, in contradiction to this representation, that he is neither more defective in ardor nor more impotent with his female than the white reduced to the same diet and exercise, that he is brave when an enterprise depends on bravery, education with him making the point of honor consist in the destruction of an enemy by stratagem, and in the preservation of his own person free from injury. Or perhaps this is nature, while it is education which teaches us to honor force more than finesse. That he will defend himself against a host of enemies, always choosing to be killed rather than to surrender, though it be to the whites, who he knows will treat him well. In so judicious an author of Don Ulloa, and one to whom we are indebted for the most precise information we have on South America, I did not expect to find such assertions of the following. Don Ulloa here admits that the authors who have described the Indians of South America, before they were enslaved, had represented them as a brave people, and therefore seems to have suspected that the cowardice which he had observed in those of the present race might be effect of subjugation. But, supposing the Indians of North America to be cowards also, he concludes the ancestors of those of South America have been so too, and therefore that those ancestors Those authors have given fictions for truth. He was probably not acquainted himself with the Indians of North America, and had formed his opinion of them from hearsay. Great numbers of French, of English, and of Americans are perfectly acquainted with these people. Had he had an opportunity of inquiring of any of these, they would have told him that there was never an instance known of an Indian begging his life when in the power of his enemies. On the contrary, that he courts death by every possible insult and provocation. His reasoning then would have been reversed thus. Since the present Indian of North America is brave, an author tells us, that the ancestors of those of South America were brave as well. It must follow that the cowardice of their descendants is the effect of subjugation and ill-treatment. For he observes thus, that in other situations also he meets death with more deliberation and endures torture, with a firmness unknown almost to religious enthusiasm with us, that he is affectionate to his children, careful of them, and indulgent in the extreme, that his affections comprehend his other connections, weakening, as with us, from circle to circle, as they recede from the center, that his friendships are strong and faithful to the utmost extremity. A remarkable instance of this appeared in the case of the late Colonel Byrd, who was sent to the Cherokee Nation to transact some business with them. It happened that some of our disorderly people had just killed one or two of that nation. It was therefore proposed in the council of the Cherokees that Colonel Byrd should be put to death, in revenge for the loss of their countrymen. Among them was a chief called Selui, who, on some former occasion, had contracted an acquaintance and friendship with Colonel Byrd. He came to him every night in his tent, and told him not to be afraid. They should not kill him. After many days of deliberation, however, the determination was, contrary to Selui's expectation, that Byrd should be put to death, and some warriors were dispatched as executioners. Selui attended them, and when they entered the tent, he threw himself between them and Byrd, and said to the warriors, "This man is my friend. Before you get at him, you must kill me." On which they returned, and the council respected the principle so much as to recede from their determination. That his sensibility is keen, even the warriors weeping most bitterly on the loss of their children, though in general they endeavored to appear superior to human events. That his vivacity and activity of mind is equal to ours in the same situation. Hence his eagerness for hunting and for the games of chance. The women are submitted to unjust drudgery. This, I believe, is the case with every barbarous people. With such forces law. The stronger sex therefore imposes on the weaker. It is civilization alone which replaces women in the enjoyment of their natural equality, that first teaches us to subdue the selfish passions, and to respect those rights in others which we value in ourselves. Were we equal in barbarism, our females would be equal drudges. The man with them is less strong than with us, but their woman stronger than ours, and both for the same obvious reason, because our man and their woman is habituated to labor, and formed by it. With both races, the sex which is indulged with ease is least athletic. An Indian man is small in the hand and wrist for the same reason for which a sailor is large and strong in the arms and shoulders, and a porter in the legs and thighs. They raise fewer children than we do. The causes of this are to be found not in a difference of nature, but of circumstance. The women very frequently attending the men in their parties of war and of hunting, childbearing becomes extremely inconvenient to them. It is said, therefore, that they have learnt the practice of procuring abortion by the use of some vegetable, and that it even extends to prevent conception for a considerable time after. During these parties they are exposed to numerous hazards, to excessive exertions, to the greatest extremities of hunger. Even at their homes the nation depends for food. Through a certain part of the year, on the gleanings of the forest, that is, they experience a famine once in every year. With all animals, if the female be badly fed, or not fed at all, her young perish, and if both male and female be reduced to like want, generation becomes less active, less productive. To the obstacles, then, of want and hazard, which nature has opposed to the multiplication of wild animals, for the purpose of restraining their numbers within certain bounds, those of labor and of voluntary abortion are added with the Indian. No wonder, then, if they multiply less than we do. Where food is regularly supplied, a single farm will shew more of cattle than a whole country of forest can of buffaloes. The same Indian women, when married to white traders, who feed them and their children plentifully and regularly, who exempt them from excessive drudgery, who keep them stationary and unexposed to accident, produce and raise as many children as the white women. Instances are known, under these circumstances, of their rearing a dozen children. An inhuman practice once prevailed in this country of making slaves of the Indians. It is a fact, well known with us, that the Indian women so enslaved produced and raised as numerous families as either the whites or blacks among whom they lived. It has been said that Indians have less hair than the whites, except on the head. But this is a fact of which fair proof can scarcely be had. With them, it is disgraceful to be hairy on the body. They say it likens them to hogs. They therefore pluck the hair as fast as it appears. But the traders who marry their women, and prevail on them to discontinue the practice, say that nature is the same with them as with the whites. Nor, if that fact be true, is the consequence necessary which has been drawn from it. Negroes have notoriously less hair than the whites, yet they are more ardent. But if cold and moisture be the agents of nature for diminishing the races of animals, how comes she all at once suspend their operation as to the physical man of the New World, whom the Count acknowledges to be à peu près de même stature que l'homme de notre monde? Pardon my French. And to let loose their influence on his moral faculties? How is this combination of the elements and other physical causes so contrary to the enlargement of animal nature in this New World, these obstacles to the development and formation of the great germs, been arrested and suspended so as to permit the human body to acquire its just dimensions, and by what inconceivable process has their action been directed on his mind alone? To judge of the truth of this, to form a just estimate of their genius and mental powers, more facts are wanting, and great allowance to be made for those circumstances of their situation which call for a display of particular talents only. This done, we shall probably find that they are formed in mind as well as in body on the same module with the Homo sapiens europaeus. The principles of their society forbidding all compulsions, they are to be led to duty and to enterprise by personal influence and persuasion. Hence, eloquence in council, bravery in address in war, become the foundations of all consequence with them. To these acquirements all their faculties are directed. Of their bravery in address in war, we have multiplied proofs, because we have been the subjects on which they were exercised. Of their eminence in oratory, we have fewer examples, because it is displayed chiefly in their own councils. Some, however, we have a very superior lustre. I may challenge the whole operations of the Demosthenes and Cicero, and of any more eminent orator, if Europe has furnished more eminent, to produce a single passage superior to the speech of Logan, a Mingo chief, to Lord Dunmore, when governor of this state. And as a testimony of their talents in this line, I beg leave to introduce it, first stating the incidents necessary for understanding it. In the spring of the year 1774, a robbery and murder were committed on an inhabitant of the frontiers of Virginia by 2 Indians of the Shawnee tribe. The neighboring whites, according to their custom, undertook to punish this outrage in a summary way. Colonel Cresap, a man infamous for the many murders he had committed on those much injured people, collected a party and proceeded down the Conhoaway in quest of vengeance. Unfortunately, a canoe of women and children, with 1 man only, was seen coming back from the opposite shore, unarmed and unsuspecting a hostile attack from the whites. Cresap and his party concealed themselves on the bank of the river, and the moment the canoe reached the shore, singled out their objects, and, at one fire, killed every person in it. This happened to be the family of Logan, who had long been distinguished as a friend of the whites. This unworthy return provoked his vengeance. He accordingly signalized himself in the war which ensued. In the autumn of the same year, a decisive battle was fought at the mouth of the Great Conhoaway, between the collected forces of the Shawnees, Mingos, and Delawares, and a detachment of the Virginia militia. The Indians were defeated and sued for peace, but, lest the sincerity of a treaty should be distrusted, from which so distinguished a chief absented himself, he sent by a messenger the following speech to be delivered to Lord Dunmore. I appeal to any white man to say, if he ever entered Logan's cabin hungry, and he gave him not meat, if he ever came cold and naked, and he clothed him not, during the course of the last long bloody war, Logan remained idle in his cabin, an advocate for peace. Such was my love for the whites, that my countrymen pointed as they passed and said, Logan in the friend of white men. I had even thought to have lived with you, but for the injuries of one man, Colonel Cresap, the last spring, in cold blood and unprovoked, murdered all the relations of Logan, not sparing even my women and children. There runs not a drop of my blood in the veins of any living creature. This called on me for revenge. I have sought it, I have killed many. I have fully glutted my vengeance. For my country I rejoice at the beams of peace, but do not harbor a thought that this is the joy of fear. Logan never felt fear. He will not turn on his heel to save his life. Who is there to mourn for Logan? Not one. Before we condemn the Indians of this continent as wanting genius, we must consider that letters have not been introduced among them. Were we to compare them in their present state with the Europeans north of the Alps, when the Roman arms and arts first crossed those mountains, the comparison would be unequal, because at that time those parts of Europe were swarming with numbers, because numbers produce emulation and multiply the chances of improvement, and one improvement begets another. Yet I may safely ask, how many good poets, how many able mathematicians, and how many great inventors in arts and sciences had Europe north of the Alps then produced? And it was 16 centuries after this before Newton could be formed. I do not mean to deny that there are varieties in the races of man, distinguished by their powers both of body and of mind. I believe there are, as I see to be the case in races with other animals. I only mean to suggest a doubt whether the bulk and faculties of animals depend on the side of the Atlantic on which their food happens to grow, or which furnishes the elements of which they are compounded. Whether nature has enlisted herself as a cis or transatlantic partisan. I am induced to suspect there has been more eloquence than sound reasoning displayed in support of this theory, that it is one of these cases where the judgment has been seduced by glowing pen. And whilst I render every tribute of honor and esteem to the celebrated zoologist, who has added, and is still adding, so many precious things to the treasures of science, I must doubt whether in this instance he has not cherished error also, by lending her a moment for his imagination and bewitching language. So far the Count de Buffon has carried this new theory of the tendency of nature to belittle her productions on this side of the Atlantic. Its application to the race of whites transplanted from Europe remained for the Abbé Raynal. America has not yet produced one good poet. When we shall have existed as a people as long as the Greeks did before they produced a Homer, the Romans a Virgil, the French a Racine and Voltaire, the English a Shakespeare and Milton, should this reproach be still true. We will inquire from what unfriendly causes it has proceeded, that the other countries of Europe and quarters of the earth shall not have inscribed any name in the roll of poets. Has the world as yet produced more than 2 poets, acknowledged to be such by all nations? An Englishman only reads Milton with delight, an Italian Tasso, a French Henriade, a Portuguese Camoens, but Homer and Virgil have yet been the rapture of every age and nation. They are read with enthusiasm in their original by those who can read the originals, and in translations by those who cannot. But neither has America produced one able mathematician, one man of genius in a single art or a single science. In war we have produced a Washington, whose memory will be adored, while liberty shall have Voltaires, whose name will triumph over time, and will in future ages assume its just station among the most celebrated worthies of the world, when that wretched philosophy shall be forgotten which would have arranged him among the degeneracies of nature. In physics, we have produced a Franklin, than whom no one of this present age has made more important discoveries, nor has enriched philosophy with more or more ingenious solutions of the phenomena of nature. We have supposed Mr. Rittenhouse, second to no astronomer living, that in genius he must be the first, because he is self-taught. As an artist, he has exhibited as a great proof of mechanical genius as the world has ever produced. He has not indeed made a world, but he has, by imitation, approached nearer its maker than any man who has lived in the creation to this day. There are various ways of keeping truth out of sight. Mr. Rittenhouse's model of the planetary system has the plagiary appellation of an orrery, and the quadrant invented by Godfrey, an American also, and with the aid of which the European nations traverse the globe, is called Hadley's Quadrant. As in philosophy and war, so in government, in oratory, in painting, in the plastic art, we might shew that America, though but a child of yesterday, has already given hopeful proofs of genius, as well as of the nobler kinds, which arouse the best feelings of man, which call him into action, which substantiate his freedom and conduct him to happiness, as of the subordinate, which serve to amuse him only. We therefore suppose that this reproach is as unjust as it is unkind, and that, of the geniuses which adorn the present age, America contributes its full share. For comparing it with those countries where genius is most cultivated, where are the most excellent models for art and scaffoldings for the attainment of science, as France and England, for instance, we calculate thus. The United States contain 3 million of inhabitants, France 20 millions, and the British Islands 10. We produce a Washington, a Franklin, a Rittenhouse. France, then, should have half a dozen in each of these lines, and Great Britain half that number, equally eminent. It may be true that France has, we are but just becoming acquainted with her, and our acquaintance so far gives us high ideas of the genius of her inhabitants. It would be injuring too many of them to name particularly a Voltaire, a Buffon, the constellation of encyclopedists, the Abbé Raynal himself, etc., etc. We therefore have reason to believe she can produce her full quota of genius. The present war having so long cut off all communication with Great Britain, we are not able to make a fair estimate of the state of science in that country. The spirit in which she wages war is only the same before our eyes, and that does not seem the legitimate offspring either of science or of civilization. The sun of her glory is fast ascending to the horizon. Her philosophy has crossed the Channel, her freedom the Atlantic, and herself seems passing to that awful dissolution, whose issue is not given human foresight to scan. In a later edition of the Abbé Raynal's work, he has withdrawn his censure from that part of the New World inhabited by the Federo-Americans, but has left it still on the other parts. North America has always been more accessible to strangers than the South. If he was mistaken then as to the former, he may be so as to the latter. The glimmerings which reach us from South America enable us only to see that its inhabitants are held under the accumulated pressure of slavery, superstition, and ignorance. Whenever they shall be able to rise under this weight, and to shew themselves to the rest of the world, they will probably shew they are like the rest of the world. We have not yet sufficient evidence that there are more lakes and fogs in South America than in other parts of the earth. As little do we know what would be their operation on the mind of man. That country has been visited by Spaniards and Portuguese chiefly, and almost exclusively. These, going from a country of the Old World, remarkably dry in its soil and climate, fancied there were more lakes and fogs in South America than in Europe. An inhabitant of Ireland, Sweden, or Finland would have formed the contrary opinion. Had South America then been discovered and seated by a people from a fenny country, it would probably have been represented as much drier than the Old World. A patient pursuit of facts, a cautious combination of comparison of them, is the drudgery to which man is subjected by his Maker, if he wishes to attain sure knowledge. Having given a sketch of our minerals, vegetables, and quadrupeds, and being led by a proud theory to make a comparison of the latter with those of Europe, and to extend it to the man of America, both aboriginal and emigrant, I will proceed to the remaining articles comprehended under the present query. Between 90 and 100 of our birds have been described by Catesby. His drawings are better as to form and attitude than coloring, which is generally too high. They are the following. Popular names of the birds of Virginia: tyrant, field martin; turkey buzzard, bald eagle; little hawk, sparrowhawk; pigeon hawk; forked-tailed hawk; fishing hawk; little owl; parrot of Carolina; blue jay; Baltimore bird; bastard Baltimore; purple jackdaw; crow blackbird; Carolina cuckoo; white-billed woodpecker; larger red-crested woodpecker; red-headed woodpecker; gold-winged woodpecker, yucker; red-bellied woodpecker; smallest spotted woodpecker; hairy woodpecker, speck woodpecker; yellow-bellied woodpecker; newthatch, small newthatch; kingfisher; pine creeper; hummingbird; wild goose; buffle's head duck; little brown duck; white-faced teal; blue-winged teal; summer duck; blue-winged shoveler; round-crested duck; pied-billed dopchick; largest crested heron; crested bittern; blue heron, crane; small bittern; little white heron; brown bittern, Indian hen; wood pelican; white curlew; brown curlew; chattering plover, killdee; oyster catcher; sorrel; rowbird; wild turkey; American partridge, American quail; pheasant; mountain partridge; ground dove; pigeon of passage; wild pigeon; turtle, turtle dove; lark, skylark; field lark, large lark; red-winged starling, marsh blackbird; fieldfare of Carolina, robin redbreast; fox-colored thrush, mockingbird; little thrush; chatterer; redbird, Virginia nightingale; bluegrass beak; snowbird; ricebird; painted finch; blue linnet; little sparrow; cowpen bird; towhee bird; American goldfinch, lettuce bird; purple finch; crested flycatcher; summer redbird; red start; catbird; black-capped flycatcher; little brown flycatcher; red-eyed flycatcher; bluebird; wren; yellow-breasted chat; crested titmouse; finch creeper; yellow rump; hooded titmouse; yellow-throated creeper; yellow titmouse; American swallow; purple martin; house martin; goatsucker, great bat, whip poor will. For a complete version of the chart, please head to the UNC, University of North Carolina website. Besides these, we have the Royston crow, crane, horse swallow, ground swallow, greatest gray eagle, smaller turkey buzzard with a feathered head, greatest owl or night hawk, wet hawk, raven, water pelican of the Mississippi, whose pouch holds a peck, swan, loon, cormorant, the duck and mallard, widgeon, sheldratch or canvas black, blackhead, ballcoot, sprigtail, didapper or dopchick, spoon-billed duck, water witch, water pheasant, mowbird, blue peter, water wagtail, yellow-legged snipe, squatting snipe, small plover, whistling plover, woodcock, redbird with black head, wings, and tail, and doubtless many others which have not yet been described and classed. To this catalogue of our indigenous animals, I will add a short account of an anomaly of nature, taking place sometimes in the race of Negroes brought from Africa, who, though black themselves, have in rare instances white children called albinos. I have known 4 of these myself, and have faithful accounts of 3 others. The circumstances in which all the individuals agree are these. They are of pallid, cadaverous white, untinged with red without any colored spots or seams. their hair of the same kind of white, short, coarse, and curled, as is that of the Negro, all of them well-formed, strong, healthy, perfect in their senses, except that of sight, and born with parents who had no mixture of white blood. 3 of these albinos were sisters, having 2 other full sisters who were black. The youngest of the 3 was killed by lightning at 12 years of age. The eldest died at about 27 years of age, in childbed with her second child. The middle one is now alive in health, and has issue, as the eldest had, by a black man, which issue was black. They are uncommonly shrewd, quick in their apprehensions and in reply. Their eyes are in perpetual tremulous vibration, very weak and much affected by the sun, but they see better in the night than we do. They are of the property of Colonel Skipwith of Cumberland. The 4th is a Negro woman, whose parents come from Guinea, and had 3 other children, who were of their own color. She is freckled, her eyesight so weak that she is obliged to wear a bonnet in the summer, but it is better in the night than day. She had an albino child by a black man. It died at the age of a few weeks. These were the property of Colonel Carter of Abermale, Marl. A 6th instance is a woman of the property of Mr. Butler, near Petersburg. She is stout and robust, has issue a daughter, jet black by a black man. I am not informed as to her eyesight. The 7th instance is of a male belonging to Mr. Lee of Cumberland. His eyes are tremulous and weak. He is of a tall stature, and now advanced in years. He is the only male of the albinos which have come within my information. Whatever be the cause of the disease in the skin, or in its coloring matter, which produces this change, it seems more incident to the female than male sex. To these I may add the mention of a Negro man within my own knowledge, born black and of black parents, on whose chin when a boy a white spot appeared. This continued to increase till he became a man, by which time it had extended over his chin, lips, one cheek, under the jaw and neck on that side. It is of the albino white, without any mixture of red, and has for several years been stationary. He is a robust and healthy man, and the change of color was not accompanied with any sensible disease, either general or topical. Of our fish and insects, there has been nothing like a full description or collection. More of them are described in Catesby than in any other work. Many also are to be found in Sir Hans Sloane's Jamaica, as being common to that in this country. The honeybee is not a native of our continent. Margrave indeed mentions a species of honeybee in Brazil, but this has no sting, and is therefore different from the one we have, which resembles perfectly that of Europe. That the Indians concur with us in the tradition that it was brought from Europe, but when and by whom we know not. The bees have generally extended themselves into the country, a little in advance of the white settlers. The Indians therefore call them the white man's fly, and consider their approach as indicating the approach of the settlements of the whites. A question here occurs: how far northwardly have these insects been found? That they are known in Lapland. I infer in Scheffer's information that the Laplanders eat the pine bark, prepared in a certain way, instead of those sweetened with sugar. Certainly if they had honey, it would be a better substitute for sugar than any preparation of the pine bark. Kalm tells us that the honeybee cannot live through the winter in Canada. They furnish, then, an additional proof of the remarkable fact first observed by Count de Buffon, and which has thrown such a blaze of light on the field of natural history that no animals are found in both continents, but those which are able to bear the cold of those regions where they probably join. Query 7. A notice of all that can increase the progress of human knowledge. Under the latitude of this query, I will presume it not improper nor unacceptable to furnish some data for estimating the climate of Virginia. Journals of observations on the quantity of rain and the degree of heat being lengthy, confused, and too minute to produce general and distinct ideas. I have taken 5 years' observations, to wit, from 1772 to 1777, made in Williamsburg and its neighborhood, have reduced them to an average for every month of the year, and stated those averages in the following table, adding an analytical view of the winds during the same period. Please see the chart on page 81 of the University of North Carolina's digital version of this book for more information. The rains of every month, as of January for instance, through the whole period of years were added separately and in an average drawn from them. The coolest and warmest point of the same day in each year of the period were added separately, and an average of the greatest cold and greatest heat of that day was formed. From the averages of every day in the month, a general average for the whole month was formed. The point from which the wind blew was observed 2 or 3 times in every day. These observations, in the month of January for instance, through the whole period amounted to 337. At 73 of these, the wind was from the north, at 47 from the northeast, etc. So that it will be easy to see in what whole proportion each wind usually prevails in each month, or, taking the whole year, the total of observations through the whole period having been 3,698. It will be observed that 611 of them were from the north, 558 from the northeast, etc. Though by this table it appears we have on average 47 inches of rain annually, which is considerably more than usually falls in Europe. Yet from the information I have collected, I suppose we have a much greater proportion of sunshine here than there. Perhaps it will be found there are twice as many cloudy days in the middle parts of Europe as in the United States of America. I mention the middle parts of Europe because my information does not extend to its northern or southern parts. In an extensive country, it will of course be expected that the climate is not the same in all its parts. It is remarkable that, proceeding on the same parallel of latitude westwardly, the climate becomes colder in like manner as when you proceed northwardly. This continues to be the case till you attain the summit of the Allegheny, which is the highest land between the ocean and the Mississippi. From thence descending in the same latitude to the Mississippi, the change reverses. And, if we may believe travelers, it becomes warmer there than it is in the same latitude on the seaside. Their testimony is strengthened by the vegetables and animals which subsist and multiply there naturally, and do not on our seacoast. Thus, catalpas grow spontaneously on the Mississippi as far as the latitude of 37 degrees, and reeds as far as 38 degrees. Paroquets even winter on the Scioto in the 39th degree of latitude. In the summer of 1779, when the thermometer was at 90 degrees at Monticello and 96 at Williamsburg, it was 110 at Kaskaskia. Perhaps the mountain which overhangs this village on the north side may, by its reflection, have contributed somewhat to produce this heat. The difference of temperature of the air at the seacoast, or on Chesapeake Bay, and at the Allegheny has not been ascertained, but contemporary observations made at Williamsburg or in its neighborhood and at Monticello, which is on the most eastern ridge of the mountains, called the Southwest, where they are intersected by the Rivanna, have furnished the ratio by which that difference may in some degree be conjectured. These observations make the difference between Williamsburg and the nearest mountains, at the position before mentioned, to be on average 6 1/8 degrees of Fahrenheit's thermometer. Some allowance, however, is to be made for the difference of latitude between these two places, the latter being 38 degrees 8'17", which is 52 degrees 22 north of the former. By contemporary observations of between 5 and 6 weeks, the averaged and almost unvaried difference of the height of mercury in the barometer at these two places was 0.784 of an inch. The atmosphere at Monticello being so much the lightest, that is to say, about 1/37th of its whole weight. It should be observed, however, that the hill of Monticello is a 500 feet perpendicular height above the river, which washes its base. This position being nearly central between our northern and southern boundaries, and between the bay and Allegheny, may be considered as furnishing the best average of the temperature of our climate. Williamsburg is much too near the southeastern corner to give a fair idea of our general temperature. But a more remarkable difference is in the winds which prevail in the different parts of the country. The following table exhibits a comparative view of the winds prevailing at Williamsburg and at Monticello. It is formed by reducing 9 months' observations at Monticello to 4 principal points, to wit, the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. These points being perpendicular to or parallel with our coast, mountains, and rivers. And by reducing in like manner an equal number of observations, to wit, 421 from the preceding table of winds at Williamsburg, taking them proportionably from every point. Williamsburg, northeast, 127, southeast, 61, southwest, 132, northwest, 101, total, 421. Monticello, northeast, 32, southeast, 91, southwest, 126, northwest, 172, total, 421. By this it may be seen that the southwest wind prevails equally at both places, that the northeast is, next to this, the principal wind towards the sea coast, and the northwest is the predominant wind at the mountains. The difference between these two winds to sensation, and in fact, is very great. The northeast is loaded with vapor, insomuch that the salt makers have found that their crystals would not shoot while that blows. It brings a distressing chill, is heavy and oppressive to the spirits. The northwest is dry, cooling, elastic, and animating. The eastern and southeastern breezes come on generally in the afternoon. They have advanced into the country very sensibly within the memory of people living now. They formerly did not penetrate far above Williamsburg. They are now frequent at Richmond, and every now and then they reach the mountains. They deposit most of their moisture, however, before they get that far. As the lands become more cleared, it is probable they will extend still further westward. Going out into the open air, in the temperate and in the warm months of the year, we often meet with bodies of warm air, which, passing by us in 2 or 3 seconds, do not afford time to the most sensible thermometer to seize their temperature. Judging from my feelings only, I think they approach the ordinary heat of the human body. Some of them perhaps go a little beyond it. They are about 20 or 30 feet diameter horizontally. Of their height we have no experience, but probably they are globular volumes, wasted or rolled along with the wind. But whence taken, where found, or how generated? They are not to be ascribed to volcanoes because we have none. They do not happen in the winter when the farmers kindle large fires in clearing up their grounds. They are not consigned to the spring season, when we have fires which traverse whole counties, consuming the leaves which have fallen from the trees. And they are too frequent in general to be ascribed to accidental fires. I am persuaded their cause must be sought for in the atmosphere itself. To aid us in which I know but of these constant circumstances, a dry air, a temperature as warm at least as that of the spring or autumn, and a moderate current of wind. They are most frequent about sunset, rare in the middle parts of the day, and I do not recollect having ever met with them in the morning. The variation in the weight of our atmosphere, as indicated by the barometer, is not equal to 2 inches of mercury. During 12 months of observation at Williamsburg, the extremes were 29 and 30.86 inches, the difference being 1.86 of an inch. And in 9 months, during which the height of the mercury was noted at Monticello, the extremes were 28.4 and 29.69 inches, the variation being 1.121 of an inch. A gentleman who has observed his barometer many years assures me it has never varied 2 inches. Contemporary observations made at Monticello and Williamsburg proved the variations in the weight of air to be simultaneous and corresponding in these 2 places. Our changes from heat to cold and cold to heat are very sudden and great. The mercury in Fahrenheit's thermometer has been known to descend from 92 to 47 in 13 hours. It is taken for granted that the preceding table of averaged heat will not give a false idea on the subject, as it proposes to state only the ordinary heat and cold of each month, and not these which are extraordinary. At Williamsburg in August of 1766, the mercury in Fahrenheit's thermometer was at 98 degrees, corresponding with 29 1/3 of Reaumur. At the same place in January 1780, it was at 6 degrees, corresponding with 11.5 below zero of reamers. I believe these may be considered to be nearly the extremes of heat and cold in that part of the country. At Paris, in 1753, the mercury in Reamer's thermometer was at 30.5 above zero, and in 1776, it was at 16 below zero. The extremities of heat and cold, therefore, at Paris are greater than at Williamsburg, which is in the hottest part of Virginia. The latter may most certainly, as at the time York River at Yorktown was frozen over so that people walked across it, a circumstance which proves it to have been colder than the winter of 1740, 1741, usually called the Cold Winter, when York River did not freeze over at that place. In the same season of 1780, Chesapeake Bay was solid, from its head to the mouth of the Potomac at Annapolis, where it is 5 1/4 miles over between the nearest points of land. The ice was from 5 to 7 inches thick quite across, so that loaded carriages went over it. Those, our extremes of heat and cold of 6 degrees and 98 degrees, were indeed very distressing to us, and were thought to put the extent of the human constitution to considerable trial. Yet a Siberian would have considered them as scarcely a sensible variation. At Genesee, in that country, in latitude 58 degrees 27, we are told that the cold in 1735 sunk the mercury by Fahrenheit scale to 126 below zero, and the inhabitants of the same country use stove rooms 2 or 3 times a week, in which they stay 2 hours at a time, the atmosphere of which raises the mercury to 135 above zero. Late experiments show that the human body will exist in rooms heated to 140 degrees of Reamer, equal to 347 degrees Fahrenheit, and 135 above boiling water. The hottest point of the 24 hours is of about 4 o'clock p.m., and the dawn of the day the coldest. The access of frost in autumn and its recess in the spring do not seem to depend merely on the degree of cold, much less on the air's being at the freezing point. White frosts are frequent when the thermometer is at 47 degrees, have yet killed young plants of Indian corn at 48, and have been known at 54 degrees. Black frost and even ice have been produced at 38.5 degrees, which is 6.5 degrees above the freezing point. That other circumstances must be combined with the cold to produce frost is evidence from this also, that on the higher parts of mountains, where it is absolutely colder than in the plains on which they stand, frosts do not appear so early by a considerable space of time in autumn, and go off sooner in the spring than in the plains. I have known frosts so severe as to kill the hickory trees round about Monticello, and yet not injure the tender fruit blossoms then in bloom on the top and higher parts of the mountain. And in the course of 40 years, during which it has been settled, there have been but 2 instances of a general loss of fruit on it, while in the circumjacent country, the fruit has escaped but twice in the last 7 years. The plants of tobacco, which grow from the roots of those which have been cut off in the summer, are frequently green here at Christmas. The privilege against the frost is undoubtedly combined with the want of dew on the mountains. That the dew is very rare on their higher parts, I may say certainly, from 12 years' observation, having scarcely ever during that time seen an unequivocal proof of its existence on them at all during the summer. Severe frosts in the depth of winter proved that the region of dews extends higher in that season than the tops of the mountains. But certainly, in the summer season, the vapors, by the time they attain that height, are become so attenuated as to not subside and form a dew when the sun retires. The weevil has not yet ascended the high mountains. A more satisfactory estimate of our climate to some may perhaps be formed by noting the plants which grow here, subject, however, to be killed by our severest colds. These are the fig, pomegranate, artichoke, and European walnut. In mild winters, lettuce and endive require no shelter, but generally they need a site covering. I do not know that the want of long moss, reed, myrtle, swamp, laurel, holly, and cypress in the upper country proceeds from a greater degree of cold, nor that they were ever killed with any degree of cold in the lower country. The aloe lived in Williamsburg in the open air through the severe winter of 1779 and 1780. A change in our climate, however, is taking place very sensibly. Both heats and colds are become much more moderate within the memory of even the middle-aged. Snows are less frequent and less deep. They do not often lie below the mountains, more than 1, 2, or 3 days, and very rarely a week. They are remembered to have been formed frequent, deep, and of long continuance. The elderly inform me the earth used to be covered with snow about 3 months of the year. The rivers, which then seldom failed to freeze over in the course of the winter, scarcely ever do so now. This change has produced an unfortunate fluctuation between heat and cold in the spring of the year, which is very fatal to fruits. From the year of 1741 to 1769, an interval of 28 years, there was no instance of fruit killed by the frost in the neighborhood of Monticello. An intense cold produced by constant snows kept the buds locked up until the sun could obtain in the spring of the year, so fixed and incendiary as to dissolve those snows and protect the buds during their development from every danger of returning cold. The accumulated snows of the winter remaining to be dissolved altogether in the spring produced those overflowings of our rivers, so frequent then and so rare now. Having had occasion to mention the particular situation of Monticello for other purposes, I will take just notice that its elevation affords an opportunity of seeing a phenomenon which is rare at land, though frequent at sea. The seamen call it looming. Philosophy is as yet in the rear of the seaman, for so far from having accounted for it, she has not given it a name. Its principal effect is to make distant objects appear larger, in opposition to the general law of vision by which they are diminished. I knew an instance at Yorktown, from whence the water prospect eastwardly is without termination, wherein a canoe with 3 men at a great distance was taken for a ship with its 3 masts. I am little acquainted with the phenomenon as it shows itself at sea, but at Monticello it is familiar. There is a solitary mountain about 40 miles off in the south, whose natural shape, as presented to view there, is a regular cone, but, by the effect of looming, it sometimes subsides almost totally into the horizon. Sometimes it rises more acute and more elevated. Sometimes it is hemispherical, and sometimes its sides are perpendicular, its top flat, and as broad as its base. In short, it assumes at times the most whimsical shapes, and all these perhaps successively in the same morning. The Blue Ridge of mountains come into view in the northeast at about 100 miles distance, and, approaching in a direct line, passes by within 20 miles, and goes off to the southwest. This phenomenon begins to show itself on the mountains, at about 50 miles distance, and continues beyond that as far as they are seen. I remark no peculiar state, either in the weight, moisture, or heat of the atmosphere, necessary to produce this. The only constant circumstances are its appearance in the morning only, and on objects at least 40 or 50 miles distant. In this latter circumstance, if not in both, it differs from the looming on the water. Refraction will not account for this metamorphosis. That only changes the proportions of length and breadth, base and altitude, preserving the general outlines. Thus it may make a circle appear elliptical, raise or depress a cone, but by none of its laws, as yet developed, will it make a circle appear a square, or a cone a sphere. Query 8. The number of its inhabitants? The following table shows the number of persons imported for the establishment of our colony in its infant state, and the census of inhabitants at different periods, extracted from our historians and public records, as particularly as I have had opportunities and leisure to examine them. Successive lines in the same show successive periods of time in that year. I have stated the census in 2 different columns, the whole inhabitants having been sometimes numbered and sometimes tithes only. This term, with us, includes the free males above 16 years of age, and slaves above that age of both sexes. A further examination of our records would render this history of our population much more satisfactory and perfect by furnishing a greater number of intermediate terms. Those, however, which are here stated will enable us to calculate, with a considerable degree of precision, the rate at which we have increased. During the infancy of the colony, while numbers were small, wars, importations, and other accidental circumstances render the progression fluctuating and irregular. By the year 1654, however, it becomes tolerably uniform. Importations having in a great measure ceased from the dissolution of the company, and the inhabitants became too numerous to be sensibly affected by the Indian wars. Beginning at that period, therefore, we find that from thence to the year 1772, our tithes had increased from 7,209 to 1,153,000, the whole term being of 118 years, yields in a duplication once in every 27 1/4 years. The intermediate enumerations taken in 1700, 1748, and 1759 furnish proofs of the uniformity of this progression. Should this rate of increase continue, we shall have between 6 and 7 millions of inhabitants within 95 years. If we suppose our country to be bounded, at some future day, by the meridian of the mouth of the Great Conhawe, within which it has been before conjectured, are 64,491 square miles, there will then be 100 inhabitants for every square mile, which is nearly the state of the population in the British Islands. See the table on page 91 of the digital version of the Notes on the State of Virginia that is linked in the description of this video. Here I will beg leave to propose a doubt. The present desire of America is to produce rapid population by as great importations of foreigners as possible. But is this founded in good policy? The advantage proposed is the multiplication of numbers. Now let us suppose, for example only, that in this state we could double our numbers in 1 year by the importation of foreigners, and this is a greater accession than the most sanguine of advocate for emigration has a right to expect. Then I say, beginning with a double stock, we shall attain any given degree of population only 27 years and 3 months sooner than if we proceed on our single stock. If we propose 4 millions and a half as a competent population for this state, we should be 54 1/2 years attaining it, could we at once double our numbers, and 81 3/4 years if we rely on natural propagation, as may be seen by the following table. Please see the table on page 92 of this digital edition of Notes on the State of Virginia that is in the link in the description of this video. In the first column are stated periods of 27 1/4 years. In the second are our numbers, at each period, as they will be if we proceed on our actual stock. And in the third are what they would be at the same periods were we to set out from the double of our present stock. I have taken the term of 4 millions and a half inhabitants for example's sake only. Yet I am persuaded it is a greater number than the country spoken of, considering how much inarable land it contains, can clothe and feed without a material change in the quality of their diet. But are there no inconveniences to be thrown into the scale against the advantage expected from a multiplication of numbers by the importation of foreigners? It is for the happiness of those united in society to harmonize as much as possible in matters which they must of necessity transact together. Civil government being the sole object of forming societies, its administration must be conducted by common consent. Every species of government has its specific principles. Ours, perhaps, are more peculiar than those of any other in the universe. It is a composition of the freest principles of the English Constitution, with others derived from natural right and natural reason. To these nothing can be more opposed than the maxim of absolute monarchies. Yet, from such, we are to expect the greatest number of emigrants. They will bring with them the principles of the governments they leave, imbibed in their early youth, or, if able to throw them off, it will be in exchange for an unbounded licentiousness, passing, as is usual, from one extreme to another. It would be a miracle were they to stop precisely at the point to temperate liberty. These principles, with their language, they will transmit to their children. In proportion to their numbers, they will share with us the legislation. They will infuse it into their spirit, warp and bias its direction, and render it a heterogeneous, incoherent, and distracted mass. I may appeal to experience during the present contest for a verification of these conjectures. But, if they be not certain in event, are they not possible? Are they not probable? Is it not safer to wait with patience 27 years and 3 months longer for the attainment of any degree of population desired or expected? May not our government be more homogeneous, more peaceable, more durable? Suppose 20 millions of Republican Americans thrown all of a sudden into France. What would be the condition of that kingdom? If it would be more turbulent, less happy, less strong, we may believe that the addition of 500,000 of foreigners to our present numbers would produce a similar effect here. If they come of themselves, they are entitled to all the rights of citizenship, but I doubt the expediency of inviting them by extraordinary encouragements. I mean not that these doubts should be extended to the importation of useful artificers. The policy of that measure depends on very different considerations. Spare no expense in obtaining them. They will, after a while, go to the plow and the hoe, but in the meantime, they will teach us something we do not know. It is not so in agriculture. The indifferent state of that among us does not proceed from a want of knowledge merely. It is from our having such quantities of land to waste as we please. In Europe, the object is to make the most of their land, labor being abundant. Here, it is to make the most of our labor, land being abundant. It will be proper to explain how the numbers of the year 1782 have been obtained, as it was not from a perfect census of the inhabitants. It will at the same time develop the proportion between the free inhabitants and slaves. The following return of taxable articles for that year was given in 53,289 free males above the age of 21 years, 211,698 slaves of all ages and sexes, 23,766 not distinguished in the returns but said to be tithable slaves, 195,439 horses, 609,734 cattle, 5,129 wheels of riding carriages, and 191 taverns. There were no returns from the 8 counties of Lincoln, Jefferson, Fayette, Monongalia, Yohogania, Ohio, Northampton, and York. To find the number of slaves which should have been returned instead of the 23,766 tithables, we must mention that some observations on a former census had given reason to believe that the numbers above and below 16 years of age were equal. The double of this number, therefore, to wit, 47,532, must be added to 211,698, which will give us 259,230 slaves of all ages and sexes. To find the number of free inhabitants, we must repeat the observation, that those above and below 16 are nearly equal. But as the number 53,289 omits the males between ages 16 and 21, we must supply them from conjecture. On a more former experiment, it had appeared that about 1/3 of our militia, that is, of males between 16 and 50, were unmarried. Knowing how early marriages take place here, we shall not be far wrong supposing that the unmarried part of our militia are those between 16 and 21 years of age. If there be young men who do not marry till after 21, there are as many who will marry before that age. But as the men above 50 were not included in the militia, we will suppose the unmarried of those between 16 and 21 to be 1/4 of the whole number above 16. Then we have the following calculation. 53,289 free males above 21 years of age, 17,763 males between 16 and 21, 71,052 free males under 16, 142,104 free females of all ages, 284,2 208 free inhabitants of all ages, and 259,230 slaves of all ages. 543,438 inhabitants, exclusive of the 8 counties from which were no returns. In these 8 counties in the years 1779 and 1780 were 3,161 militia. Say then, 3,161 free males above the age of 16, 3,161 ditto under 16, and 6,322 free females. 12,644 free inhabitants in these 8 counties. To find the number of slaves, say, as 284,208 to 259,230, so is 12,644 to 11,532. Adding the third of these numbers to the first and the fourth to the second, we have 296,852 free inhabitants and 270,762 slaves. 567,614 inhabitants of every age, sex, and condition. But 296,852, the number of free inhabitants, are to 270,762, the number of slaves, nearly as 11 to 10. Under the mild treatment of our slave experience, and their wholesome, though coarse, food, this blot in our country increases as fast or faster than the whites. During the regal government, we had at one time obtained a law which imposed such a duty on the importation of slaves, as amounted nearly to a prohibition, when one inconsiderate assembly, placed under a peculiarity of circumstance, repealed the law. This repeal met a joyful sanction from the then sovereign, and no devices, no expedients, which could ever be attempted by subsequent assemblies, and they seldom met without attempting them, could succeed in getting the royal assent to a renewal of the duty. In the first session held under the Republican government, the Assembly passed a law for the perpetual prohibition of the importation of slaves. This will, in some measure, stop the increase of this great political and moral evil, while the minds of our citizens may be ripening for a complete emancipation of human nature. Query 9. The number and condition of the militia and regular troops and their pay. The following is a state of the militia, taken from the returns of 1780 and 1781, except in those counties marked with an asterisk, the returns from which are somewhat older. Westward of the Allegheny: Lincoln County, 600. Jefferson County, 300. Fayette, 156. Monongalia, 1,000. Washington, 829. Montgomery, 1,071. Greenbrier, 502. Ohio, not available. Between the Allegheny and Blue Ridge: Hampshire, 930. Berkeley, 1,100. Frederick, 1,143. Shenandoah, 925. Rockingham, 875. Augusta, 1,375. Rockbridge, 625. Boutetort, 700. Between the Blue Ridge and Tidewaters: Loudon, 1,746. Fauquier, 1,078. Culpeper, 1,513. Spotsylvania, 480. Orange, 600. Louisa, 603. Goochland, 550. Fluvanna, 296. Albemarle, 873. Amherst, 896. Buckingham, 625. Bedford, 1,300. Henry, 1,004. Pittsylvania, 725. Halifax, 1,139. Charlotte, 612. Prince Edward, 589. Cumberland, 408. Powhatan, 330. Amelia, 1,125. Lunenburg, 677. Mecklenburg, 1,100. Brunswick, 559. On the tide waters and in that parallel, between James River and Carolina, Greensville, 500. Dinwiddie, 750. Chesterfield, 655. Prince George, 382. Surrey, 380. Sussex, 700. Southampton, 874. Isle of Wight, 600. Nansmond, 644. Norfolk, 880. Prince Anne, 594. Between James and York Rivers, Henrico, 619. Hanover, 706. New Kent, 418. Charles City, 286. James City, 235. Williamsburg, 129. York, 244. Warwick, 100. Elizabeth City, 182. Between York and Rappahannock, Caroline, 805. King William, 436. King and Queen, 500. Essex, 468. Middlesex, 210. Gloucester, 850. Between Rappahannock and Potomac, Fairfax, 652. Prince William, 614. Stafford, 500. King George, 483. Richmond, 412. Westmoreland, 544. Northumberland, 630. Lancaster, 302. Eastern Shore, Accomac, 1208. Northampton, 430. Whole militia of the state, 49,971. Every able-bodied freeman between the ages of 16 and 50 is enrolled in the militia. Those of every county are formed into companies, and these again into one or more battalions, according to the numbers of the county. They are commanded by colonels and other subordinate officers, as in the regular service. In every county is a county lieutenant, who commands the whole militia of his county, but ranks only as a colonel in the field. We have no general officers always existing. These are appointed occasionally when an invasion or insurrection happens, and their commission determines with the occasion. The governor is head of the military, as well as civil power. The law requires every militiaman to provide himself with the arms useful in the regular service. But this injunction was always indifferently complied with, and the arms they have been so frequently called for to arm the regulars, that in the lower parts of the country they are entirely disarmed. In the middle of the country, a fourth or fifth part of them may have such firelocks as they had provided to destroy the noxious animals which infest their farms, and on the western side of the Blue Ridge they are generally armed with rifles. The pay of our militia, as well as of our regulars, is that of the Continental regulars. The condition of our regulars, of whom we have none but Continentals, and part of a battalion of state troops, is so constantly on the change that a state of it at this day would not be its state of it a month hence. It is much the same with the condition of the other Continental troops, which is well enough known. Query 10. The Marine. Before the present invasion of this state by the British under the command of General Phillips, we had 3 vessels of 16 guns, 1 of 14, 5 small galleys, and 2 or 3 armed boats. They were generally so badly manned as seldom to be in condition for service. Since the perfect possession of our rivers assumed by the enemies, I believe we are left with a single armed boat only. Query 11. A description of the Indians established in that state. When the first effectual settlement of our colony was made, which was in 1607, the country from sea coast to the mountains, and from Potomac to the most southern waters of James River, was occupied by upwards of 40 different tribes of Indians. Of these, the Powhatans, the Manahoacs, and Monacans were the most powerful. Those between the sea coast and the falls of the rivers were in amity with one another, and attached to the Powhatans as their link of union. Those between the falls of the rivers and the mountains were divided into two confederacies. The tribes inhabiting the headwaters of the Potomac and Rappahannock being attached to the Manahoacs, and those on the upper parts of James River to the Monacans. But the Monacans and their friends were in amity with the Manahoacs and their friends, and waged joint and perpetual war against the Powhatans. We are told that the Powhatans, Manahoacs, and Monacans spoke languages so radically different that interpreters were necessary when they transacted business. Hence we may conjecture that this was not the case between all the tribes, and probably that each spoke the language of the nation to which it was attached, which we know to have been the case in many particular instances. Very possible there may have been anciently 3 different stocks, each of which, multiplying in a long course of time, had separated into so many little societies. This practice results from the circumstance of having never submitted themselves to any laws, any coercive power, any shadow of government. Their only controls are their manners, and that moral sense of right and wrong, which, like the sense of tasting and feeling, in every man makes a part of his nature. An offense against these is punished by contempt, by exclusion from society, or, where the case is serious, as that of murder, by the individuals whom it concerns. Imperfect as the species of coercion may seem, crimes are very rare among them, insomuch that were it made a question whether no law, as among the savage Americans, or too much law, as among the civilized Europeans, submits man to the greatest evil, one who has seen both conditions of existence would pronounce it to be the last, and that the sheep are happier of themselves than under the care of wolves. It will be said that great societies cannot exist without government. The savages therefore break them into small ones. The territories of the Powhatan Confederacy, south of the Potomac, comprehended about 8,000 square miles, 30 tribes, and 2,400 warriors. Captain Smith tells us that within 60 miles of Jamestown were 5,000 people, of whom 1,500 were warriors. From this we find the proportion of their warriors to their whole inhabitants was as 3 to 10. The Powhatan Confederacy, then, would consist of about 8,000 inhabitants, which was 1 for every square mile, being about the 20th part of our present population in the same territory, and the 100th of that of the British Isles. Besides these were the Nottaways, living on Nottaway River, the Marahans and Tutelos on Marhan River, who were connected to the Indians of Carolina, probably with the Chowanoks. Please see the table on page 100 of the digital edition of Notes on the State of Virginia, linked in the bio below. The preceding table contains a slate of these several tribes, according to their confederacies and geographical situation, with their numbers when we first became acquainted with them, where these numbers are known. The numbers of some of them are again slated as they were in the year 1669, when an attempt was made by the Assembly to enumerate them. Probably, the enumeration is imperfect, and in some measure conjectural, and that a further search into the records would furnish many more particulars. What would be the melancholy sequel of their history may, however, be argued from the census of 1669, by which we discover that the tribes therein enumerated were, in the space of 62 years, reduced to about 1/3 of their former numbers. Spirituous liquors, the smallpox, war, and an abridgment of territory to a people who lived principally on the spontaneous productions of nature, had committed terrible havoc among them, which generation, under the obstacles opposed to it among them, was not likely to make good. That the lands of this country were taken from them by conquest, and is not so general a trust as is supposed. I find in our historians and records repeated proofs of purchase, which cover a considerable part of the lower country, and many more would doubtless be found on further search. The upper country, we know, has been acquired altogether by purchases made in the most unexceptionable form. Westward of all these tribes, beyond the mountains, and extending to the Great Lakes, were the Massawomics, a most powerful confederacy, who harassed unremittingly the Powhatans and the Manahoics. These were probably the ancestors of the tribes known at present by the name of the Six Nations. Very little can now be discovered of the subsequent history of these tribes severally. The Chickahominese removed, about the year 1661, to Mattapony River. Their chief, with one from each of the tribes of the Pamunkes and Mattaponis, attended the Treaty of Albany in 1685. This seems to have been the last chapter in their history. They retained, however, their separate names so late as 1705, and were at length blended with the Pamunkes and the Mattaponis, and exist at present only under their names. There remain of the Mattaponis 3 or 4 men only, and they have more Negro than Indian blood in them. They have lost their language, have reduced themselves by voluntary sales to about 50 acres of land, which lie on the river of their own name, and have from time to time been joining the Pamunkes, from whom they are distant but 10 miles. The Pamunkes are reduced to about 10 or 12 men, tolerably pure from mixture with other colors. The older ones among them preserve their language in a small degree, which are the last vestiges on earth, as far as we know, of the Powhatan language. They have about 300 acres of very fertile land on the Pamunkey River, so encompassed by water that a gate shuts it in the whole. Of the Nottaways, not a male is left. A few women constitute the remains of that tribe. They are seated on Nottaway River in Southampton County on very fertile lands. At a very early period, certain lands were marked out and appropriated to these tribes and were kept from encroachment by the authority of the laws. They have usually had trustees appointed, whose duty it was to watch over their interests and guard them from insult and injury. The Monacans and their friends, better known latterly by the name of Tuscaroras, were probably connected with the Massawomics, or Five Nations. For though we are told their languages were so different that the intervention of interpreters was necessary between them, yet do we also learn that the Irigas, a nation formerly inhabiting on the Ohio, were of the same original stock with the Five Nations, and that they partook also of the Tuscarora language. Their dialects might, by long separation, have become so unlike as to be unintelligible to one another. We know that in 1712 the Five Nations received the Tuscaroras into their confederacy, and made them the Sixth Nation. They received the Marahins and Tutelos also in their protection, and it is most probable that the remains of many of the other tribes, of whom we find no particular account, retired westwardly in like manner and were incorporated with one another of the western tribes. I know of no such thing existing as an Indian monument, for I would not honor with that name arrow points, stone hatchets, stone pipes, and half-sharpened images. Of labor on a large scale, I think there is no remain as respectable as would be a common ditch for the draining of lands, unless indeed it be the barrows, of which many are to be found all over this country. These are of different sizes, some of them constructed of earth and some of loose stones. That they were repositories of the dead had been obvious to all, but on what particular occasion constructed was a matter of doubt. Some have thought they covered the bones of those who had fallen in battles fought on the spot of the interment. Some ascribe them to the custom, said to prevail among the Indians, of collecting at certain periods the bones of all their dead, wheresoever deposited at the time of death. Others again suppose them the general sepulchres for towns, conjectured to have been on or near these grounds, and this opinion was supported by the quality of the lands in which they are found, those constructed of earth being generally in the softest and most fertile meadow grounds on riversides, and by a tradition said to be handed down from the aboriginal Indians, that when they settled in a town, the first person who died was placed erect, and earth put around him, so as to cover and support him, that when another died, a narrow passage was dug to the first. The second reclined against him, and the cover of earth replaced, and so on. There being one of these in my neighborhood, I wished to satisfy myself whether any and which of these opinions were just. For this purpose I determined to open and examine it thoroughly. It was situated on the low grounds of the Rivanna, about 2 miles above its principal fork, and opposite to some hills, on which had been an Indian town. It was of a spheroidal form, of about 40 feet diameter at the base, and had been about 12 feet altitude, though now reduced by the plow to 7.5, having been under cultivation about a dozen years. Before this, it was covered with trees of 12 inches diameter, and round the base was an excavation of 5 feet depth and width, from whence the earth had been taken of which the hollock was formed. I first dug superficially in several parts of it, and came to collections of human bones at different depths, from 6 inches to 3 feet below the surface. These were lying in the utmost confusion, some vertical, some oblique, some horizontal, and directed to every point of the compass, entangled and held together in clusters by the earth. Bones of the most distant parts were found together, as, for instance, the small bones of the foot in the hollow of a skull. Many skulls would sometimes be in contact, lying on the face, on the side, on the back, top, or bottom, so as on the whole to give the idea of bones emptied promiscuously from a bag or basket, and covered over with earth without any attention to their order. The bones of which the greatest number remained were skulls, jawbones, teeth, the bones of the arms, thighs, legs, feet, and hands. A few ribs remained, some vertebrae of the neck and spine without their processes, and one instance of only bone which serves as the base of the vertebral column. The skulls were so tender that they generally fell to pieces on being touched. The other bones were stronger. There were some teeth which were judged to be smaller than those of an adult, a skull which, on a slight view, appeared to be that of an infant, but it fell to pieces on being taken out, so as to prevent satisfactory examination. A rib and a fragment of the underjaw of a person about half grown, another rib of an infant, and a part of the jaw of a child, which had not yet cut its teeth. The last furnishing the most decisive proof of the burial of children here, I was particular in my attention to it. It was part of the right half of the underjaw. The processes by which it was articulated to the temporal bones were entire, and the bone itself to where it had been broken off, which, as nearly as I could judge, was about the place of the eye tooth. Its upper edge, wherein would have been the sockets of the teeth, were perfectly smooth, measuring it with that of an adult by placing their hinder processes together. It's broken and extended to the penultimate grinder of the adult. This bone was white, all the others of a sand color. The bones of infants being soft, they probably decay sooner, which might be the cause so few were found here. I proceeded then to make a perpendicular cut through the body of the barrow, that I might examine its internal structure. This passed about 3 feet from its center, was open to the former surface of the earth, and was wide enough for a man to walk through and examine its sides. At the bottom, that is, on the level of the circumjacent plain, I found bones. Above these a few stones, brought from a cliff a quarter mile off, and from the river 1/8 of a mile off, then a large interval of earth, then a stratum of bones, and so on. At one end of the section were 4 strata of bones plainly distinguishable, at the other 3, the strata in one part not ranging with those in another. The bones nearest the surface were least decayed. No holes were discovered in any of them, as if made with bullets, arrows, or other weapons. I conjecture that in this barrow might have been 1,000 skeletons. Every one will readily seize the circumstances above related, which militate against the opinion that it covered the bones only of persons fallen in battle, and against the tradition also, which would make it the common sepulchre of town, in which the bodies were placed upright and touching each other. Appearances certainly indicate that it has derived both origin and growth from the customary collection of bones and deposition of them together, that the first collection had been deposited on the common surface of the earth, a few stones put over it, and then a covering of earth, that the second had been laid on this, had covered more or less of it in proportion to the number of bones, and was then covered with earth, and so on. The following are the particular circumstances which give it this aspect. 1. The number of bones. 2. Their confused position. 3. Their being in different strata. 4. The strata in one part having no correspondence with those in another. 5. the different states of decay in these strata, which seem to indicate a difference in time of inhumation, and 6, the existence of infant bones among them. But whatever occasion they may have been made, they are of considerable notoriety among the Indians, for a passing party about 30 years ago, through the part of the country where this barrow is, went through the woods directly to it, without any instructions or enquiry, and having stayed about in it some time, with expressions which were construed to be those of sorrow, they returned to the high road, which they had left about a dozen miles to pay this visit, and pursued their journey. There is another barrow, much resembling this in the low grounds of the south branch of Shenandoah, where it is crossed by the road leading from the Rockfish Gap to Staunton. Both of these have, within these dozen years, been cleared of their trees and put under cultivation, are much reduced in their height, and spread in width by the plow, and will probably disappear in time. There is another on a hill in the Blue Ridge Mountains, a few miles north of Wood's Gap, which is made up of small stones thrown together. This has been opened and found to contain human bones, as the others do. There are also many others in the other parts of the country. Great question has arisen from whence came those aboriginal inhabitants of America. Discoveries, long ago made, were sufficient to show that a passage from Europe to America has always been practicable, even to the imperfect navigation of ancient times. In going from Norway to Iceland, from Iceland to Groenland, and from Groenland to Nablador, the first traject is the wildest, and this having been practiced from the earliest times of which we have any account of that part of the earth, it is not difficult to suppose that the subsequent trajects may have been sometimes passed. Again, the late discoveries of Captain Cook, coasting from Kamchatka to California, has proven that if the two continents of Asia and America be separated at all, it is only by a narrowest strait. So that from this side also inhabitants may have passed into America. And the resemblance between the Indians of America and the eastern inhabitants of Asia would induce us to conjecture that the former are the descendants of the latter, or the latter of the former, excepting, indeed, the Eskimo who, from the same circumstance of resemblance and from identity of language, must be derived from the Greenlanders, and these probably from some of the northern parts of the old continent. A knowledge of their several languages would be the most certain evidence of their derivation which could be produced. In fact, it is best proof of the affinity of nations which ever can be referred to. How many ages have elapsed since the English, the Dutch, the Germans, the Swiss, the Norwegians, Danes, and Swedes have separated from their common stock? Yet, how many more must elapse before the proofs of their common origin, which exist in their several languages, will disappear? It is to be lamented, then, very much to be lamented, that we have suffered so many of the Indian tribes already to extinguish, without our having previously collected and deposited in the records of literature the general rudiments, at least, of the languages they spoke. Were vocabularies formed of all the languages spoken in North and South America, preserving their appellations of the most common objects in nature, of those which must be present to every nation, barbarous or civilized, with the inflections of their nouns and verbs, their principles of regimen and concord, and those deposited in all the public libraries, it would furnish opportunities to those skilled in the languages of the Old World to compare them with these now or at any time in the future, and hence to construct the best evidence of the derivation of this part of the human race. But imperfect as our knowledge of the tongues spoken in America, it suffices to discover the following remarkable fact. Arranging them under the radical ones to which they may be palpably traced, and doing the same by those of red men of Asia, there will be found probably 20 in America, for 1 in Asia, of those radical languages, so called because, if they were ever the same, they have lost all resemblances to one another. A separation into dialects may be the work of only a few ages, but for 2 dialects to recede from one another until they have lost all vestiges of their common origin must require an immense course of time, perhaps not less than many people give to the age of the earth. A greater number of these radical changes of languages have taken place among the red men of America, proves them of greater antiquity than those of Asia. I will now proceed to state the nations and numbers of the Aborigines. which still exist in a respectable and independent form, and as their undefined boundaries would render it difficult to specify those only which may be within any certain limits, and it may not be unacceptable to present a more general view of them, I will reduce within the form of catalogue all those within and circumjacent to the United States whose names and numbers have come to my notice. These are taken from 4 different lists, the first of which was given in the year 1759 to General Stanwix by George Croghan, Deputy Agent for Indian Affairs under Sir William Johnson. The second was drawn up by a French trader of considerable note, resident among the Indians many years, and annexed to Colonel Bouquet's printed accounts of his expedition in 1764. The third was made out by Captain Hutchins, who visited most of the tribes by order for the purpose of learning their numbers in 1768, and the fourth by John Dodge, an Indian trader in 1779, except the numbers marked with an asterisk, which are from other information. Please see the table on page 109, 110, 11, 12, 13 for a more detailed look at the native population at the time, at the digital version of Notes on the State of Virginia in the link below. But apprehending these might be different appellations for some of the tribes already enumerated, I have not inserted them in the table, but state them separately as worthy of further inquiry. The variations observable in numbering the same tribe may sometimes be ascribed to imperfect information, and sometimes to a greater or less comprehension of settlements under the same name. Query 12. A notice of the counties, cities, townships, and villages. The counties have been enumerated under Query 9. They are 74 in number, of very unequal size and population. Of these, 35 are on the tide waters, or in that parallel. 23 are in the Midlands, between the tide waters and Blue Ridge Mountains, 8 between the Blue Ridge and Allegheny, and 8 westward of the Allegheny. The state, by another division, is formed into parishes, many of which are commensurate with the counties, but sometimes a county comprehends more than one parish, and sometimes a parish more than one county. This division had related to the religion of the state, a parson of the Anglican Church with a fixed salary having been heretofore established in each parish. The care of the poor was another object of the parochial division. We have no townships. Our country begins being much intersected with navigable waters, and trade brought generally to our doors, instead of our being obliged to go in quest of it, has probably been one of the causes why we have no towns of any consequence. Williamsburg, which till the year 1780 was the seat of our government, never contained above 1,800 inhabitants, and Norfolk, the most populous town we ever had, contained but 6,000. Our towns, but more properly our villages or hamlets, are as follows. On James River and its waters, Norfolk, Portsmouth, Hampton, Suffolk, Smithfield, Williamsburg, Petersburg, Richmond, the seat of our government, Manchester, Charlottesville, New London. On York River and its waters, York, Newcastle, Hanover. On Rappahannock, Urbana, Port Royal, Fredericksburg, Falmouth. On Potomac and its waters, Dumfries, Colchester, Alexandria, Winchester, Staunton. On Ohio, Louisville. There are other places at which, like some of the foregoing, the laws have said there shall be towns, but nature has said there shall not, and they have remained unworthy of enumeration. Norfolk will probably be the emporium for all the trade of the Chesapeake Bay and its waters, and a canal of 8 or 10 miles will bring it, all that of Albemarle Sound and its waters. Second to this place are the towns at the head of the tide waters, to wit, Petersburg on Appomattox, Richmond on James River, Newcastle on York River, Alexandria on Potomac, and Baltimore on Patapsco. From these, the distribution will be to subordinate situations in the country. Accidental circumstances, however, may control the indications of nature, and in no instances do they do it more frequently than in the rise and fall of towns. Query 13. The Constitution of the State and its several charters. Queen Elizabeth, by her letters patent, bearing date March 25th, 1584, licensed Sir Walter Raleigh to search for remote heathen lands, not inhabited by Christian people, and granted to him, in fee simple, all the soil within 200 leagues of the places where his people should, within 6 years, make their dwellings or abidings, reserving only to herself and her successors their allegiance, and 1/5 part of all the gold and silver ore they should obtain. Sir Walter immediately sent out 2 ships, which visited Mocacoan Island in North Carolina, and the next year dispatched 7 with 107 men, who settled in Roanoke Island, about latitude 30 degrees 50. Here, Ochizco, king of the Wepomayocs, in a full council of his people, is said to have acknowledged himself the homager of the Queen of England, and, after her, of Sir Walter Raleigh. A supply of 50 men were sent in 1586 and 150 in 1587. With these last, Sir Walter sent a governor, appointed him 12 assistants, gave them a charter of incorporation, and instructed them to settle on Chesapeake Bay. They landed, however, at Hatteras. In 1588, when a fleet was ready to sail with a new supply of colonists and necessaries, they were detained by the Queen to assist against the Spanish Armada. Sir Walter, having now expended 40,000 in these enterprises, obstructed occasionally by the Crown, without a shilling of aid from it, it was under a necessity of engaging others to adventure their money. He therefore, by deed bearing date the 7th of March, 1589, by the name of Sir Walter Raleigh, Chief Governor, Assamacomic, probably Acomic, alias Wingaducoia, alias Virginia, granted to Thomas Smith and others, in consideration of their adventuring, certain sums of money, liberty of trade to his new country, free from all customs and taxes for 7 years, excepting the 5th part of the gold and silver are to be obtained, and stipulated with them and the other assistants, then in Virginia, that he would confirm the deed of incorporation which he had given in 1587, with all the prerogatives, jurisdictions, royalties, and privileges granted to him by the Queen. Sir Walter at different times sent 5 other adventurers hither, the last of which in 1602, for in 1603 he was attainted and put into close imprisonment, which put an end to his cares over his infant colony. What was the particular fate of the colonists he had before sent and seated has never been known, whether they were murdered or incorporated with the savages. Some gentlemen and merchants, supposing that by the attainder of Sir Walter Raleigh the grant to him was forfeited, not inquiring over carefully whether the sentence of an English court could affect lands not within the jurisdiction of that court, petitioned King James for a new grant of Virginia to them. He accordingly executed a grant to Sir Thomas Gates and others, bearing the date the 9th of March, 1607, under which in the same year a settlement was effected at Jamestown, and ever after maintained. Of this grant, however, no particular notice needed to be taken, as it was superseded by the letters patent of the same king of May 23, 1609, to the Earl of Salisbury and others, incorporating them by the name of the Treasurer and Company of Adventurers and Planters of the City of London for the first colony in Virginia, granting to them and their successors all the lands in Virginia from Point Comfort along the sea coast to the northward 200 miles, and from the same point along the sea coast southward 200 miles, and all the space from this precinct on the sea coast up into the land, west and northwest from sea to sea, and the islands within 100 miles of it, with all the commodities, jurisdictions, royalties, privileges, franchises, and preeminences within the same, and thereto and thereabouts by sea and land, appertaining in as an ample manner, as had before been granted to any adventurer, to be held of the king and his successors in common socage, yielding 1/5 part of the gold and silver ore to be therein found, for all manner of services, establishing a council in England for the direction of the enterprise, the members of which were to be chosen and displaced by the voice of the majority of the company and adventurers, and were to have the nomination and revocation of governors, officers, and ministers, which by them should be thought needful for the colony. The power of establishing laws and forms of government and magistracy, obligatory not only within the country but also on the seas and going and coming to and from it, authorizing them to carry thither any persons who should consent to go, freeing them forever from all taxes and impositions on any goods or merchandise on importation into the colony or exportation out of it, except the 5% due for customs on all goods imported into the British dominions, according to the ancient trade of merchants, which 5% only being paid, they might, within 13 months, re-export the same goods into foreign parts, without any custom, tax, or other duty to the king or any of his officers or deputies, with powers of waging war against those who should annoy them, giving to the inhabitants of the colony all the rights of natural subjects, as if born and abiding in England, and declaring that these letters should be construed in all doubtful parts in such manner as should be most for the benefit of the grantees. Afterwards, on the 12th of March, 1612, by the other letters patent, the king added to his former grants all islands in any part of the ocean between the 30th and 41st degrees of latitude, and within 300 leagues of any of the parts before granted to the treasurer and company, not being possessed or inhabited by any other Christian prince or state, nor within the limits of the northern colony. In pursuance of the authorities given to the company by these charters, and more especially of that part in the Charter of 1609, which authorized them to establish a form of government, they, on the 24th of July, 1621, by charter under their common seal, declared that from thenceforth there should be two supreme councils in Virginia, the one to be called the Council of the State, to be placed and displaced by the treasurer, council in England, and company from time to time, whose office was to be that of assisting and advising the governor, the other to be called the General Assembly, to be convened by the governor once yearly or oftener, which was to consist of the Council of State and two burgesses out of every town, hundred, or plantation to be respectfully chosen by the inhabitants. In this all matters were to be decided by the greater part of the votes present, reserving to the governor a negative voice, and they were to have the power to treat, consult, and conclude all emergent occasions concerning the public will, and to make laws for the behalf and government of the colony, imitating and following the laws and policy of England as nearly as might be, providing that these laws should have no force till ratified in a general court of the company in England, and returned under their common seal, and declaring that, after the government of the colony should be well framed and settled, no orders of the council in England should bind the colony unless ratified in the said General Assembly. The king and company quarreled, and by mixture of law and force, the latter were ousted of all their rights, without retribution, after having expended £100,000 in establishing the colony without the smallest aid from government. King James suspended their powers by proclamation of July 15, 1624, and Charles I took the government into his own hands. Both sides had their partisans in the colony, but in truth, the people of the colony in general thought themselves little concerned in the dispute. There being three parties interested in these several charters, what passed between the first and second it was thought could not affect the third. If the king seized on the powers of the company, they only passed into other hands, without increase or diminution, while the rights of the people remained as they were. But they did not remain so long. The northern parts of the country were granted away to the Lords Baltimore and Fairfax, the first of these obtaining also the rights of separate jurisdiction and government. And in 1650, the Parliament, considering itself as standing in the place of their deposed king, and as having succeeded to all his powers without as well within the realm, began to assume a right over the colonies, passing an act for inhibiting their trade with foreign nations. This succession to the exercise of the kingly authority gave the first color for parliamentary interference with the colonies, and produced that fatal precedent which they continued to follow after they had retired in other respects, within their proper functions. When this colony, therefore, which still maintained its opposition to Cromwell in the Parliament, was induced in 1651 to lay down their arms, they previously secured their most essential rights by a solemn convention, which, having never seen in print, I will here insert literally from the records. Articles agreed on and concluded at James City in Virginia for the surrendering and settling of the plantation under the obedience and government of the Commonwealth of England by the Commissioners of the Council of State, by authority of the Parliament of England, and by the Grand Assembly of the Governor, Council, and Burgesses of that country. First, it is agreed and contested that the plantation of Virginia and all the inhabitants thereof shall be and remain in due obedience and subjugation to the Commonwealth of England, according to the laws there established, and that this submission and subscription be acknowledged a voluntary act, not forced nor constrained by a conquest upon the country, and that they shall have and enjoy such freedoms and privileges as belong to the free-born people of England, and that the former governor by the commissions and instructions be void and null. Secondly, the Grand Assembly as formerly shall convene and transact the affairs of Virginia, wherein nothing is to be acted or done contrary to that government of the Commonwealth of England and the laws there established. Thirdly, that there shall be a full and total remission and indemnity of all acts, words, and writings done or spoken against the Parliament of England in relation to the same. Fourthly, that Virginia shall have and enjoy the antient bounds and limits granted by the charters of the former kings, and that we shall seek a new charter from the Parliament to that purpose against any that have entrenched upon their rights thereof. Fifthly, that all the patents of land granted under the colony sale by any of the precedent governors shall be and remain in their full force and strength. Sixthly, that the privilege of having 50 acres of land for every person transported in that colony shall continue as formerly granted. Seventhly, that the people of Virginia have free trade as the people of England do enjoy to all places and with all nations according to the laws of that commonwealth, and that Virginia shall enjoy all privileges equal with any English plantations in America. Eighthly, that Virginia shall be free from all taxes, customs, and impositions whatsoever, and none to be imposed on them without consent of the Grand Assembly, and so that neither forts nor castles be erected or garrisons maintained without their consent. Ninthly, that no charge shall be required from this country in respect of this present fleet. Tenthly, that for the future settlement of the country in their due obedience the engagement shall be tendered to all the inhabitants according to act of Parliament made to that purpose, that all persons who shall refuse to subscribe to that said agreement shall have a year's time, if they please, to remove themselves and their estates out of Virginia, and in the meantime during the said year to have equal justice as formerly. 11thly, that the use of the Book of Common Prayer shall be permitted for 1 year, ensuing with the reference to the consent of the major part of the parishes, provided that those things which relate to kingship or that government be not used publicly, and that continuance of ministers in their places, they not misdemeaning themselves, and the payment of their accustomed dues and agreements made with them respectively, shall be left as they are now stand during the ensuing year. 12thly, that no man's cattle shall be questioned as the company's unless such has been entrusted with them or have disposed of them without order. 13thly, that all ammunition, powder, and arms, other than for private use, shall be delivered up, security being given to make a satisfaction for it. 14thly, that all goods already bought hither by the Dutch or others which are now on shore shall be free from surprisal. 15thly, that the quadrupeds granted unto us by the late king for 7 years be confirmed. 16thly, that the commissioners for the Parliament subscribing these articles engage themselves in the honor of the Parliament for the full performance thereof, and that the present governor and the council and the burgesses do likewise subscribe and engage the whole colony on their parts. Richard Bennett, seal. William Claiborne, seal. Edmund Curtis, seal. These articles were signed and sealed by the Commissioners of the Council of State for the Commonwealth of England the 12th day of March, 1651. Then follow the articles stipulated by the governor and council, which relate merely to their own persons and property, and then the ensuing instruments. An act of indemnity made at the surrender of the country. Whereas by the authority of the Parliament of England, we the commissioners appointed by the Council of State, authorized thereto, having brought a fleet and force before James City and in Virginia, to reduce that colony under the obedience of the Commonwealth of England, and finding force raised by the governor and country to make opposition against said fleet, whereby assured danger appearing of the ruin and destruction of the plantation, for prevention whereof the burgesses of all the several plantations being called to advise and assist therein, upon long and serious debate, and in sad contemplation of the great miseries and certain destruction which were so nearly hovering over the whole country, we, the said commissioners, have thought fit and condescended and granted to sign and confirm under our hands, seals, and by our oath, articles bearing date with these presents, and do further declare that by the authority of the Parliament and Commonwealth of England derived unto us their commissioners, that according to the articles in general we have granted an act of indemnity and oblivion to all the inhabitants of this colony from all words, actions, or writings that have been spoken, acted, or writ against the Parliament or Commonwealth of England, or any other person, from the beginning of the world to this day. And this we have done, that all the inhabitants of the colony may live quietly and securely under the Commonwealth of England. And we do promise that the Parliament and Commonwealth of England shall confirm and make good all those transactions of ours. Witness our hands and seals this 12th of March, 1651. Richard Bennett, seal. William Claiborne, seal. Edmund Curtis, seal. The colony supposed that by this solemn convention, entered into with arms in their hands, they had secured the ancient limits of their country, its free trade, its exemption from taxation, but by their own assembly and exclusion of military force from among them. Yet, in every of these points was this convention violated by subsequent kings and parliaments, and other infractions of their constitution, equally dangerous, committed. Their General Assembly, which was composed of the Council of State and burgesses, sitting together and deciding by plurality of votes, was split into two houses, by which the Council obtained a separate negative on their laws. Appeals from their Supreme Court, which had been fixed by law in their General Assembly, were arbitrarily revoked to England, and to be there heard before the King and Council. Instead of 400 miles on the sea coast, they were reduced in the space of 30 years to about 100 miles. Their trade with foreigners was totally suppressed, and when carried to Great Britain, was there loaded with imposts. It is unnecessary, however, to glean up the several instances of injury as scattered through America and British history, and the more especially as, by passing on to the accession of the present king, we shall find specimens of them all, aggravated, multiplied, and crowded within a small compass of time, so as to evince a fixed design of considering our rights natural, conventional, and chartered as merely nullities. The following is an epitome of the first 15 years of his reign. The colonies were taxed internally and externally, their essential interests sacrificed to individuals in Great Britain, their legislatures suspended, charters annulled, trials by juries taken away, the persons subjugated to transportation across the Atlantic and to trial before foreign judiciatories, their supplications for redress thought beneath answer, themselves published as cowards in the councils of their mother country and courts of Europe, armed troops sent among them to enforce submission to these violences, and actual hostilities commenced against them. No alternative was presented but resistance or unconditional submission. Between these could be no hesitation. They closed in the appeal to arms. They declared themselves independent states. They confederated together into one great republic, thus securing to every state the benefit of a union of their whole force. In each state, separately, a new form of government was established. Of ours, particularly, the following are the outlines. The executive powers are lodged into the hands of the governor, chosen annually, and incapable of acting more than 3 years and 7. He is assisted by a council of 8 members. The judiciary powers are divided among several courts, as will hereafter be explained. Legislation is exercised by two houses of assembly, the one called the House of Delegates, composed of 2 members from each county, chosen annually by the citizens possessing an estate for life in 100 acres of uninhabited land, or 25 acres with a house on it, or in a house or lot in some town. The other called the Senate, consisting of 24 members, chosen quadriennially by the same electors, who for this purpose are distributed into 24 districts. The concurrence of both houses is necessary to the passage of a law. They have the appointment of the governor and council, the judges of the superior courts, auditors, attorney general, treasurer, register of the land office, and delegates to Congress. As this dismemberment of the state had never had its confirmation, but, on the contrary, had always been the subject of protestation and complaint, that it may never be in our own power to raise scruples on that subject, or to distribute the harmony of our new confederacy, the grants to Maryland, Pennsylvania, and the 2 Carolinas were ratified. This Constitution was formed when we were new and unexperienced in the science of government. It was the first, too, which was formed in the whole United States. No wonder, then, that time and trial have discovered very capital defects in it. 1. The majority of the men in the state, who pay and fight for its support, are unrepresented in the legislature. The roll of freeholders entitled to vote, not including generally the half of those on the roll of the militia, or of the tax gatherers. 2. Among those who share the representation, the shares are very unequal. Thus, the county of Warwick, with only 100 fighting men, has an equal representation with the county of Loudoun, which has 1,746. So that every man in Warwick has as much influence in the government as 17 men in Loudoun. But left it should be thought that an equal interspersion of a small among large counties through the whole state may prevent any danger of injury to any particular part of it. We will divide it into districts and show the proportions of land of fighting men and representation in each. Please reference the chart on the digital version of Notes on the State of Virginia, linked in the bio below, on page 125. Of these, 542 are on the eastern shore. Of these, 22,616 are eastward of the meridian of the mouth of the Great Kanawha. An inspection of this table will supply the place of commentaries on it. It will appear at once that 19,000 men, living below the falls of the river, possess half the Senate, and want 4 members only of possessing a majority of the House of Delegates, a more than supplied by the vicinity of their situation to the seat of the government, and, of course, the greater degree of convenience and punctuality with which their members may and will attend the legislature. These 19,000, therefore, living in one part of the country, give law to upwards of 30,000 living in another, and appoint their chief officers, executive and judiciary. From the difference of their situation and circumstances, their interests will often be very different. 3. The Senate is, by its constitution, too homogeneous with the House of Delegates, being chosen by the same electors at the same time and out of the same subjects. The choice falls, of course, on men of the same description. The purpose of establishing different houses of legislation is to introduce the influence of different interests or different principles. Thus, in honesty, and the lords for wisdom, which would be rational reliance if honesty were to be bought with money, and if wisdom were hereditary. In some of the American states, the delegates and senators are so chosen as that the first represent the persons and the second the property of the state. But with us, wealth and wisdom have equal chance for admission into both houses. We do not therefore derive the separation of our legislature into 2 houses, those benefits which a proper complication of principles is capable of producing, and those which alone can compensate the evils which may be produced by their dissensions. 4. All the powers of government, legislative, executive, and judiciary, result to the legislative body. The concentrating these in the same hands is precisely the definition of a despotic government. It will be no alleviation that these powers will be exercised by a plurality of hands, and not by a single one. 173 despots would surely be as oppressive as one. Let those who doubt it turn their eyes to the Republic of Venice. As little will it avail us that they are chosen by ourselves. An elective despotism was not the government we sought for, but one which should not only be founded on free principles, but in which the powers of government should be divided so and balanced among several bodies of magistracy, as that no one should transcend their legal limits, without being effectually checked and restrained by the others. For this reason, that convention, which passed the ordinance of government, laid its foundation on this basis, that the legislative, executive, and judiciary departments should be separate and distinct, so that no person should exercise the powers of more than one of them at the same time. But no barrier was provided between these several powers. The judiciary and executive members were left dependent on the legislative for their subsistence in office, and some of them for their continuance in it. If, therefore, the legislature assumes executive and judiciary powers, no opposition is likely to be made, nor, if made, can it be effectual, because in that case they may put their proceedings into the form of an act of assembly, which will render them obligatory on the other branches. They have accordingly, in many instances, decided rights which should have been left to judiciary controversy, and the direction of the executive during the whole time of their session is becoming habitual and familiar. And this is done with no ill intention. The views of the present members are perfectly upright. When they are let out of their regular province, it is, by art in others, and inadvertence in themselves. And this will probably be the case for some time to come. But it will not be a very long time. Mankind soon learn to make interested uses of every right and power which they possess, or may assume. The public money and public liberty, intended to have been deposited with 3 branches of magistracy, but found inadvertently to be in the hands of only one, will soon be discovered to be sources of wealth and dominion of those who hold them, distinguished too by this tempting circumstance that they are the instrument as well as the object of acquisition. With money we will get men, said Caesar, and with men we will get money. Nor should our assembly be deluded by the integrity of their own purposes, and conclude that these unlimited powers will never be abused, because themselves are not disposed to abuse them. They should look forward to a time, and that not a distant one, when corruption in this, as in the country from which we derive our origin, will have seized the heads of government, and be spread by them through the body of the people, when they will purchase the voices of other people, and make them pay the price. Human nature is the same on every side of the Atlantic, and will be alike influenced by the same causes. The time to guard against corruption and tyranny is before they shall have gotten hold on us. It is better to keep the wolf out of the fold than to trust to drawing his teeth and talons after he shall have entered. To render these considerations the more cogent, we must observe in addition. 5. That the ordinary legislature may alter the Constitution itself. On the discontinuance of assemblies, it became necessary to substitute in their place some other body, competent to the ordinary business of government, and to the calling forth the powers of the state for the maintenance of our opposition to Great Britain. Conventions were therefore introduced, consisting of 2 delegates from each county, meeting together and forming one house, on the plan of the former House of the Burgesses, to whose places they succeeded. These were at first chosen anew for every particular session, but in 1775 they recommended to the people to choose a convention which should continue in office a year. This was done accordingly in April of 1775, and in July the following, that convention passed an ordinance for the election of delegates in the month of April annually. It is well known that in July 1775, a separation from Great Britain and establishment of a republican government had never yet entered into any person's mind. A convention, therefore, chosen under that ordinance, cannot be said to have been chosen for purposes which certainly did not exist in the minds of those who passed it. Under this ordinance, at the annual election in April of 1776, a convention for the year was chosen. Independence and the establishment of a new form of government were not even yet the objects of the people at large. One extract from the pamphlet called Common Sense had appeared in the Virginia papers in February, and copies of the pamphlet itself had gotten into a few hands. But the idea had not been open to the mass of the people in April. Much less can it be said that they had made open their minds in its favor. So that the electors of April in 1776, no more than the legislators of July 1775, not thinking of independence and a permanent republic, could not mean to vest in these delegates powers of establishing them, or any authorities other than those of the ordinary legislature. So far as a temporary organization of government was necessary to render our opposition energetic, so far their organization was valid. But they received in their creation no powers but were given to every legislature before and since. They could not therefore pass an act transcendent to the powers of other legislatures. If the present assembly pass any act and declare it shall be irrevocable by subsequent assemblies, the declaration is merely void, and the act repealable, as other acts are. So fair, and no farther authorized, they organize the government by the ordinance entitled a constitution or form of government. It pretends to no higher authority than the other ordinances of the same session. It does not say that it shall be perpetual, that it shall be unalterable by other legislatures, that it shall be transcendent above the powers of those who, they knew, would have equal power with themselves. Not only the silence of the instrument is a proof that they thought it would be alterable, but their own practice also. For this very convention, meeting as a House of Delegates in General Assembly with the new Senate in the autumn of that year, passed acts of assembly in contradiction to their ordinance of government, and every assembly from that time to this has done the same. I am safe, therefore, in the position that the Constitution itself is alterable by the ordinary legislature. Though this opinion seems founded on the first elements of common sense, yet it is the contrary maintained by some persons. 1, because they say the conventions were vested with every power necessary to make effectual opposition to Great Britain. But to complete this argument, they must go on and say further that the effectual opposition could not be made to Great Britain without establishing a form of government perpetual and unalterable by the legislature, which is not true. An opposition, which at some time or other was to come to an end, could not need a perpetual institution to carry it on, and a government amendable as its defects should be discovered was as likely to be made effectual resistance as one which should be unalterably wrong. Besides, the assemblies were as much vested with all powers requisite for resistance as the conventions were. If therefore these powers included that of modeling the form of government in the one case, they did so in the other. The assemblies then, as well as the conventions, may model the government, that is, that they may alter the ordinance of government. 2. They urge that if the convention had meant that this instrument should be alterable, as their other ordinances were, they would have called it an ordinance, but they have called it a constitution, which ex vi termini means an act above the power of the ordinary legislature. I assume that constitutio, constitutum, statum, lex are convertible terms. Constitutio dictior ius quod ad principe conditur. Constitum quod ab imperatoribus rescriptum statumve est statum idem quod lex. Calvini lexicon juridicum. Constitution and statute were originally the terms of the civil law, and from thence introduced ecclesiastices into the English law. Thus in the Statute 25, constitutions and ordinances are used as synonymous. The term constitution has many other significations in physics and in politics, but in jurisprudence, whenever it is applied to any act of the legislature, it invariably means a statute, law, or ordinance, which is the present case. No inference, then, of a different meaning can be drawn from the adoption of this title. On the contrary, we might conclude that, by their affixing to it a term synonymous with ordinance or statute. But of what consequence is their meaning where their power is denied? If they meant to do more than they had power to do, did this give them power? It is not the name, but the authority, which renders it an act obligatory. Lord Coke says, an article of the statute 11R2C5, that no person should attempt to revoke any ordinance then made is repealed. For such that for that such restraint is against the jurisdiction and power of the Parliament. For INST 42 again and again, though diverse parliament have attempted to restrain subsequent parliaments, yet could they never effected, for the latter parliament hath ever power to abrogate, suspend, qualify, explain, or make void the former in the whole or in any part thereof, notwithstanding any words of restraint, prohibition, or penalty in the former. For it is a maxim in the laws of the Parliament, quod leges posterios priores contrarias abrogant. For INST 43, to get rid of the magic supposed to be in the word Constitution, let us translate it into its definition as given by those who think it above the power of the law. And let us suppose the convention, instead of saying, "We, the ordinary legislature, establish a constitution," had said, "We, the ordinary legislature, establish an act above the power of the ordinary legislature." Does not this expose the absurdity of this attempt? 3. But say they, the people have acquiesced, and this has given it an authority superior to the laws. It is true that the people did not rebel against it, and was that a time for the people to rise in rebellion? Should a prudent acquiescence at a critical time be construed into a confirmation of every illegal thing done during that period? Besides, why should they rebel? At an annual election, they had chosen delegates for the year to exercise the ordinary powers of legislation and to manage the great contest in which they were engaged. These delegates thought the contest would be best managed by an organized government. They, therefore, among others, passed an ordinance of government. They did not presume to call it perpetual and unalterable. They well know they had no power to make it so, that our choice of them had been for no such purpose, and at a time when we could have no such purpose in contemplation. Had an unalterable form of government been meditated, perhaps we should have chosen a different set of people. There was no cause, then, for the people to rise in rebellion. But to what dangerous lengths will this argument lead? Did they acquiesce of the colonies under the various acts of power exercised by Great Britain in our infant state, confirm these acts, and so far invest them with the authority of the people as to render them unalterable, and our present resistance wrong? On every unauthoritative exercise of power by the legislature, must the people rise in rebellion, or their silence be construed into a surrender of that power to them? If so, how many rebellions should we have had already? One certainly for every session of assembly. The other states in the Union have been of opinion that to render a form of government unalterable by ordinary acts of assembly, the people must delegate persons with special powers. They have accordingly chosen special conventions to form and fix their governments. The individuals, then, who maintain the contrary opinion in this country should have the modesty to suppose it possible that they may be wrong and the rest of America is right. But if there be only a possibility of their being wrong, if only a plausible doubt remains of the validity of the ordinance of government, is it not better to remove that doubt by placing it on a bottom which none will dispute? If they be right, we shall only have the unnecessary trouble of meeting once in convention. If they be wrong, they expose us to the hazard of having no fundamental rights at all. True it is, this is no time for deliberating on forms of government. While an enemy is within our bowels, the first object is to expel him. But when this shall be done, when peace shall be established, and leisure given us for entrenching within good forms the rights for which we have bled, let no man be found indolent enough to decline a little more trouble for placing them beyond the reach of question. If anything be more requisite to produce a conviction of the expediency of calling a convention at a proper season to fix our form of government, let it be the reflection. 6. That the assembly exercises a power of determining the quorum of their own body which may legislate for us. After the establishment of the new form, they adhered to the lex majoris partis, founded in common law as common right. It is the natural law of every assembly of men, whose numbers are not fixed by any other law. They continued for some time to require the presence of a majority of their whole number to pass an act, but the British Parliament fixes its own quorum. Our former assemblies fix their own quorum, and one precedent in favor of power is stronger than 100 against it. The House of Delegates, therefore, have lately voted that during the present dangerous invasion, 40 members shall be a house to proceed to business. They have been moved to this by fear of not being able to collect a house, but this danger could not authorize them to call that a house which was none, and if they may fix it at one number, they may at another, till it loses its fundamental character of being a representative body. As this vote expires with the present invasion, it is probable that the former rule will be permitted to revive, because at present no ill is meant. The power, however, of fixing their own quorum has been avowed, and a precedent set. From 40, it may be reduced to 4, and from 4 to 1. From a house to a committee, from a committee to a chairman or speaker, and thus an oligarchy or monarchy be substituted under forms supposed to be regular. Omnia mala exempla exponis orta sunt, sed ubi imperium ad ignaros aut minus bonos pervenit, novum illud exemplum ab dignes et idiones et igdinos et non idionos fetur. When therefore it is considered that there is no legal obstacle to the assumption by the Assembly of all powers legislative, executive, and judiciary, that these may come to the hands of the smallest rag of delegation, surely the people will say, and their representatives, while yet they have honest representatives, will advise them to say, that they will not acknowledge as laws any acts, any not conferred and assented to by the majority part of their delegates. In enumerating the defects of the Constitution, it would be wrong to count among them what is the only error of particular persons. In December of 1776, our circumstances being much distressed, it was proposed in the House of Delegates to create a dictator, invested with every power, legislative, executive, and judiciary, civil and military, of life and death, over our persons and over our properties. And in 1781, again under calamity, the same proposition was repeated, and wanted a few votes only of being passed. One who entered into this contest from a pure love of liberty and a sense of injured rights, who determined to make every sacrifice and to meet every danger for the reestablishment of those rights on a firm basis, who did not mean to expend his blood and substance for the wretched purpose of changing this master for that, but to place the powers of governing him in a plurality of hands of his own choice, so that the corrupt will of no one man might in future oppress him, must stand confounded and dismayed when he is told that a considerable portion of that plurality had meditated the surrender of them to a single hand, and, in lieu of a limited monarch, to deliver him to a despotic one. How must we find his efforts and sacrifices abused and baffled, if he may still, by a single vote, be laid prostrate at the feet of one man? In God's name, from whence they have derived this power, is it from our ancient laws? None such can be produced. Is it from any principle of our new Constitution, expressed or implied? Every lineament of that expression, if that expressed or implied, is in full opposition to it. It is fundamental. Its fundamental principle is that the state shall be governed as a commonwealth. It provides a republican organization, prescribes under the name prerogative, and that the exercise of all powers undefined by the laws places on this basis the whole system of our laws, and, by consolidating them together, chooses that they shall be left to stand or fall together, never providing for any circumstances, nor admitting that such could arise, wherein either should be suspended, no, not for that moment. Our ancient laws expressly declare that those who are but delegates themselves shall not delegate to others powers which require judgment and integrity in their exercise. Or was this proposition moved on a supposed right in the movers of abandoning their posts in a moment of distress? The same laws forbid the abandonment of that post, even on ordinary occasions, and much more a transfer of their powers into other hands and other forms without consulting the people. They never admit the idea that these, like sheep or cattle, may be given from hand to hand without an appeal to their own will. Was it from the necessity of the case? Necessities which dissolve a government do not convey its authority to an oligarchy or monarchy. They throw back into the hands of the people the powers they had delegated and leave them as individuals to shift for themselves. A leader may offer, but not impose himself, nor be imposed on them. Much less can their necks be submitted to his sword, their breath be held at his will or caprice. The necessity which should operate these tremendous effects should at least be palpable and irresistible. Yet in both instances, where it was feared or pretended with us, it was bellied by the event. It was bellied, too, by the preceding experience of our sister states, several of whom had grappled through greater difficulties without abandoning their forms of government. When the proposition was first made, Massachusetts had found even the government of the committees sufficient to carry them through an invasion. But we at the time of that proposition were under no invasion. When the second was made, there had been added to those examples those of Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, in all of which the Republican form had been found equal to the task of carrying them through the severest trials. In this state alone did there exist so little virtue that fear was to be fixed in the hearts of the people, and to become the motive of their exertions and the principle of their government. The very thought alone was treason against the people, was treason against mankind in general, as riveting forever the chains which bow down their necks, by giving their oppressors a proof, which they would have trumpeted through the universe, of the imbecility of republican government in times of pressing danger, to shield them from harm. Those who assure the right of giving away the reins of government in any case must be sure that the herd, whom they hand on to the rods and hatchet of the dictator, will lay their necks on the block when he shall nod to them. But if our assemblies suppose such a resignation in the people, I hope they mistook their character. I am of opinion that the government, instead of being braced and invigorated for greater exertions under their difficulties, would have been thrown back upon the bungling machinery of county committees for administration, till a convention could have been called, and its wheels again set into regular motion. What a cruel moment was this for creating such an embarrassment, for putting to the proof the attachment of our countrymen to the Republican government. Those who meant well, of the advocates for this measure, and most of them meant well, for I know them personally, had been their fellow laborers in the common cause, and had often proved the purity of their principles, had been seduced in their judgment by the example of an ancient republic whose constitution and circumstances were fundamentally different. They had sought this precedent in the history of Rome, where alone it was to be found, and where at length, too, it had proved fatal. They had taken it from a republic rent by most bitter factions and tumults, where the government was of a heavy-handed, unfeeling aristocracy over a people ferocious and rendered desperate by poverty and wretchedness. Tumults which could be not allayed under the most trying circumstances, but by the omnipotent hand of a single despot. Their constitution before allowed a temporary tyrant to be erected under the name of a dictator, and that temporary tyrant, after a few examples, became perpetual. They misapplied this precedent to a people, mild in their disposition, patient under their trial, united for their public liberty, and affectionate to their leaders. But if from the constitution of the Roman government there resulted to their Senate a power of submitting all their rights to the will of one man, does it follow that the Assembly of Virginia have the same authority? What cause in our Constitution has substituted that of Rome, by way of residuary provision, for all cases not otherwise provided for? Or if they step ab libitum into any other form of government for precedents to rule us by, for what oppression may not a precedent be found in this world of the bellum omnium in omnia? Searching for the foundations of this proposition, I can find none which may pretend a color of right or reason. But the defect before developed, that there being no barrier between the legislative, executive, and judiciary departments, the legislature may seize the whole, that having seized it, and possessing a right to fix their own quorum, they may reduce that quorum to one, whom they may call a chairman, speaker, dictator, or by any other name they please. Our situation is indeed perilous, and I hope my countrymen will be sensible of it, and will apply, at a proper season, the proper remedy, which is a convention to fix the Constitution, to amend its defects, to bind up the several branches of government by certain laws, which when they transgress by their acts shall become nullities, to render unnecessary an appeal to the people, or in other words, a rebellion on every infraction of their rights, on the peril that their acquiescence shall be construed into an intention to surrender those rights. Query 14. The administration of justice and description of the laws. The state is divided into counties. In every county are appointed magistrates, called justices of the peace, usually from 8 to 30 or 40 in number, in proportion to the size of the county, of the most discreet and honest inhabitants. They are nominated by their fellows, but commissioned by the governor, and act without reward. These magistrates have jurisdiction both criminal and civil. If the question before them be a question of law only, they decide on it themselves. But if it be of fact, or of fact and law combined, it must be referred to a jury. In the latter case, of a combination of law and fact, it is usual for the jurors to decide the fact, and to refer the law arising on it to the decision of the judges. But this division of the subject lies with their discretion only. And if the question relate to any point of public liberty, or if it be one of those in which the judges may be suspected of bias, the jury undertake to decide both law and fact. If they be mistaken, a decision against right, which is casual only, is less dangerous to the state and less afflicting to the loser than one which makes part of a regular and uniform system. In truth, it is better to toss up cross and pile in a cause than to refer it to a judge whose mind is warped by any motive whatever, in that particular case. But the common sense of 12 honest men gives still a better chance of just decision than the hazard of cross and pile. These judges execute their process by the sheriff or coroner of the county, or by constables of their own appointment. If any free person commit an offense against the commonwealth, if it be below the degree of felony, he is bound by a justice to appear before the court, to answer it on indictment or information. If it amount to a felony, he is committed to jail. A court of these justices is called. If they, on examination, think him guilty, they send him to the jail of the general court, before which he is to be tried first by a grand jury of 24, 13 of whom must concur in opinion. If they find him guilty, he is then tried by a jury of 12 men of the county where the offense was committed, and by their verdict, which must be unanimous, he is acquitted or condemned without appeal. If the criminal be a slave, the trial by the court is final. The county court is final. In every case, however, except that of high treason, there resides in the government a power of pardon. In high treason, the pardon can only flow from the General Assembly. In civil matters, these justices have jurisdiction in all cases of whatever value, not appertaining to the Department of the Admiralty. This jurisdiction is twofold. If the matter in dispute be of less value than $4 1/6, a single member may try it at any time and place within his county, and may award execution on the goods of the party cast. If it be of that or greater value, it is determinable before the county court, which consists of 4 at the least of those justices, and assembles at the courthouse of the county on a certain day in every month. From their determination, if the matter be of the value of £10 or concern the title or bonds of lands, an appeal lies to one of the superior courts. There are 3 superior courts, to wit, the High Court of Chancery, the General Court, and the Court of Admiralty. The first and second of these receive appeals from the county courts, and also have original jurisdiction where the subject of controversy is of the value of £10, or where it concerns the title or bounds of land. The jurisdiction of the Admiralty is original altogether. The High Court of Chancery is composed of 3 judges, the General Court of 5, and the Court of Admiralty of 3. The 2 first hold their sessions at Richmond at stated times. the Chancery twice in the year, and the General Court twice for business, civil, and criminal, and twice more for criminal only. The Court of Admiralty sits at Williamsburg whenever a controversy arises. There is one Supreme Court, called the Court of Appeals, composed of the judges of the three superior courts, assembling twice a year at stated times at Richmond. This court receives appeals in all civil cases from each of the superior courts and determines them finally, but it has no original jurisdiction. If a controversy arise between two foreigners of a nation in alliance with the United States, it is decided by the consul for their state, or, if both parties choose it, by the ordinary courts of justice. If one of the parties only be such a foreigner, it is triable before the courts of justice of the country. But if it shall have been instituted in a county court, the foreigner may remove it into the general court, or court of chancery, who are to determine it at their first sessions, as they must also do it if it be originally commenced before them. In cases of life and death, such foreigners have a right to be tried by a jury, the one half foreigners and the other natives. All public accounts are settled with a board of auditors, consisting of 3 members, appointed by the General Assembly, any 2 of whom may act. But an individual, dissatisfied with the determination of that board, may carry his case into the proper superior court. A description of the laws. The General Assembly was constituted, as has been already shown, by letters patent of March the 9th, 1607, in the 4th year of the reign of James I. The laws of England seem to have been adopted by consent of the settlers, which might easily enough be done whilst they were few and living together. Of such adoption, however, we have no other proof than their practice till the year 1661, when they were expressly adopted by an act of the Assembly, except so far as a difference of condition rendered them inapplicable. Under this adoption, the rule in our courts of judicature was that the common law of England and the general statutes previous to the 4th of James were in force here, but that no subsequent statutes were, unless we were named in them, said the judges and other partisans of the crown, but named or not named, said those who reflected freely. It will be unnecessary to attempt a description of the laws of England, as that may be found in English publications. To those which were established here by the adoption of the legislature have been since added a number of acts of assembly passed during the monarchy and ordinances of convention and acts of assembly enacted since the establishment of the republic. The following variations from the British model are perhaps worthy of being specified. Debtors unable to pay their debts and making faithful delivery to their whole effects are released from confinement, and their persons forever discharged from restraint such previous debts, but any property they may afterwards acquire will be subject to their creditors. The poor, unable to support themselves, are maintained by an assessment on the tithable persons in their parish. This assessment is levied and administered by 12 persons in each parish, each called a vestryman, originally chosen by the housekeepers of the parish, but afterwards filling vacancies in their own body by their own choice. These are usually the most discreet farmers, so distributed through their parish, that every part of it may be and they find sufficient inducements to execute their charge well, in their philanthropy, in the approbation of their neighbors, and in the distinction which that gives them. The poor who have neither property, friends, nor strength to labor are boarded in the houses of good farmers, to whom stipulated sum is annually paid. To those who are able to help themselves a little, or have friends from whom they derive some succors, inadequate, however, to their full maintenance, supplementary aids are given, which enable them to live comfortably in their own houses, or in the houses of their friends. Vagabonds, without visible property or vocation, are placed in workhouses, where they are well clothed, fed, lodged, and made to labor. Nearly the same method of providing for the poor prevails through all our states, and from Savannah to Portsmouth you will seldom meet a beggar. In larger towns, indeed, they sometimes present themselves. These are usually foreigners, who have never obtained a settlement in any parish. I never yet saw a native American begging in the streets or highways. A subsistence is easily gained here, and if, by misfortunes, they are thrown on the charities of the world. Those provided by their own country are so comfortable and so certain that they never think of relinquishing them to becoming a strolling beggar. There are situations, too, when sick in the family of a good farmer, where every member is emulous to do them kind offices, where they are visited by all the neighbors, who bring them the little rarities which their sickly appetites may crave, and who take by rotation the nightly watch over them. When their conditions requires it, is without comparison better than the general hospital, where the sick, the dying, and the dead are crammed together in the same rooms, and often in the same beds. The disadvantages, inseparable from general hospitals, are such as can never be counterpoised by all the regularities of medicine and regimen. Nature and kind nursing save a much greater proportion in our plain way, at a smaller expense, and with less abuse. One branch only of a hospital institution is wanting with us. That is, a general establishment for those laboring under difficult cases of chirurgery. The aids of this art are not equivocal, but an able surgeon cannot be had in every parish. Such a receptacle should therefore be provided for those patients, but no others should be admitted. Marriages must be solemnized, either on special license, granted by the first magistrate of the county, on proof of the consent of the parent or guardian of either party under age, or after solemn publication on 3 several Sundays at some place of religious worship, in the parishes where the parties reside. The act of solemnization may be by the minister of any society of Christians, who shall have been previously licensed for this purpose by the court of the county. Quakers and Mennonists, however, are exempted from all these conditions, and marriage among them is to be solemnized by the society itself. A foreigner of any nation, not in open war with us, becomes naturalized by removing to the state to reside, and taking an oath of fidelity, and thereupon acquires every right of a native citizen, and citizens may divest themselves of that character by declaring it by solemn deed or in open court, that they mean to expatriate themselves and no longer be citizens of this state. Conveyances of land must be registered in the court of the county wherein they lie, or in the general court where they are void, as to creditors and subsequent purchasers. Slaves pass by descent and dower as lands do. Where the descent is from a parent, the heir is bound to pay an equal share of their value in money to each of his brothers and sisters. Slaves, as well as lands, were entailable during the monarchy, but, by an act of the First Republican Assembly, all donees in tail, present and future, were vested with the absolute dominion of the entailed subject. Bills of exchange, being protested, carry 10% interest from their date. No person is allowed, in any other case, to take more than 5% per annum simple interest for the loan of moneys. Gaming debts are made void, and monies actually paid to discharge such debts, if they exceed 40 shillings, may be recovered by the payer within 3 months, or by any other person afterwards. Tobacco, flour, beef, pork, tar, pitch, and turpentine must be inspected by persons publicly appointed before they can be exported. The erecting ironworks and mills is encouraged by many privileges, with necessary cautions, however, to prevent their dams from obstructing the navigation of the watercourses. The General Assembly have, on several occasions, shown a great desire to encourage the opening the great falls of James and Potomac rivers. As yet, however, neither of these have been effected. The laws have also descended to the preservation and improvement of the races of useful animals, such as horses, cattle, deer, to the extirpation of those which are noxious, as wolves, squirrels, crows, blackbirds, and to the guarding our citizens against infectious disorders, by obliging suspected vessels coming into the state to perform quarantine, and by regulating the conduct of persons having such disorders within the state. The mode of acquiring lands in the earliest times of our settlement was by petition to the General Assembly. If the lands prayed for were already cleared of the Indian title, and the Assembly thought the prayer reasonable, they passed the property by their vote to the petitioner. But if they had not yet been ceded by the Indians, it was necessary that the petitioner should previously purchase their right. This purchase the Assembly verified by inquiries of the Indian proprietors, and being satisfied of its reality and fairness, proceeded further to examine the reasonableness of the petition and its consistence with policy, and, according to the result, either granted or rejected the petition. The company also sometimes, though very rarely, granted lands independently of the General Assembly. As the colony increased and individual applications for land multiplied, it was found to give too much occupation to the General Assembly to inquire into and execute the grant in every special case. They therefore thought it better to establish general rules, according to which all grants should be made, and to leave to the governor the execution of them under these rules. This they did by what have been usually called the land laws, amending them from time to time as their defects were developed. According to these laws, when an individual wished a portion of unappropriated land, he was to locate and survey it by a public officer, appointed for that purpose. Its breadth was to bear a certain proportion to its length, the grant was to be executed by the governor, and the lands were to be improved in a certain manner within a given time. From these regulations, there resulted to the state a sole and exclusive power of taking conveyances of the Indian right of soil, since, according to them, an Indian conveyance alone could give no right to an individual, which the laws would acknowledge. The state or the crown, therefore, made general purchases of the Indians from time to time, and the governor parceled them out by special grants, conformed to the rules that before described, which it was not in his power, or in that of the crown, to dispense with. Grants unaccompanied by their proper legal circumstances were set aside regularly by scire facies, or by bill in chancery. Since the establishment of our new government, this order of things is but little changed. An individual wishing to appropriate to himself lands still unappropriated by any other pays to the public treasurer a sum of money proportioned to the quantity he wants. He carries the treasurer's receipt to the auditors of public accompts, who thereupon debit the treasurer with the sum, and order the register of the land office to give the party a warrant for his land. With this warrant from the register, he goes to the surveyor of the county, where the land lies on which he casts his eye. The surveyor lays it off for him, gives him its exact description in the form of a certificate, which certificate he returns to the land office, where a grant is made out and is signed by the governor. This vests in him a perfect dominion in his lands, transmissible to whom he pleases by deed or will, or by descent to his heirs if he die intestate. Many of the laws which were enforced during the monarchy being relative merely to that form of government, or inculcating principles inconsistent with republicanism, the first assembly which met after the establishment of the Commonwealth appointed a committee to revise the whole code, to reduce it into proper form and volume, and report it to the Assembly. This work has been executed by 3 gentlemen, and reported, but probably will not be taken up till a restoration of peace shall leave to the legislature leisure to go through such a work. The plan of the revisal was this. The common law of England, by which is meant that part of English law which was anterior to the date of the oldest statutes extant, is made the basis of the work. It was thought dangerous to attempt to reduce it to a text. It was therefore left to be collected from the usual monuments of it. Necessary alterations in that, and so much of the whole body of the British statutes, and of Acts of Assembly, as were thought proper to be retained, were digested into 126 new acts, in which the simplicity of style was aimed at, as far was as safe. The following are the most remarkable alterations proposed. To change the rule of descent, so as that the lands of any person dying intestate shall be divisible equally among all his children, or other representatives in equal degree. To make slaves distributable among the next of kin as other movables. To have all public expenses, whether of the general treasury or of a parish or county, as for the maintenance of the poor, building bridges, courthouses, etc., supplied by assessments on the citizens in proportion to their property. To hire undertakers for keeping the public roads in repair, and indemnify individuals through whose lands new roads shall be opened. To define with precision the rules whereby aliens should become citizens, and citizens make themselves aliens. To establish religious freedom on the broadest bottom. To emancipate all slaves born after passing the act. The bill reported by the revisers does not itself contain this proposition, but an amendment containing it was prepared, to be offered to the legislature whenever the bill should be taken up, and further directing that they should continue with their parents to a certain age, then be brought up, at the public expense, to tillage, arts or sciences, according to their geniuses, till the females should be 18, and the males 21 years of age, when they should be colonized to such a place as the circumstances of the time should render most proper, sending them out with arms, implements of household and of the other handicrafts arts, seeds, pairs of the usual domestic animals, and etc., to declare them a free and independent people, and to extend them our alliance and protection, till they have acquired strength, and to send vessels at the same time to other parts of the world for an equal number of white inhabitants, to introduce whom to migrate hither proper encouragements were to be proposed. It will probably be asked, why not retain and incorporate the blacks into the state, and thus save the expense of supplying by importation of white settlers the vacancies they will leave? Deep-rooted prejudices entertained by the whites, 10,000 recollections by the blacks of the injuries they have sustained, new provocations, the real distinctions which nature has made, and many other circumstances will divide us into parties, and produce convulsions, which will probably never end, but in the extermination of one or the other race. To these objections, which are political, may be added others, which are physical and moral. The first difference which strikes us is that of color. Whether the black of the Negro resides in the reticular membrane between the skin and the scarf skin, or in the scarf skin itself, whether it proceeds from the color of the blood, the color of the bile, or from that of some other secretion, the difference is fixed in nature, and is as real as if its seat and cause were better known to us. And is this difference of no importance? Is it not the foundation of a greater or less share of beauty in the two races? Are not the fine mixtures of red and white the expression of every passion by greater or less suffusions of color in the one, preferable to the eternal monotony which reigns in the countenances, that immovable veil of black which covers all the emotions of the other race? Add to these flowing hair, a more elegant symmetry of form, their own judgment in favor of the whites, declared by their preference of them, as uniformly as is their preference of the Orang-Utan for the black women over those of his own species. The circumstance of superior beauty is thought worthy attention in this propagation of our horses, dogs, and other domestic animals. Why not in that of man? Besides those of color, figure, and hair, there are other physical distinctions proving a difference of race. They have less hair on the face and body, they secrete less by the kidneys, and more by the glands of the skin, which give them a very strong and disagreeable odor. This greater degree of transpiration renders them more tolerant of heat, and less so of cold, than the whites. Perhaps, too, a difference of structure in the pulmonary apparatus, which a late ingenious experimentalist has discovered to be the principal regulator of animal heat, may have been disabled from extricating, in the act of inspiration, so much of that fluid from the outer air, or oblige them in expiration to part with more of it. They seem to require less sleep. A black, after hard labor through the day, will be induced by the slightest amusements to sit up till midnight, or later, though knowing he must be out with the first dawn in the morning. They are at least as brave and more adventuresome. But this may perhaps proceed from a want of forethought, which prevents their seeing a danger till it be present. When present, they do not go through it with more coolness or steadiness than the whites. They are more ardent about after their female, but love seems with them to be more an eager desire than a tender, delicate mixture of sentiment and sensation. Their griefs are transient. Those numberless afflictions which render it doubtful whether heaven was given life to us in mercy or in wrath are less felt and sooner forgotten with them. In general, their existence appears to participate more of a sensation than reflection. To this must be ascribed their disposition to sleep when abstracted from their diversions and unemployment in labor. An animal whose body is at rest and who does not reflect must be disposed to sleep, of course. Comparing them by their faculties of memory, reason, and imagination, it appears to me that in memory they are equal to the whites, in reason much inferior, as I think one would scarcely be found capable of tracing and comprehending the investigations of Euclid, and that in imagination they are dull, tasteless, and anomalous. It would be unfair to follow them to Africa for this investigation. We will not consider them here on the same stage with the whites, and where the facts are not apocryphal, on which a judgment is to be formed, it would be right to make great allowances for the difference of condition, of education, of conversation, of the sphere in which they move. Many millions of them have been brought to and born in America. Most of them, indeed, have confined to tillage, to their own homes, and their own society. Yet many have been so situated that they may have availed themselves of the conversation of their masters. Many have been brought up to the handicraft arts. From that circumstance have always been associated with the whites. Some have been liberally educated, and all have lived in countries where the arts and sciences are cultivated to a considerable degree, and have had before their eyes samples of the best works from abroad. The Indians with no advantages of this kind will often carve figures on their pipes, not destitute of design and merit. They will crayon out an animal, a plant, or a country, so as to prove the existence of a germ in their minds which only wants cultivation. They astonish you with strokes of the most sublime oratory, such as prove their reason and sentiment strong, their imagination glowing and elevated. But yet, never could I find a black that had uttered a thought above the plain narration, never seen an elementary trait of painting or sculpture. In music they are more generally gifted than the whites, with accurate ears for tune and time, and they have been found capable of imagining a small catch. Whether they will be equal to the composition of a more extensive run, or melody, or of complicated harmony is yet to be proved. Misery is often the parent of the most affecting touches in poetry. Among the blacks is misery enough, God knows, but no poetry. Love is the peculiar oestrum of the poet. Their love is ardent, but it kindles the senses only, not the imagination. Religion indeed has produced a Phyllis Whately, but it could not produce a poet. The compositions published under her name are below the dignity of criticism. The heroes of the Dunciad are to her as Hercules to the author of that poem. Ignatius Sancho has approached nearer to merit in composition, yet his letters do more honor to the heart than the head. They breathe the purest effusions of friendship and general philanthropy, and show how great a degree of the latter may be compounded with strong religious zeal. He is often happy in the turn of his compliments, and his style is easy and familiar, except when he affects a Chandine fabrication of words. But his imagination is wild and extravagant, escapes incessantly from every restraint of reason and taste, and, in the course of vagaries, leaves a tract of thought as incoherent and eccentric as is the course of a meteor through the sky. His subjects should often have led him to a process of sober reasoning, yet we find him always substituting sentiment for demonstration. Upon the whole, though, we admit him to the first place among those of his own color who have presented themselves to the public judgment. Yet, when we compare him with the writers of the race among whom he lived, and particularly with the epistolary class, in which he has taken his own stand, we are compelled to enroll him at the bottom of the column. This criticism supposes the letters published under his name to be genuine, and to have received amendment from no other hand, points which would not be of easy investigation. The improvement of the blacks in body and mind, in the first instance of their mixture with the whites, has been observed by everyone, and proves that their inferiority is not the effect merely of their condition of life. We know that among the Romans, about the Augustan age especially, the condition of their slaves was much more deplorable than that of the blacks on the continent of America. The two sexes were confined in separate apartments, because to raise a child cost the master more than to buy one. Cato, for a restricted indulgence to his slaves in this particular, took them from a certain price. But in this country, the slaves multiply as fast as the free inhabitants. Their situation and manners place the commerce between the two sexes almost without restraint. The same Cato, on a principle of economy, always sold his sick and superannuated slaves. He gives it a standing precept to a master visiting his farm to sell his old oxen, old wagons, old tools, old and diseased servants, and everything else becomes useless. Vendat boves vetulos plastrum vetus, veramenta vetera servum senem servum morbosum, et si quid aliud supersit vendat. Cato de rustica. The American slaves cannot enumerate this among the injuries and insults they receive. It was the common practice to expose the island of Eucalypius in the Tiber, diseased slaves whose cure was like to become tedious. The Emperor Claudius, by an edict, gave freedom to such of them as should recover, and first declared that if any person chose to kill rather than to expose them, it should be deemed homicide. The exposing them is a crime of which no instance has existed with us, and were it to be followed by death, it would be punished capitally. We are told of a certain Vettius Pollio, who, in the presence of Augustus, would have given a slave as food to his fish for having broken a glass. With the Romans, the regular method of taking the evidence of their slaves was under torture. Here it has been thought better never to resort to their evidence. When a master was murdered, all his slaves in the same house or within hearing were condemned to death. Here punishment falls on the guilty only, and as precise proof is required against him as against a free man. Yet notwithstanding these and other discouraging circumstances among the Romans, their slaves were often the rarest artists. They excelled too in science, insomuch as to be usually employed as tutors to their masters' children. Epictetus, Terence, and Phaedrus were slaves, but they were of a race of whites. It is not their condition, then, but nature, which has produced the distinction. Whether further observation will or will not verify the conjecture that nature has been less bountiful to them in the endowments of the head, I believe that in those of the heart she will be found to have done them justice. Their disposition to theft, with which they have been branded, must be ascribed to their situation, and not to any depravity of the moral sense. The man, in whose favor no laws of property exist, probably feels himself less bound to respect those made in favor of others. When arguing for ourselves, we lay it down as fundamental that laws, to be just, must give a reciprocation of right, that without this, they are merely arbitrary rules of conduct, founded in force and not in conscience. And it is a problem which I give to the master to solve, whether the religious precepts against the violation of property were not framed for him as well as his slave, and whether the slave may not as justifiably take a little from one who has taken all from him, as he may slay one who would slay him. That a change in the relations in which a man is placed should change his ideas of moral right and wrong is neither new nor peculiar to the color of the blacks. Homer tells us, as it was 2,600 years ago, Emusigart areles apoenute Europa zus haneros eut an minkata dolion ama elisin. Jove fixed it certain that whatever day man makes a slave takes half his worth away. But the slaves of which Homer speaks were white, notwithstanding these considerations which must weaken the respect for the laws of property. We find among them numerous instances of the most rigid integrity, and as many as among their better instructed masters, of benevolence, gratitude, and unshaken fidelity. The opinion that they are inferior in the faculties of reason and imagination must be hazarded with great dissidence. To justify a general conclusion requires many observations, even where the subject may be submitted to the anatomical knife, to optical glasses, to analysis by fire or by solvents. How much more, then, where it is a faculty, not a substance, we are examining, where it eludes the research of all the senses, where the condition of its existence are various and variously combined, where the effects of those which are present or absent bid defiance to calculation. Let me add, too, as a circumstance of great tenderness, where our conclusion would degrade a whole race of men from the rank in the scale of beings which their Creator may perhaps have given them. To reproach it must be said, that though for a century and a half we had under our eyes the races of black and of red men, they have never yet been viewed by us as subjects of natural history. I advance it therefore as suspicion only, that the blacks, whether originally a distinct race or made distinct by time and circumstances, are inferior to the whites in their endowments both of body and mind. It is not against experience to suppose that different species of the same genus or varieties of the same species may possess different qualifications. Will not a lover of natural history, then, one who views the gradations in all the races of animals with the eye of philosophy, excuse an effort to keep those in the department of man as distinct as nature has formed them? This unfortunate difference of color, and perhaps of faculty, is a powerful obstacle in the emancipation of these people. Many of their advocates, while they wish to vindicate the liberty of human nature, are anxious also to preserve its dignity and beauty. Some of these, embarrassed by the question, what further is to be done with them, join themselves in opposition with those who, actuated by sordid avarice only. Among the Romans, emancipation required but one effort. The slave, when made free, might mix with, without staining the blood of his master. But with us a second is necessary, unknown to history. When freed, he is to be removed beyond the reach of mixture. The revised code further proposes the proportion, crimes, and punishments. This is attempted on the following scale. Please see the tables and charts on page 155 of the digital version of Notes on the State of Virginia in the link below. Pardon and privilege of clergy are proposed to be abolished, but if the verdict be against the defendant, the court, in their discretion, may allow a new trial. No attainder to cause a corruption of blood or forfeiture of dower. Slaves guilty of offenses punishable in others by labor to be transported to Africa or elsewhere, as the circumstances of the time admit. There are to be continued in slavery. A rigorous regiment proposed for those condemned to labor. Another object of the revisal is to diffuse knowledge more generally through the mass of the people. This bill proposes to lay off every county into small districts of 5 or 6 miles square, called hundreds, and in each of them to establish a school for teaching, reading, writing, and arithmetic. The tutor to be supported by the 100, and every person in it enlisted, to send their children 3 years gratis, and as much longer as they please, paying for it. These schools to be under a visitor, who is annually to choose the boy of best genius in the school, and those whose parents are too poor to give them further education, and to send him forward to one of the grammar schools, of which 20 are proposed to be erected in different parts of the country for teaching Greek, Latin, geography, and the other higher branches of numeral arithmetic. Of the boys thus sent in any 1 year, trial is to be made at the grammar schools 1 or 2 years, and the best genius of the whole selected, and continued 6 years, and the residue dismissed. By this means 20 of the best geniuses will be raked from the rubbish annually, and be instructed at the public expense so far as the grammar schools go. At the end of 6 years' instruction, 1/2 are to be discontinued, from among whom the grammar schools will probably be supplied with future masters, and the other half, who are to be chosen for the superiority of their parts and disposition, are to be sent and continued 3 years in the study of such sciences as they shall choose at William and Mary College, the plan of which is proposed to be enlarged, as will be hereafter explained, and extended to all the useful sciences. The ultimate result of the whole scheme of education would be the teaching all the children of the state reading, writing, and common arithmetic, turning out 10 annually of superior geniuses, well taught in Greek, Latin, geography, and the higher branches of arithmetic, turning out 10 others annually of still superior parts, who, to those branches of learning, shall have added such of the sciences as their genius shall have led them to. the furnishing to the wealthier part of the people convenient schools, at which their children may be educated at their own expense. The general objects of this law are to provide an education adapted to the years, to the capacity and the condition of everyone, and directed to their freedom and happiness. Specific details were not proper for the law. These must be the business of the visitors entrusted with its execution. The first stage of this education being the schools of the hundreds, wherein the great mass of the people will receive their instruction. The principal foundations of future order will be laid here. Instead, therefore, of putting the Bible and Testament into the hands of children, at an age when their judgments are not sufficiently matured for religious inquiries, their memories may here be stored with the most useful facts from Grecian, Roman, European, and American history. The first elements of morality, too, may be instilled into their minds, such as, when further developed as their judgments advance in strength, may teach them how to work out their own greatest happiness, by showing them that it does not depend on the condition of life in which chance has placed them, but is always the result of good conscience, good health, occupation, and freedom in all just pursuits. Those whom either the wealth of their parents or the adoption of the state shall destine to higher degrees of learning will go on to the grammar schools, which constitute the next stage, there to be instructed in their languages. The learning Greek and Latin, I am told, is going to disuse in Europe. I know not what their manners and occupations may call for, but it would be very ill-judged in us to follow their example. In this instance, there is a certain period of life, say from 8 to 15 or 16 years of age, when the mind, like the body, is not yet firm enough for laborious and close operations. If applied to such, it falls an early victim to premature exertion, exhibiting indeed at first in these young and tender subjects the flattering appearance of their being men while they are yet children, but ending in reducing them to children when they should be men. The memory is then most susceptible and tenacious of impressions, and the learning of languages being chiefly a work of memory, it seems precisely fitted to the powers of this period, which is long enough, too, for acquiring the most useful languages, ancient and modern. I do not pretend that language is science. It is only an instrument for the attainment of science. But that is not lost which is employed in providing tools for future operation. More especially, as in this case, the books put into the hands of the youth for this purpose may be such as will, at the same time, impress their minds with useful facts and good principles. If this period be suffered to pass in idleness, the mind becomes lethargic and impotent, as would the body it inhabits, if unexercised during the same time. The sympathy between body and mind during their rise, progress, and decline is too strict and obvious to endanger our being misled while we reason from the one to the other. As soon as they are of sufficient age, it is supposed they will be sent on from the grammar schools to university, which constitutes our third and last stage. They are to study those sciences which may be adapted to their views. By that part of our plan, which prescribes the selection of the youths of genius from among the classes of the poor, we hope to avail the state of those talents which nature has sown as liberally among the poor as the rich, but which perish without use, if not sought for and cultivated. But of all the views of the laws, none is more important, none more legitimate, than that of rendering the people safe, as they are the ultimate guardians of their own liberty. For this purpose, the reading in this first stage, where they will receive their whole education, is proposed, as has been said, to be chiefly historical. History, by apprising them to the past, will enable them to be judge of the future. It will avail them of their experience of other times and other nations. It will qualify them as judges of the actions and designs of men. It will enable them to know ambition under every disguise it may assume, and knowing it, to defeat its views. In every government on earth is some trace of human weakness, some germ of corruption and degeneracy, which cunning will discover, and wickedness insensibly open, cultivate, and improve. Every government degenerates when trusted to the rulers of the people alone. The people themselves, therefore, are its only safe depositories, and to render even them safe, their minds must be improved to a certain degree. This indeed is not all that is necessary, though it be essentially necessary. An amendment of our Constitution must here come in aid of the public education. The influence over government must be shared among all the people. If every individual composes their mass participates of the ultimate authority, the government will be safe, because the corrupting the whole mass will exceed any private resources of wealth, and public ones cannot be provided but by levies on the people. In this case, every man would have to pay his own price. The government of Great Britain has been corrupted, because but 1 man in 10 has a right to vote for members of Parliament. The sellers of the government, therefore, get 9/10 of their price clear. It has been thought that corruption is restrained by confining the right of suffrage to a few of the wealthier of the people. But it would be more effectually restrained by an extension of that right to such numbers as would bid defiance to the means of corruption. Lastly, it is proposed by a bill in this revisal to begin a public library and gallery by laying out a certain sum annually in books, paintings, and statues. Query 15. The colleges and public establishments, the roads, buildings, etc. The College of William and Mary is the only public seminary of learning in this state. It was founded in the time of King William and Queen Mary, who granted to it 20,000 acres of land and a penny a pound duty on certain tobaccos exported from Virginia and Maryland, which had been levied by the statute of 25. Cards 2. The Assembly also gave it, by temporary law, a duty on liquors imported and skins and furs exported. From these resources it received upwards of 3,000 communibus annis. The buildings are of brick, sufficient for indifferent accommodation of perhaps 100 students. By its charter, it was to be under the government of 20 visitors, who were to be its legislators, and to have president and 6 professors, who were incorporated. It was allowed a representative in the General Assembly. Under this charter, a professorship of the Greek and Latin languages, a professorship of mathematics, 1 of moral philosophy, and 2 of divinity were established. To these were annexed, for a 6th professorship, a considerable donation by Mr. Boyle of England, for the instruction of the Indians and their conversion to Christianity. This was called the Professorship of Brafferton, from an estate of that name in England, purchased with the moneys given. The admission of the learners of Latin and Greek filled the college with children, this rendering it disagreeable and degrading to young gentlemen already prepared for entering on the sciences. They were discouraged from resorting to it, and thus the schools for mathematics and moral philosophy, which might have been of some service, became of very little. The revenues, too, were exhausted in accommodating those who came only to acquire the rudiments of science. After the present revolution, the visitors, having no power to change those circumstances in the constitution of the college, were fixed by the charter, and being therefore confined in the number of professors, undertook to change the objects of professorship. They excluded the 2 schools of divinity, and that for the Greek and Latin languages, and substituted others, so that at the present, as they stand thus, a professorship for law and police, anatomy and medicine, natural philosophy and mathematics, moral philosophy, the law of nature and nations, the fine arts, modern languages, for the Brafferton. And it is proposed, so soon as the legislature shall have leisure to take up the subject, to desire authority from them to increase the number of professorships, as well as for the purpose of subdividing those already instituted, as of adding others for other branches of science. To the professorships usually established in the universities of Europe, it would seem proper to add one for the ancient languages and literature of the North, on account of their connection with our own language, laws, customs, and history. The purposes of the Brafferton institution would better be answered by maintaining a perpetual mission among the Indian tribes, the object of which, besides instructing them in the principles of Christianity, as the founder requires, should be to collect their traditions, laws, customs, languages, and other circumstances which might lead to a discovery of their relation with one another, or descent from other nations. When these objects are accomplished with one tribe, the missionary might pass on to another. The roads are under the government of the county courts, subject to be controlled by the general court. They order new roads to be opened whenever they think them necessary. The inhabitants of the country are by them laid off into precincts, to each of which they allot a convenient portion of public roads to be kept in repair. Such bridges as may be built without the assistance of artificers, they are to build. If the stream be such as to require a bridge of regular workmanship, the court employs workmen to build it, at the expense of the whole county. If it be too great for the county, application is made to the General Assembly, who authorize individuals to build it, and to take a fixed toll from all passengers, or give a sanction to such other proposition as to them appears reasonable. Ferries are admitted only at such places as are particularly pointed out by law, and the rates of ferriage are fixed. Taverns are licensed by the courts, who fix their rates from time to time. The private buildings are very rarely constructed of stone or brick, much the great proportion of being scantling and boards, plastered with lime. It is impossible to devise things more ugly, uncomfortable, and happily more perishable. There are 2 or 3 plans, one of which, according to its size, most of the houses in the state are built. The poorest people build huts of logs, laid horizontally in pens, stopping the interstices with mud. These are warmer in winter and cooler in summer than the more expensive constructions of scantling and plank. The wealthy are attentive to the raising of vegetables, but very little so to fruits. The poorer people attend to neither, living principally on milk and animal diet. This is the more inexcusable, as the climate requires indispensably a free use of vegetable food, for health as well as comfort, and is very friendly to the raising of fruits. The only public building worthy mentioning are the Capitol, the Palace, the College, and the Hospital for Lunatics, all of them in Williamsburg, heretofore the seat of our government. The Capitol is a light and airy structure, with a portico in front of 2 orders, the lower of which, being Doric, is tolerably just in its proportions and ornaments, save only that the intercolumniations are too large. The upper is Ionic, much too small for that on which it is mounted, its ornaments not proper to the order, not portioned within themselves. It is crowned with a pediment, which is too high for its span. Yet, on the whole, it is the most pleasing piece of architecture we have. The palace is not handsome without, but it is spacious and commodious within. It is prettily situated, and with the grounds annexed to it, is capable of being made an elegant seat. The college and hospital are rude, misshapen piles, which, but they have roofs, would be taken for brick kilns. There are no other public buildings but churches and courthouses in which no attempts are made at elegance. Indeed, it would not be easy to execute such an attempt, as a workman could scarcely be found here capable of drawing in order. The genius of architecture seems to have shed its maledictions over this land. Buildings are often erected by individuals of considerable expense. To give these symmetry and taste would not increase their cost. It would only change the arrangement of the materials, the form, and combination of the members. This would often cost less than the burthen of barbarous ornaments, with which these buildings are sometimes charged. But the first principles are of the art of unknown, and there exists scarcely a model among us sufficiently chaste to give an idea of them. Architecture being one of the fine arts, and as such within the department of a professor of the college, according to the new arrangement, perhaps a spark may fall on some young subjects of the natural taste, kindle up their genius, and produce a reformation in this elegant and useful art. But all we shall do in this way will produce no permanent improvement to our country, while the unhappy prejudice prevails that houses of brick or stone are less wholesome than those of wood. A dew is often observed on the walls of the former in rainy weather, and the most obvious solution is that the rain has penetrated through these walls. The following facts, however, are sufficient to prove the error of this solution. 1. This dew on the walls appears when there is no rain, if the state of the atmosphere be moist. 2. It appears on the partition as well as the exterior of the wall. 3. So also on pavements of brick or stone. 4. It is more copious in proportion as the walls are thicker, the reverse of which ought to be the case if this hypothesis were just. If cold water be poured onto a vessel of stone or glass, dew forms instantly on the outside. But if it be poured into a vessel of wood, there is no such appearance. It is not supposed in the first case that the water has exuded through the glass, but that it is precipitated from the circumambient air, as the humid particles of vapor passing from the boiler of an alembic through its refrigerant, are precipitated from the air in which they are suspended on the internal surface of the refrigerant. Walls of brick or stone act as the refrigerant in this instance. They are sufficiently cold to condense and precipitate the moisture suspended in the air of the room when it is heavily charged therewith. But walls of wood are not so. The question then is whether air in which this moisture is left floating, or that which is deprived of it, be most wholesome. In both cases, the remedy is easy. A little fire kindled in the room, whenever the air is damp, prevents the precipitation on the walls, and this practice, found healthy in the warmest as well as the coldest seasons, is as necessary in a wooden as in a stone or brick house. I do not mean to say that rain never penetrates through walls of brick. On the contrary, I have seen instances of it. But, with us, it is only through the northern and eastern walls of the house, after a northeasterly storm, these being the only ones which continue long enough to force through the walls. This, however, happens too to rarely give a just character of unwholesomeness to such houses. In a house the walls of which are well-burnt brick and good mortar, I have seen the rain penetrate through but twice in a dozen or 15 years. The inhabitants of Europe, who dwell chiefly in houses of stone or brick, are surely as healthy as those of Virginia. These houses have the advantage, too, of being warmer in winter and cooler in the summer than those of wood, of being cheaper in their first construction, where lime is convenient, and infinitely more durable. The latter consideration renders it of great importance to eradicate the prejudice from the minds of our countrymen. A country whose buildings are of wood can never increase in its improvements to any considerable degree. Their duration is highly estimated at 50 years. Every half-century, then, our country becomes a tabula rasa, whereon we have to set out anew, as in the first moment of seeding it. Whereas when buildings are of durable materials, every new edifice is an actual and permanent acquisition to the state, adding to it its value as well as its ornamentation. Query 16. The measures taken with regard to the estates and possessions of the rebels, commonly called Tories. A Tory has been properly defined to be a traitor in thought, but not in deed. The only description by which the laws have endeavored to come at them was that of non-jurors, or persons refusing to take the oath of fidelity to the state. Persons of this description were at one time subjected to double taxation, at another to treble, and lastly were allowed retribution and placed on a level with good citizens. It may be mentioned as a proof both of the lenity of our government and unanimity of its inhabitants, that though this war has now raged near 7 years, not a single execution for treason has taken place. Under this query, I will state the measures which have been adopted as to British property, the owners of which stand on a much fairer footing than the Tories. By our laws, the same as the English in this respect, no alien can hold lands, nor alien enemy maintain an action for money, or other movable thing. Lands acquired or held by aliens become forfeited to the state, and, on an action by an alien enemy to recover money or other movable property, the defendant may plead that he is an alien enemy. This extinguishes his right in the hands of the debtor or holder of his movable property. By our separation from Great Britain, British subjects become aliens, and being at war, they were alien enemies. Their lands were of course forfeited, and their debts irrecoverable. The Assembly, however, passed laws at various times for saving their property. They first sequestered their lands, slaves, and other property on their farms in the hands of commissioners, who were mostly the confidential friends or agents of the owners, and directed their clear profits to be paid into the treasury. And they gave leave to all persons owing debts to British subjects to pay them also into the treasury. The money so to be brought in were declared to remain in the property of the British subject, and, if used by the state, were to be repaid, unless an improper conduct in Great Britain should render a detention of it reasonable. Depreciation had at the time, though unacknowledged and unperceived by the Whigs, begun in some small degree. Great sums of money were paid in by debtors. At a later period, the Assembly, adhering to the political principles which forbid an alien to hold lands in the state, ordered all British property to be sold, and, become sensible of the real progress of depreciation, and of the losses which would thence occur, if not guarded against, nor they ordered They ordered that the proceeds of the sales should be converted into their worth in tobacco, subject to future direction of the legislature. This act has left the question of retribution more problematic. In May of 1780, another act took away the permission to pay into the public treasury debts due to British subjects. Query 17. The different religions received into that state. The first settlers in this country were emigrants from England, of the English Church, just at a point of time when it was flushed with complete victory over the religious of all other persuasions. Possessed as they became of the powers of making, administering, and executing the laws, they showed equal intolerance in this country with their Presbyterian brethren, who had emigrated to the northern government. The poor Quakers were flying from persecution in England. They cast their eyes on these new countries as asylums of civil and religious freedom, but they found them free only for the reigning sect. Several acts of the Virginia Assembly of 1659, 1662, and 1693 had made it penal in parents to refuse to have their children baptized, had prohibited the unlawful assembling of Quakers, had made it penal for any master of a vessel to bring a Quaker into the state, had ordered those already here and such as should come thereafter to be imprisoned till they should abjure the country, provided a milder punishment for their first and second return, but death for their third, and had inhabited all persons from suffering their meetings in or near their houses, entertained them individually, or disposing of books which supported their tenants. If no capital execution took place here, as did in New England, it was not owing to the moderation of the Church or spirit of the legislature, as may be inferred from the law itself, but to historical circumstances which have not been handed down to us. The Anglicans retained full possession of the country about a century. Other opinions began then to creep in, and then great care of the government to support their own church, having begotten an equal degree of indolence in its clergy, 2/3 of the people became dissenters at the commencement of the present revolution. The laws indeed were still oppressive on them, but the spirit of the one party had subsided into moderation, and of the other had risen to a degree of determination which commanded respect. The present state of our laws on the subject of religions is this. The Convention of May 1776, in their Declaration of Rights, declared it to be a truth and a natural right that the exercise of religion should be free. But when they proceeded to form on that declaration the ordinance of government, instead of taking up every principle declared in the Bill of Rights and guarding it by legislative sanction, they passed over that which asserted our religious rights, leaving them as they found them. The same convention, however, when they met as a member of the General Assembly in October of 1776, repealed all acts of Parliament which had rendered criminal the maintaining any opinions in matters of religion, the forbearing to repair to church, and the exercising of any mode of worship, and suspended the laws giving salaries to the clergy, which suspension was made perpetual in October of 1779. Statutory oppressions in religion being thus wiped away, we remain at present under those only imposed by the common law, or by our own acts of assembly. At the common law, heresy was a capital offense, punishable by burning. Its definition was left to the ecclesiastical judges before whom the conviction was, till the statute of 1 ELC 1 circumscribed it, by declaring that nothing should be deemed heresy but what had been so determined by authority of the canonical scriptures, or by one of the 4 first general councils, or by some other council having, for the grounds of their declaration, the express and plain words of the scriptures. Heresy thus circumscribed, being an offense at the common law, our Act of Assembly of October of 1776, c. 17, gives cognizance of it to the general court, by declaring that the jurisdiction of that court shall be general in all matters at the common law. The execution is by the writ de horaticio cumburendo. By our own Act of Assembly in 1705, c. 30. If a person brought up in the Christian religion denies the being of a God or the Trinity, or asserts that there are more gods than one, or denies the Christian religion to be true, or the scriptures to be a divine authority, he is punishable on the first offense by incapacity to hold any office of employment, ecclesiastical, civil, or military. On the second, by disability to sue, to take any gift or legacy, to be guardian, executor, or administer, and by 3 years' imprisonment, without bail. A father's right to the custody of his own children being founded in law on his right of guardianship thus being taken away, they may of course be severed from him and put, by the authority of a court, into more orthodox hands. This is a summary view of the religious slavery under which a people have been willing to remain who have lavished their lives and fortunes for the establishment of their civil freedom. The error seems not sufficiently eradicated, that the operations of the mind as well as the acts of the body are subject to the coercion of the laws. But our rulers can have authority over such natural rights as only we have submitted to them. The rights of conscience we never submitted. We could not submit. We are answerable for them to our God. The legitimate powers of government extend to such acts only as are injurious to others. But it does me no injury for my neighbor to say there are 20 gods or no God. It neither picks my pockets nor breaks my leg. If it be said his testimony in a court of justice cannot be relied on, reject it then, and be the stigma on him. Constraint may make him worse by making him a hypocrite, but it will never make him a truer man. It may fix him obstinately in his errors, but will not cure them. Reason and free inquiry are the only effectual agents against error. Give a loose to them, they will support the true religion by bringing every false one on to their tribunal to test their investigation. They are the natural enemies of error and of error only. Had not the Roman government permitted free inquiry, Christianity could not have ever been introduced. Had not free inquiry been indulged at the era of the Reformation, the corruption of Christianity could not have been purged away. If it be restrained now, the present corruptions will be protected, and the new ones encouraged. Was the government to prescribe to us our medicine and diet, our bodies would be in such keeping as our souls are now. Thus in France, the emetic was once forbidden as a medicine, and the potato as an article of food. Government is just as infallible, too, when it fixes systems in physics. Galileo was sent to the Inquisition for affirming that the earth was a sphere. The government had declared it to be as flat as a trencher, and Galileo was obliged to abjure his error. The error, however, at length prevailed. The earth became a globe, and Descartes declared it whirled around its axis by a vortex. The government in which he lived was wise enough to see that this was no question of civil jurisdiction, or we should all have been involved by authority and vortices. In fact, the vortices have been exploded, and the Newtonian principle of gravitation is now more firmly established on the basis of reason than it would be were the government to step in, and to make it an article of necessary faith. Reason and experiment have been indulged, and error has fled them before. It is error alone which needs the support of the government. Truth can stand by itself. Subject opinion to coercion. Whom will you make your inquisitors? Fallible men governed by bad passions, by private as well as public reasons, and why subject it to coercion? To produce uniformity. But is uniformity of opinion desirable? No more than of a face and stature. Introduce the bed of Procrustes then, and as there is danger that the large men may beat the small, make us of all size by lopping the former and stretching the latter. Difference of opinion is advantageous in religion. The several sects perform the office of a censor morum over each other. Is uniformity attainable? Millions of innocent men, women, and children since the introduction of Christianity have been burnt, tortured, fined, imprisoned. Yet we have not advanced 1 inch towards uniformity. What has been the effect of coercion? To make one half the world's fools and the other half hypocrites? To support roguery and error all over the earth? Let us reflect that it is inhabited by 1,000 millions of people, that these profess probably 1,000 different systems of religions, that ours is but one of that 1,000, that if there be but one right and ours that one, we should wish to see the 999 wandering sects gathered into the fold of truth. But against such a majority we cannot effect this by force. Reason and persuasion are the only practical instruments. To make way for these, free inquiry must be indulged, and how can we wish others to indulge it while we refuse it ourselves? But every state, says an inquisitor, has established some religion. No two, say I, have established the same. Is this a proof of the infallibility of establishments? Our sister states of Pennsylvania and New York, however, have long subsisted without any establishment at all. The experiment was new and doubtful when they made it. It is answered beyond conception. They flourish infinitely. Religion is well supported of various kinds indeed, but all good enough, all sufficient to preserve peace and order, or if sect arises, whose tenant would subvert morals, good sense is fair play, and reasons and laughs it out of doors, without suffering the state to be troubled with it. They do not hang more malefactors than we do. They are not more disturbed with religious dissensions. On the contrary, their harmony is unparalleled, and can be ascribed to nothing but their unbounded tolerance, because there is no other circumstance in which they differ from every nation on earth. They have made the very happy discovery that the way to silence religious disputes is to take no notice of them. Let us too give this experiment fair play, and get rid, while we may, of those tyrannical laws. It is true, we are as yet secured against them by the spirit of the times. I doubt whether the people of this country would suffer an execution for heresy or 3 years' imprisonment for not comprehending the laws, the mystery of the Trinity. But is the spirit of the people an infallible, a permanent reliance? Is it government? Is this the kind of protection we receive in return for the rights we give up? Besides, the spirit of the times will alter. Our rulers will become corrupt, our people careless. A single zealot may commence a persecutor, and better men be his victims. It can never be too often repeated that the time for fixing every essential right on a legal basis is while our rulers are honest and ourselves united. From the conclusion of this war we shall be going downhill. It will not then be necessary to resort every moment to the people for support. They will be forgotten, therefore, and their rights disregarded. They will forget themselves, but in the sole faculty of making money, and will never think of uniting to effect a due respect for their rights. The shackles, therefore, which shall be knocked off at the conclusion of this war, will remain on us long, will be made heavier and heavier, till our rights shall revive or expire in a convulsion. Query 18. The particular customs and manners that may happen to be received in that state. It is difficult to determine on the standard by which the manners of a nation may be tried, whether Catholic or particular. It is more difficult for a native to bring to that standard the manners of his own nation, familiarized to him by habit. There must doubtless be an unhappy influence on the manners of our people produced by the existence of slavery among us. The whole commerce between master and slave is a perpetual exercise of the most boisterous passions, the most unremitting despotism on the one part, and degrading submissions on the other. Our children see this, and learn to imitate it, for man is an imitative animal. This quality is the germ of all education in him. From his cradle to his grave, he is learning to do what he sees others do. If a parent could find no motive, either in his philanthropy or his self-love, for restraining the intemperance of passion towards his slave, it should always be sufficient, one, that his child is present. But generally, it is not sufficient. The parent storms, the child looks on, catches the lineaments of wrath, puts on the same airs in the circle of smaller slaves, gives a loose to his worst of passions, and thus nursed, educated, and daily exercised in tyranny, cannot but be stamped by it with odious peculiarities. The man must be a prodigy who can retain his manners and morals undepraved by such circumstances. And with what execration should the statesman be loaded, who, permitting one half the citizens thus to trample on the rights of the other, transforms those into despots, and these into enemies, destroys the moral of the one part, and the amor patriae of the other. For if a slave can have a country in this world, it must be any other in preference to that in which he is born to live and labor for another, in which he must lock up the faculties of his nature, contribute as far as depends on his individual endeavors to the evanishment of the human race, or entail his own miserable condition on the endless generations proceeding from him. With the morals of the people, their industry also is destroyed. For in a warm climate no man will labor for himself who can make another labor for him. This is so true that of the proprietors of slaves a very small proportion indeed are even seen to labor. And can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are a gift of God. They are not to be violated, but with his wrath. Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever, that considering numbers, nature, and natural means only, a revolution of the wheel of fortune, an exchange of situation, is among all possible events, that it may become probable by supernatural interference. The Almighty has no attribute which can take side with us in such a contest, but it is impossible to be temperate and pursue this subject through the various considerations of policy, of morals, of history, nature, natural, and civil. We must be contented to hope that they will force their way into everyone's minds. I think a change already perceptible since the origin of the present revolution. The spirit of the master is abating, that of the slave rising from the dust, his condition mollifying, the way I hope preparing under the auspices of heaven for a total emancipation, and that is disposed, in the order of events, to be with the consent of the masters, rather than by their extirpation. Query 19. The present state of manufactures, commerce, interior, and exterior trade. We never had an interior trade of any importance. Our exterior commerce has suffered very much from the beginning of the present contest. During this time we have manufactured within our families the most necessary articles of clothing. Those of cotton will bear some comparison with the kinds of manufacture in Europe, but those of wool, flax, and hemp are very coarse, unsightly, and unpleasant. And such is our attachment to agriculture, and such our preference for foreign manufactures, that it be wise or unwise, our people will certainly return as soon as they can to the raising raw materials and exchanging them for finer manufactures than they are able to execute themselves. The political economists of Europe have established it as a principle that every state should endeavor to manufacture for itself. And this principle, like many others, we transfer to America, without calculating the difference of circumstance which should often produce a difference of result. In Europe, the lands are either cultivated or locked up against the cultivator. Manufacture must therefore be resorted to of necessity, not of choice, to support the surplus of their people. But we have an immensity of land, courting the industry of husbandmen. It is best, then, that all our citizens should be employed in its improvement, or that one half should be called off from that to exercise manufactures and handicraft arts for the other. Those who labor in the earth are the chosen people of God, if he ever had a chosen people, whose breast he has made with his peculiar deposit for substantial and genuine virtue. It is the focus in which he keeps alive the sacred fire, which otherwise might escape from the face of the earth. Corruption of morals in the mass of cultivators is a phenomenon of which no age nor nation has furnished an example. It is the mark set on those who, not looking up to heaven, to their own soil and industry, as does the husbandman, for their subsistence depend for it on the casualties and caprice of customs. Dependence begets subservience and venality, suffocates the germ of virtue, and prepares fit tools for the designs of ambition. This, the natural progress and consequence of the arts, has sometimes perhaps been retarded by accidental circumstances. But, generally speaking, the proportion which the aggregate of the other classes of citizens bears in any state to that of its husbandman is the proportion of its unfound to its healthy parts, and is a good enough barometer whereby to measure its degree of corruption. While we have land to labor, then, let us never wish to see our citizens occupied at a workbench, or twirling a distaff. Carpenters, masons, smiths are wanting in husbandry, but for the general operations of manufacture, let our workshops remain in Europe. It is better to carry provisions and materials to workmen there than bring them to the provisions and materials, and with them their manners and principles. The loss by the transportation of commodities across the Atlantic will be made up in happiness and permanence of government. The mobs of great cities add just so much to the support of pure government as swords do to the strength of the human body. It is the manners and spirit of a people which preserve a republic in vigor. A degeneracy in these is a canker which soon eats to the heart of its laws and constitution. Query 20. A notice of the commercial productions particular to the state, and of those objects which the inhabitants are obliged to get from Europe and from other parts of the world. Before the present war, we exported a communibus annis, according to the best information I can get, nearly as follows. Please see the chart starting on page 177 on the digital version of Notes on the State of Virginia that is in the link in the description. In the year 1758, we exported 70,000 hogsheads of tobacco, which was the greatest quantity ever produced in this country in 1 year. But its culture was fast declining at the commencement of this war, and that of wheat taking its place, and it must continue to decline on the return of peace. I suspect that the change in the temperature of our climate has become sensible to that plant, which, to be good, requires an extraordinary degree of heat. But it requires still more, indispensably, an uncommon fertility of soil, and the price which it commands at market will not enable the planter to produce this by manure. Was the supply still to depend on Virginia and Maryland alone, as its culture becomes more difficult, the price would rise, so as to enable the planter to surmount those difficulties and to live. But the western country on the Mississippi and the Midlands of Georgia, having fresh and fertile lands in abundance and a hotter sun, will be able to undersell these two states, and will oblige them to abandon the raising tobacco altogether. And a happy obligation for them it will be. It is a culture productive of infinite wretchedness. Those employed in it are in a continual state of exertion beyond the powers of nature to support. Little food of any kind is raised by them, so that the men and animals on these farms are badly fed, and the earth is rapidly impoverished. The cultivation of wheat is the reverse in every circumstance. Besides clothing the earth with herbage and preserving its fertility, it feeds the laborers plentifully, requires from them only a moderate toil, except in the season of harvest, raises great numbers of animals for food and service, and diffuses plenty and happiness among the whole. We find it easier to make 100 bushels of wheat than 1,000 weight of tobacco, and they are worth more when made. The weevil indeed is a formidable obstacle to the cultivation of this grain with us, but principles are already known which must lead to a remedy. Thus a certain degree of heat, to wit, that of the common air in summer, is necessary to hatch the egg. If subterranean granaries, or others, therefore, can be contrived below that temperature, the evil will be cured by cold. A degree of heat beyond that which hatches the eggs, we know would kill it. But in aiming at this, we easily run into which produces putrefaction. To produce putrefaction, however, 3 agents are requisite: heat, moisture, and the external air. If the absence of any of these be secured, the other 2 may safely be admitted. Heat is the one we want. Moisture, then, or external air, must be excluded. The former has been done by exposing the grain in kilns to the actions of fire, which produces heat and extracts moisture at the same time. The latter by putting the grain into hogsheads, covering it with a coat of lime, and heading it up. In this situation, its bulk produces a heat sufficient to kill the egg. The moisture is suffered to remain indeed, but the external air is excluded. A nicer operation yet has been attempted, that is, to produce an intermediate temperature of heat between that which kills the egg and that which produces putrefaction. The threshing the grain as soon as it is cut and laying it in its chaff in large heaps has been found very nearly to hit this temperature, though not perfectly, nor always. The heap generates heat sufficient to kill most of the eggs, whilst the chaff commonly restrains it from rising into putrefaction. But all these methods abridge too much the quantity which the farmer can manage, and enable other countries to undersell him which are not infested with this insect. There is still a desideratum, then, to give us with decisive triumph to this branch of agriculture over that of tobacco. The culture of wheat, by enlarging our pasture, will render the Arabian horse an article of very considerable profit. Experience has shown that ours is the particular climate of America where he may be raised without degeneracy. Southwardly, the heat of the sun occasions a deficiency of pasture, and northwardly, the winters are too cold for the short and fine hair, the particular sensibility and constitution of that race. Animals transplanted into unfriendly climates either change their nature and acquire new senses against the difficulties in which they are placed, or they multiply poorly and become extinct. A good foundation is laid for their propagation here by our possessing already great numbers of horses of that blood, and by a decided taste and preference for them established among the people. Their patience of heat without injury, their superior wind, fit them better in this and the more southern climates, even for the drudgeries of the plow and wagon. Northwardly, they will become an object only to persons of taste and fortune, for the saddle and light carriages. To these, and for these uses, their fleetness and beauty will recommend them. Besides these, there will be other valuable substitutes when the cultivation of tobacco shall be discontinued, such as cotton in the eastern parts of the state, and hemp and flax in the western. It is not easy to say what are the articles either of necessity, comfort, or luxury which we cannot raise, and which we therefore shall be under a necessity of importing from abroad, as everything hardier than the olive, and as hardy as the fig, may be raised here in the open air. Sugar, coffee, and tea, indeed, are not between these limits, and habit having placed them among the necessities of life, with the wealthier part of our citizens, as long as these habits remain, we must go for them to those countries which are able to furnish them. Query 21. The weights, measures, and the currency of the hard money. Some details relating to the exchange with Europe. Our weights and measures are the same which are fixed by acts of Parliament in England. How it has happened that in this, as well as the other American states, the nominal value of coin was made to differ from what it was in the country we had left, and to differ among ourselves too, I am not able to say with certainty. I find that in 1631 our House of Burgesses desired of the Privy Council of England a coin debased to 25%. That in 1645 they forbid dealing by barter for tobacco, and established the Spanish piece of 8 at 6 shillings as the standard of the currency. That in 1655 they exchanged it to 5 shillings sterling. In 1680 they sent an address to the king, in consequence of which, by proclamation in 1683, he fixed the value of French crowns, rix dollars, and pieces of 8 at 6 shillings, and the coin of New England at 1 shilling. That in 1710, 1714, 1727, and 1762, other regulations were made, which will be better presented to the eye, stated in the form of the table as follows. Please see the table on page 182 of the digital version of Notes on the State of Virginia in the link below. The first symptom of the depreciation of our present paper money was that of silver dollars selling at 6 shillings, which had before been worth but 5 shillings and 9 pence. The Assembly thereupon raised them by law to 6 shillings. As the dollar is now likely to become the money unit of America, as it passes at this rate in some of our sister states, and as it facilitates their computation in pounds and shillings, and converso, there seems to be more convenient than its former denomination. But as this particular coin now stands higher than any other in the proportion of 133 1/3 to 125, or 16 to 15, it will be necessary to raise the others in the same proportion. Query 22. The public income and expenses. The nominal amount of these varying constantly and rapidly with the constant and rapid depreciation of our paper money, it becomes impracticable to say what they are. We find ourselves cheated in every essay by the depreciation intervening between the declaration of the tax and its actual receipt. It will therefore be more satisfactory to consider what our income may be when we shall find means of collecting what the people may spare. I should estimate the whole taxable property of this state at 100 millions of dollars, or 30 millions of pounds of our money. 1% on this, compared with anything we have yet ever paid, would be deemed a very heavy tax. Yet I think that those who manage well and use reasonable economy could pay 1.5% and maintain their household comfortably in the meantime, without alienating any part of their principal, and that the people would submit to this willingly for the purpose of supporting their present contest. We may say, then, that we could raise, and ought to raise, from $1 million to $1.5 million annually. That is, from 300 to 450,000 pounds Virginia money. Of our expenses, it is equally difficult to give an exact state, and for the same reason. They are mostly stated in paper money, which, varying continually, the legislature endeavors at every session, by new corrections, to adapt the nominal sums to the value it is wished they should bear. I will state them, therefore, in real coin at the point at which they endeavor to keep them. Please see the chart on page 184 on the digital version of Notes on the State of Virginia in the link below. This estimate is exclusive of the military expense. That varies with the force actually employed, and in time of peace will probably be little or nothing. It is exclusive also of the public debts, which are growing while I am writing, and cannot therefore be fixed now. So it is of the maintenance of the poor, which, being merely a matter of charity, cannot be deemed expended in the administration of government. And if we strike out the $225,000 for the services of the clergy, which neither makes part of that administration more than what it is paid to physicians or lawyers, and being voluntary, is either much or nothing, as every one pleases. It leaves $225,000, equal to 48,208 guineas, the real cost of the apparatus of government with us. This, divided among the actual inhabitants of our country, comes to about 2/5 of a dollar, 21 pounds sterling, or 42 sols, the price of which each pays annually for the protection of the residue of his property, that of his person, and other advantages of a free government. The public revenues of Great Britain, divided in like manner on its inhabitants, would be 16 times greater, deducting even the double of the expenses of government, as before estimated, from the $1.5 million which we before supposed might be annually paid without distress. We may conclude that this state can contribute $1 million annually towards supporting the federal army, paying the federal debt, building a federal navy, or opening roads, clearing rivers, forming safe ports, and other useful works. To this estimate of our abilities, let me add as a word to the application of them, if, when cleared of the present contest and of the debts with which that will charge us, we come to measure force hereafter with any European power. Such events are devoutly to be deprecated. Young as we are, and with such a country before us to fill with people and with happiness, we should point in that direction the whole generative force of man, of nature, wasting none of it in its efforts of mutual destruction. It should be our endeavor to cultivate the peace and friendship of every nation, even of that which has injured us most, when we shall have carried our point against her. Our interest will be to throw open the doors of commerce, and to knock off all of its shackles, giving perfect freedom to all persons for the vent of whatever they may choose to bring into our ports, and asking the same in theirs. Never was so much false arithmetic employed on any subject as that which has been employed to persuade nations that it is their interest to go to war. Were the money which it has cost to gain, at the close of a long war, a little town or a little territory, the right to cut wood here or to catch fish there, expended in improving what they already possess, in making roads, opening rivers, building ports, improving the arts, and finding employment for their idle poor, it would render them much stronger, much wealthier, and happier. This, I hope, will be our wisdom, and perhaps to remove as much as possible the occasions of making war, it might be better for us to abandon the ocean altogether, that being the element whereon we shall principally be exposed to jostle with other nations, to leave to others to bring what we shall want, and to carry what we can spare. This would make us invulnerable to Europe by offering none of our property to their prize, and would turn all our citizens to the cultivation of the earth. And I repeat it again, cultivators of the earth are the most virtuous and independent citizens. It might be time enough to seek employment for them at sea, when the land no longer offers it, but the actual habits of our countrymen attach them to commerce. They will exercise it for themselves. Wars then must sometimes be our lot, and all the wise can do will be to avoid that half of them which would be produced by our own follies and our own acts of injustice, and to make for the other half the best preparations we can. Of what nature should these be? A land army would be useless for offense, and not the best nor safest instrument for defense. For either of these purposes, the sea is the field on which we should meet a European army. On that element, it is necessary we should possess some power. To aim at such a navy as the greatest nations of Europe possess, we would be foolish and wicked to waste of the energies of our countrymen. It would be to pull on our own heads that load of military expense which makes the European laborer go supperless to bed, and moistens his bread with the sweat of his brows. It will be enough if we enable ourselves to prevent insults from those nations of Europe which are weak on the sea, because circumstances exist which render even the stronger ones weak as to us. Providence has placed their richest and most defenseless positions at our door, has obliged their most precious commerce to pass, as it were, in review before us. To protect this, or to assail us, a small part only their naval force will ever be risked across the Atlantic. The dangers to which the elements expose them here are too well known, and the greater dangers to which they would be exposed at home were any general calamity to involve their whole fleet. They can attack us by detachment only, and it will suffice to make ourselves equal to what they may detach. Even a smaller force than they may detach will be rendered equal or superior by the quickness with which any check may be repaired with us, while losses with them will be irreparable till too late. A small naval force, then, is sufficient for us, and a small one is necessary. What this should be I will not undertake to say. I will only say it should be by no means so great as we are able to make it. Suppose the $1,000,000, or 300,000 pounds, which Virginia could annually spare without distress, to be applied to the creating of a navy. A single year's contribution would build, equip, man, and send to sea a force which should carry 300 guns. The rest of the Confederacy, exerting themselves in the same proportion, would equip the same time 1,500 guns more, so that 1 year's contribution would set up a navy of 1,800 guns. The British ships of the line averaged 76 guns, their frigates 38. 1,800 guns, then, would form a fleet of 30 ships, 18 of which might be of the line, and 12 frigates, allowing 8 men, the British average for every gun, for their annual expense, including subsistence, clothing, pay, and ordinary repairs, would be about $1,280 for every gun, or $2,304,000 for the whole. I state this as 1 year's possible exertion, without deciding whether more or less than a year's exertion should be applied thus. The value of our lands and slaves, taken conjunctly, doubles in about 20 years. This arises from the multiplication of our slaves, from the extension of culture, and increased demand for lands. The amount of what may be raised will of course rise in the same proportion. Query 22. The histories of the state, and the memorials published in its name in the time of its being a colony, and the pamphlets relating to its interior or exterior affairs, present or ancient. Captain Smith, who, next to Sir Walter Raleigh, may be considered as the founder of our colony, has written its history, from the first adventures to it to the year 1624. He was a member of the council, and afterwards president of the colony, and to his efforts principally may be ascribed its support against the opposition of the natives. He was honest, sensible, and well informed, but his style is barbarous and uncouth. His history, however, is almost the only source from which we derive any knowledge of the infancy of our state. The Reverend William Stith, a Virginia native and president of its college, has also written a history of the same period, in a large octavo volume of small print. He was a man of classical learning, and very exact, but no taste in style. He is inelegant, therefore, and his details often too minute to be tolerable, even to a native of the country whose history he writes. Beverley, a native also, has run into the other extreme. He has comprised our history from the first propositions of Sir Walter Raleigh to the year 1700, in the 100th part of the space which Stith employs for the 4th part of the period. Sir William Keith is taken up at its earliest period and continued to the year 1725. He is agreeable enough in style and passes over events of little importance. Of course, he is short and would be preferred by a foreigner. During the regal government, some contest arose on the exaction of an illegal fee by Governor Dinwiddie, and doubtless there were others on other occasions not at present recollected. It is supposed that these are not sufficiently interesting to a foreigner to merit detail. The petition of the council and burgesses of Virginia to the king, their memorial to the lords, and their remonstrance to the commons of the year 1764 began the present contest, and these having been proved ineffectual to prevent the passage of the Stamp Act, the resolutions of the House of Burgesses of 1765 were passed, declaring the independence of the people of Virginia on the Parliament of Great Britain in matters of taxation. From that time till the Declaration of Independence by Congress in 1776, their journals are filled with assertions of the public rights. The pamphlets published in this state on the controverted questions were 1766, An Inquiry into the Rights of the British Colonies by Richard Bland, 1769, The Monitor's Letters by Dr. Arthur Lee, 1774, A Summary View of the Rights of British America, 1774, Considerations and etc. by Robert Carter Nicholas. Since the Declaration of Independence, the state has had no controversy with any other, except with that of Pennsylvania, on their common boundary. Some papers on this subject passed between the executive and legislative bodies of these two states, the result of which was a happy accommodation of their rights. To this account of our historians, memorials, and pamphlets, it may not be unuseful to add a chronological catalogue of American state papers as far as I have been able to collect their titles. It is far from being either complete or correct. Where the title alone, and not the paper itself, has come under my observation, I cannot answer for the exactness of the date. Sometimes I have not been able to find any date at all, and sometimes have not been satisfied that such a paper even exists. An extensive collection of papers of this description have been for some time in a course of preparation by a gentleman fully equal to the talk, and from whom, therefore, we may hope to receive it. In the meantime, accept this as a result of my labors, and as closing the tedious detail which you have so undesignedly drawn upon yourself. Please see the table that begins on page 190 in the digital edition of Notes on the State of Virginia that is in the link in the description below. This table runs till page 213. Appendix. The preceding sheets have been submitted to my friend Mr. Charles Thompson, Secretary of Congress. He has furnished me with the following observations, which have too much merit not to be communicated. 1. Page 15. Besides the 3 channels of communication mentioned between the western waters and the Atlantic, there are 2 others, to which the Pennsylvanians are turning their attention. One from Presque Isle on Lake Erie to Lake Beauf, down the Allegheny to Kiskiminetas, then up the Kiskiminetas, and from thence, by a small portage, to Janeta, which falls into the Susquehanna, the other lake from Lake Ontario, to the east branch of the Delaware, and down that to Philadelphia. Both these are said to be very practicable, and, considering their enterprising temper of the Pennsylvanians, and particularly of the merchants of Philadelphia, whose object is concentrated in promoting the commerce and trade of one city, it is not improbable but on one or both of these communications will be opened and improved. 2. Page 18. The reflections I was led into on viewing this passage of the Potomac through the Blue Ridge were that this country must have suffered some violent convulsion, and that the face of it must have been changed from what it probably was some centuries ago, that the broken and ragged faces of the mountain on each side of the river, the tremendous rocks which are left with one end fixed in the precipice and the other jutting out, and seemingly ready to fall for want of support, the bed of the river for several miles below obstructed and filled with the loose stones carried from this mound. In short, everything on which you cast your eye evidently demonstrates a disruption and breach in the mountain, and that before this happened, what is now a fruitful vale was formerly a great lake, or collection of water, which possibly might have here formed a mighty cascade, or had its vents to the ocean by the Susquehanna, where the Blue Ridge seems to terminate. Besides this, there are other parts of this country which bear evident traces of a like convulsion. From the best accounts I have been able to obtain, the place where the Delaware now flows through the Kittatinny Mountain, which is a continuation of what is called the North Ridge, or mountain, was not its original course, but that it passed through what is now called the Wind Gap, a place several miles to the westward, and above 100 feet higher than the present bed of the river. The Wind Gap is about a mile broad, and the stones in it such as seem to have been washed for ages over by running water. Should this have been the case, there must have been a large lake behind that mountain, and by some uncommon swell in the waters, or by some convulsion of nature, the river must have opened its way through a different part of the mountain, and meeting there with less obstruction, carried away with it the opposing mounds of earth, and deluged the country below with the immense collection of waters to which this new passage gave vent. There are still remaining and daily discovered innumerable instances of such a deluge on both sides of the river, after it passed the hills above the falls of Trenton and reached the Champaign. On the New Jersey side, which is flatter than the Pennsylvania side, all the country below Crosswick Hills seemed to have been overflowed to the distance of from 10 to 15 miles back from the river, and to have acquired a new soil by the earth and clay brought down and mixed with the native sand, the spot on which Philadelphia stands evidently to be made ground. The different strata through which they pass in digging to water, the acorns, leaves, and sometimes branches, which are found above 20 feet below the surface, all seem to demonstrate this. I am informed that at Yorktown in Virginia, in the bank of the York River, there are different strata of shells and earth, one above another, which seem to point out that the country there has undergone several changes, that the sea has, for a succession of ages, occupied the place where dry land now appears, and that the ground has suddenly raised at various periods. What a change would it make the country below, should the mountains at Niagara by any accident be cleft asunder, and a passage suddenly opened to drain off the waters of Erie and the upper lakes. While ruminating on these subjects, I have often been hurried away by fancy, and led to imagine that what is now the Bay of Mexico was once a champaign country, and that from that point of Cape of Florida, there was a continued range of mountains through Cuba, Hispaniola, Puerto Rico, Martinique, Guadalupe, Barbados, and Trinidad, till it reached the coast of America, and formed the shores which bounded the ocean, and guarded the country behind it, that by some convulsion or shock of nature, the sea had broken through these mounds, and deluged that vast plain till it reached the foot of the Andes, that being there heaped up by the trade winds, always blowing from one quarter, it had found its way back, as it continued to do so, through the gulf between Florida and Cuba, carrying with it the loam and sand it may have scooped from the country it had occupied, part of which may have been deposited on the shores of North America, and with part formed by the banks of Newfoundland. But these are only the visions of fancy. The late Dr. Bond informed me that he had under his care a patient, a young girl, who had put the seeds of this plant into her eye, which dilated the pupil to such a degree that she could see in the dark, but in the light was almost blind. The effect that the leaves had when eaten by a ship's crew that arrived at Jamestown are well known. 4. Page 68. Monsieur Buffon has indeed given an afflicting picture of human nature in his description of the man of America, but sure I am there never was a picture more unlike the original. He grants indeed that his stature is the same as that of a man of Europe. He might have admitted that the Iroquois were larger, and the Lenape or Delawares taller than people in Europe generally are. But he says their organs of generation are smaller and weaker than those of Europeans. Is this a fact? I believe not. At least there is an observation I have never heard before. They have no beard. Had he known the pains and troubles it cost men to pluck out by the roots the hair that grows on their faces, he would have seen that nature had not been deficient in that respect. Every nation has its customs. I have seen an Indian beau with a looking-glass in his hand, examining his face for hours together, and plucking out by the roots every hair he could discover, with a kind of tweezer made of a piece of fine brass wire that they had twisted round a stick, and which he had used with great dexterity. They have no ardor for the female. It is true they do not indulge those excesses, nor discover that fondness which is customary in Europe. But this is not owing to a defect in nature, but to manners. Their soul is wholly bent upon war. This is what procures them to glory among men, and makes them the admiration of the women. To this they are educated from their earliest youth. When they pursue game with ardor, when they bear the fatigues of the chase, when they sustain and suffer patiently the hunger and cold, it is not so much for the sake of the game they pursue as to convince their parents and the council of the nation that they are fit to be enrolled in the number of the warriors. The songs of the women, the dance of the warriors, the sage counsel to the chiefs, the tales of old, the triumphal entry of the warriors returning with success from battle, and the respect paid to those who distinguish themselves in war and in subduing their enemies. In short, Everything they see or hear tends to inspire them with an ardent desire for military fame. If a young man were to discover a fondness for women before he has been to war, he would become the contempt of the men, and the scorn and ridicule of the women. Or were he to indulge himself with a captive taken in war, and much more were he to offer violence in order to gratify his lust, he would incur indelible disgrace. The seeming frigidity of the men, therefore, is the effect of manners, and not a defect of nature. Besides, a celebrated warrior is oftener courted by the females than he has an occasion to court, and this is a point of honor which the men aim at. Instances similar to that of Ruth and Boaz are not uncommon among them. When Boaz had eaten and drank, and his heart was merry, he went to lie down at the feet at the heap of corn. And Ruth come softly, and uncovered his feet, and laid her down. For though the women are modest and diffident, and so bashful that they seldom lift up their eyes, and scarce ever look at a man full in the face, yet being brought up in great subjection, custom and manners reconcile them to modes of acting, which, judged by of Europeans, would be deemed inconsistent with the rules of female decorum and propriety. I once saw a young widow whose husband, a warrior, had died about 8 days before, hastening to finish her grief, and who, by tearing her hair, beating her breast, and drinking spirits, made the tears flow in great abundance, in order that she might grieve much in such a short space of time, and be married that evening to another young warrior. The manner in which this was viewed by the men and women of the tribe, who stood round, silent and solemn spectators of the scene, and the indifference with which they answered my question respecting it, convinced me that it was no unusual custom. I have known men advanced in years, whose wives were old and past childbearing, take young wives and have children, though the practice of polygamy is not common. Does this favor of rigidity or want of ardor of the female? Neither do they seem to be deficient in natural affection. I have seen both fathers and mothers in the deepest affection, when their children have been dangerously ill, though I believe the affection is stronger in the descending than the ascending scale. And though custom forbids a father to grieve immoderately for a son slain in battle, that they are timorous and cowardly is a character with which there is little reason to charge them, when we recollect the manner in which the Iroquois met Mons and Monsieur, who marched into their country, in which the old men who scorned to fly or to survive the capture of their town braved death, like the old Romans in the time of the Gauls, in which they soon after revenged themselves by sacking and destroying Montreal. But above all, the unshaken fortitude with which they bear the most excruciating tortures and death when taken prisoners ought to exempt them from that character. Much less are they to be characterized as a people of no vivacity, and who are excited to action or motion only by the calls of hunger or thirst. Their dances, in which they so much delight, and to which a European would be the most severe exercise, fully contradict this, not to mention their fatiguing marches and the toil they voluntarily and cheerfully undergo in their military expeditions. It is true that when at home they do not employ themselves in labor or the culture of the soil, but this again is the effect of customs and manners, which have assigned that to the province of the women. But it is said that they are averse to society and social life. Can anything be more inapplicable than this to a people who have always lived in towns or clans? Or can they be said to have no republic, who conduct all their affairs in national councils, who pride themselves in their national character, who consider an insult or injury done to an individual by a stranger as done to the whole, and resent it accordingly? In short, this picture is not applicable to any nation of Indians I have ever known or heard of in North America. 5. Page 103. As far as I have been able to learn, the country from the sea coast to the Allegheny and from the most southern waters of the James River to the Patuxent, now in the state of Maryland, was occupied by 3 different nations of Indians, each of which spoke a different language and were under separate and distinct governments. What the original or real names of these nations were, I have not been able to learn with certainty, but by us they are distinguished by the names of Powhatans, Manahoics, and Monacans, now commonly called Tuscaroras. The Powhatans, who occupied the country from the seashore up to the falls of the rivers, were a powerful nation, and seem to have consisted of 7 tribes, 5 on the western and 2 on the eastern shore. Each of these tribes was subdivided into towns, families, or clans, who lived together. All the nations of Indians in North America lived in the hunter state and depended on subsistence on hunting, fishing, and the spontaneous fruits of the earth, and a kind of grain which was planted and gathered by the women, and is now known by the name of Indian corn. Long potatoes, pumpkins of various kinds, and squashes were also found in use among them. They had no flocks, herds, or tamed animals of any kind. Their government is a kind of patriarchal confederacy. Each town or family has a chief who is distinguished by a particular title, and whom we commonly call sachem. The several towns or families that compose a tribe have a chief who presides over it, and the several tribes composing a nation have a chief who presides over the whole nation. These chiefs are generally men advanced in years and distinguished by their prudence and abilities in council. The matters which merely regard a town or family are settled by the chief and the principal men of the town. Those which regard a tribe, such as the appointment of head warriors or captains, and settling differences between different towns and families, are regulated at a meeting of or council of the chiefs from several towns, and those which regard the whole nation, such as making war, concluding peace, or forming alliances with the neighboring nations, are deliberated on and determined in a national council composed of the chiefs of the tribe. Attended by the head warriors and a number of the chiefs from the towns who are in his counselors. In every town there is a council house, where the chief and old men of the town assemble, when occasion requires, and consult what is proper to be done. Every tribe has a fixed place for the chiefs of the town to meet and consult on the businesses of the tribe, and in every nation there is what they call the central council house, or central council fire, where the chiefs of the several tribes, with the principal warriors, convene to consult and determine on their national affairs. When any matter is proposed in the national council, it is common for the chiefs of several tribes to consult thereon apart with their counselors, and when they have agreed, to deliver the opinion of the tribe at the national council, and, as their government seems to rest wholly on persuasion, they endeavor by mutual concessions to obtain unanimity. Such is the government that still subsists among the Indian nations bordering upon the United States. Some historians seem to think that the dignity of the office of sachem was hereditary, but that opinion does not appear to be well founded. The sachem, or chief of the tribe, seems to be by election, and sometimes persons who are strangers, adopted into the tribe, are promoted to this dignity on account of their abilities. Thus, on the arrival of Captain Smith, the first founder of the colony of Virginia, Opechecano, who was the sachem of the Chickahominies, one of the tribes of the Powhatans, is said to have been of another tribe, and even of another nation, so that no certain amount could be attained of his origin or descent. The chiefs of the nation seem to have been by a rotation among the tribes. Thus, when Captain Smith in the year 1609 questioned Powhatan, who was the chief of the nation, whose proper name is said to have been Wahunsunakak, respecting this succession, the old chief informed him that he was very old, and had seen the death of all his people thrice, that none of these generations were then living except himself, that he must soon die and the succession descend in order to his brother Opechapan. Opechenacano and Catatau, and then his two sisters and their two daughters. This one generation more than the poet ascribes to the life of Nestor. 2 generations now had passed away, wise by his rules and happy by his sway. 2 ages o'er his native realm he reigned, and now the example of the third remained. But these were appellations designating the tribes in the Confederacy, for the persons named are not his real brothers, but the chiefs of different tribes. Accordingly, in 1618, when Powhatan died, he was succeeded by Opechapan. After his decease, Opechecano became chief of the nation. I need only mention another instance to show that the chiefs of the tribes claimed this kindred with the head of the nation. In 1622, when Raleigh Crenshaw was with Jaspazah, the sachem or chief of the Potomacs, Opechecano, who had great power and influence, being second man in the nation, and next in succession to Opechapan, and who was a bitter but secret enemy to the English, wanted to engage his nation in a war with them, sent 2 baskets of beads to the Potomac chief, and desired to kill him to kill the Englishman that was with him. Jaspazah replied that the English were his friends, and Opechapan his brother, and that therefore should be no blood shed between them by his means. It is also observed that when the English at first came over, in all their confederacies and with any of the chiefs, they constantly heard him make mention of his brother, with whom he must consult, or to whom he referred them, meaning thereby either the chief of the nation or the tribes in the confederacy. The Manahoics are said to have been a confederacy of 4 tribes, and in alliance with the Monacans in the war in which they were carrying out against the Powhatans. To the northward of these was another powerful nation, which occupied the country from the head of the Chesapeake Bay up to the Kittatinny Mountain, and as far as the eastward as Connecticut River. Comprehending that part of New York which lies between the highlands and the ocean, all the state of New Jersey, that part of Pennsylvania which is watered below the range of the Kittatinny Mountains, by the rivers or streams falling into the Delaware, and the county of Newcastle in the state of Delaware as far as Duck Creek. It is observed that the nations of Indians distinguish their countries from one another by natural boundaries, such as ranges of mountains or streams of water. But as the heads of the rivers frequently interlock or approach nearer to each other, as those who live upon a stream claim the country watered by it, they often encroached on each other, and this is a constant source of war between the different nations. The nation occupying the tract of country last described called themselves Lenape. The French writers called them Loups, and among the English they are now commonly called the Delawares. This nation or confederacy consisted of 5 tribes, who all spoke one language. The Chihohokee, who dwelt on the west side of the river now called Delaware, a name which it took from Lord Delaware, who put it into his passage from Virginia in the year, but which by the Indians was called Chihohokee. 2. The Wanami, who inhabited the country called New Jersey, from the Raritan to the sea. 3. The Munsee, who dwelt on the upper streams of the Delaware, from the Kittatinny Mountain down to the Lehigh or western branch of the Delaware. 4. The Wabinga, who are sometimes called River Indians, sometimes Mackinders, and who had their dwellings between the west branch of Delaware and Hudson's River from the Kittatinny Ridge down to the Raritan. And 5. The Mahican or Manhattan, who occupied Staten Island, York Island, which from its being the principal seat of their residence was formerly called Manhattan, Long Island, and that part of New York and Connecticut which lies between Hudson and Connecticut rivers. From the highland, which is a continuation of the Kittatinny Ridge down to the Sound. This nation had a close alliance with the Shoshone, who lived on the Susquehanna and to the westward of that river, as far as the Allegheny Mountains, and carried on a war along with another powerful nation or confederacy of Indians, which lived to the north of them between the Kittatinny Mountains, or highlands, and the Lake Ontario, who call themselves Mingos, and are called by the French writers Iroquois. By the English, the 5 nations, and by the Indians to the southward with whom they were at war, Massawomics. The war was carrying on in its great fury when Captain Smith first arrived in Virginia. The Mingo warriors had penetrated down the Susquehanna to the mouth of it. It is of his excursions up the bay and at the mouth of Susquehanna in 1608, Captain Smith met 6 or 7 of their canoes full of warriors, who were coming back to attack their enemies in the rear. In an excursion which he had made a few weeks before, up the Rappahannock, in which he had a skirmish with a party of Manahoics and taken a brother of one of their chiefs prisoner, he first heard of this nation. For when he asked the prisoner why his nation had attacked the English, the prisoner said his nation had heard that the English came from under the world to take their world from them. Being asked how many worlds he knew, he said he knew but one, which was under the sky that covered him, and which consisted of the Powhatans, the Monacans, and the Massawomics. Being questioned concerning the latter, he said they dwelt on a great water to the north. They had many boats, and so many men that they waged war with all the rest of the world. The Mingo Confederacy then consisted of 5 tribes, 3 of whom are called the elder, to wit, the Senecas, who live to the west, the Mohawks to the east, and the Onondagas between them, and 2 who are called the younger tribes, namely, the Cayugas and the Oneidas. All these tribes speak one language, and were then united in a close confederacy, and occupied the tract of country from the east end of Lake Erie to Lake Champlain, and from the Kittatinny Mountains and Highlands to the Lake Ontario and River Cattarauqui, or St. Lawrence. They had some time before that carried on a war with a nation who lived beyond the lakes, and were called Adirondacks. In this war they were worsted, but having made a peace with them through the intercession of the French, who were then settling Canada, they then turned their arms against the Lenape. And as this war was long and doubtful, they, in the course of it, not only exerted their whole force, but put in practice every measure which prudence or policy could devise to bring it to a successful issue. For this purpose they bent their course down to the Susquehanna, warring with the Indians in their way, and having penetrated as far as the mouth of it, they, by the terror of their arms, engaged a nation now known by the name of Nanticox, Conoys, and Tutelos, and who lived between the Chesapeake and Delaware bays, and bordering on the tribe of the Chihohokee, to enter into an alliance with them. They also formed an alliance with the Monocans, and stimulated them to a war with the Lenape and their confederates. At the same time, the Mohawks carried on a furious war down the Hudson against the Monahokans and River Indians, and compelled them to purchase a temporary and precarious peace by acknowledging them to be their superiors, and by paying an annual tribute. The Lenape, being surrounded with enemies and hard-pressed, having lost many of their warriors, were at last compelled to sue for peace, which was granted to them on the condition that they should put themselves under the protection of the Mingos, confine themselves to raising corn, hunting for the subsistence of their families, and no longer have the power of making war. This is what the Indians call making them women, and in this condition the Lenapes were when William Penn first began the settlement of Pennsylvania in 1682. 6. Page 106. From the figurative language of the Indians, as well as from the practice of those we still are acquainted with, it is evident that it was, and still continues to be, a constant custom among the Indians to gather up the bones of the dead and deposit them in a particular place. Thus, when they make peace with any nation with whom they have been at war, after burying the hatchet, they take up the belt of the wampum and say, "We now gather up all the bones of those who have been slain, and bury them." See all the treaties of peace. Besides, it is customary when any of them die at a distance from home to bury them, and afterwards come and take up the bones and carry them home. At a treaty which was held at Lancaster with the Six Nations, one of them died, and was buried in the woods a little distance from the town. Some time after, a party came and took up the body, separated the flesh from the bones by boiling and scraping them clean, and carried them to be deposited in the sepulchres of their ancestors. The operation was so offensive and disagreeable that nobody could come near them while they were performing it. 7. Page 113. The Oswagachis, Conesodagos, and Conohuengoas, or, as they are commonly called, the Canewagos, are of the Mingo or Six Nation Indians, who, by the influence of the French missionaries, have been separated from their nation and induced to settle there. I do not know of what nation the Agquags are, but suspect they are a family of the Senecas. The Nanticox and Conoes were formerly of a nation that lived in the head of the Chesapeake, and who, of late years, have been adopted into the Mingo or Iroquois Confederacy, and make a nation 7. The Monacans, or Tuscaroras, who were taken into the Confederacy in 1712, making the 6th. The Saponis are families of the Wanamis, who removed from New Jersey, and with the Mohicans, Munsees, and Delawares, belong to the Lenape Nation. The Mingos are a war colony from the Six Nations. So are the Cohonewagos. Of the rest of the northern tribes, I have never been able to learn anything certain, but all accounts seem to agree on this, that there is a very powerful nation, distinguished by a variety of names taken from the several towns or families, but commonly called Tawas or Ottawas, who speak one language and live round and on the waters that fall into the western lakes, and extend from the waters of the Ohio quite to the waters falling into Hudson's Bay. Number 2. In the summer of the year 1783, it was expected that the Assembly of Virginia would call a convention for the establishment of the Constitution. The following draft of a fundamental constitution for the Commonwealth of Virginia was then prepared, with the design of being proposed in such a convention had it taken place. To the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and all others whom it may concern, the delegates for the said Commonwealth in convention send greeting. It is known to you and to the world that the government of Great Britain, with which the United American States were not long since connected, assumed over them an authority unwarrantable and oppressive. that they endeavored to enforce this authority by arms, and that the states of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, considering resistance, with all its train of horrors, as a lesser evil than abject submission, closed in the appeals to arms. It hath pleased the sovereign disposer of all human events to give this appeal an issue favorable to the rights of the states, to enable them to reject forever all dependence on a government with which is shown itself so capable of abusing the trusts reposed in it, and to obtain from that government a solemn and explicit acknowledgment that they are free, sovereign, and independent states. During the progress of that war, through which we had to labor for the establishment of our rights, the legislature of the Commonwealth of Virginia found it necessary to make a temporary organization of government for preventing anarchy and pointing our efforts to the two important objects of war against our invaders, and peace and happiness among ourselves. But this, like all their other acts of legislation, being subject to change by subsequent legislatures, possessing equal powers with themselves, it had been thought expedient that it should receive those amendments which time and trial have suggested, and be rendered permanent by a power superior to that of the ordinary legislature. The General Assembly, therefore, to the state recommended to the good people thereof to choose delegates to meet in general convention, with powers to form a constitution of government for them, and to declare those fundamentals to which all our laws, present and future, shall be subordinate. And in compliance with this recommendation, they have thought proper to make choice of us, and to vest us with powers for this purpose. We, therefore, the delegates chosen by the said good people of this state for the purpose aforesaid, are now assembled in great convention, and do, in execution of the authority with which we are invested, establish the following constitution and fundamentals of government for the said state of Virginia. The said state shall forever hereafter be governed as a commonwealth. The powers of government shall be divided into 3 distinct departments, each of which to be confined to a separate body of the magistracy, to wit, those which are legislative to one, those which are judiciary to another, and those which are executive to another. No person or collection of persons being of one of these departments shall exercise any power properly belonging to either of the others, except in the instances hereinafter expressly permitted. The legislature shall consist of 2 branches, the one to be called the House of Delegates, and the other the Senate, and both together the General Assembly. The concurrence of both of these, expressed on 3 several readings, shall be necessary to the passage of law. Delegates of the General Assembly shall be chosen on the last Monday of November in every year. But if an election cannot be concluded on that day, it may be adjourned from day to day till it can be concluded. The number of delegates which each county may send shall be in proportion to the number of its qualified electors, and the whole number of delegates for the state shall be proportioned to the whole number of qualified electors in it, that they shall never exceed 300, nor be fewer than 100. Whenever such excess or deficiency shall take place, the House of Delegates so deficient or excessive shall, notwithstanding this, continue in being during its legal term, but they shall, during that term, readjust the proportion, so as to bring their number within the limits before mentioned at the ensuing election. If any county be reduced in its qualified electors below the number authorized to send 1 delegate, let it be annexed to some adjoining county. For the election of senators, let the several counties be allotted by the Senate from time to time into such and so many districts as they shall find best, and let each county, at the time of its electing its delegates, choose senatorial electors, qualified as themselves are, and for each delegate their county is entitled to send, who shall convene and conduct themselves in such manner as the legislature shall direct, with senatorial electors from the other counties of the district, and then choose by ballot 1 senator for every 6 delegates which their district is entitled to choose. Let the senatorial districts be divided into 2 classes, and let the members elected for one of them be dissolved at the meeting ensuing general election of delegates, that the other at the next, and so alternately forever. All free male citizens of full age and sane mind, who for 1 year before shall have been resident in the county, or shall through the whole of that time have been possessed therein real property of the value or of or shall for the same time have been enrolled in the militia, and no others shall have the right to vote for delegates for the said county, and for senatorial electors for the district. They shall give their votes personally and viva voce. The General Assembly shall meet at the place to which the last adjournment was, on the 42nd day after the election of delegates, and thenceforward at any other time and place of their own adjournment, till their office expires, which shall be on the day preceding that appointment for the meeting of the next General Assembly. But if they shall at any time adjourn for more than 1 year, it shall be as if they had adjourned for 1 year precisely. Neither house, without the concurrence of the other, shall adjourn for more than 1 week, nor to any other place than at the one at which they are sitting. The governor shall also have the power, with the advice of the Council of State, to call them at any time to the same place, or to a different one, if that shall have become, since the last adjournment, dangerous from an enemy or from infection. A majority of either house shall be a quorum, and shall be requisite for doing business, but any smaller proportion from which time to time shall be thought expedient by the respective houses shall be sufficient to call for and to punish their non-attending members, and to adjourn themselves for any time not exceeding 1 week. The members, during their attendance on the General Assembly, and for so long a time before and after, shall be necessary for traveling to and from the same, shall be privileged from all personal restraint and assault, and shall have no privilege whatsoever. They shall receive during that same time daily wages in gold or silver, equal to the value of 2 bushels of wheat. This value shall be deemed $1 by the bushel till the year 1790, in which, and every 10th year after, the General Court, at their first session in the year, shall cause a special jury of the most respectable merchants and farmers to be summoned to declare what shall have been the averaged value of wheat during the last 10 years, which averaged value shall be the measure of wages for the 10 subsequent years. Of this General Assembly, the Treasurer, Attorney General, Register Ministers of the Gospel, officers of the regular armies of the state or of the United States, persons receiving salaries or emoluments from any power foreign to our Confederacy, those who are not resident in the county for which they are chosen delegates, or districts for which they are chosen senators, those who are not qualified as electors, persons who shall have committed treason, felony, or such other crime as would have subject them to infamous punishment, or who shall have been convicted by due course of law, or bribery or corruption, in endeavoring to procure an election to the said assembly, shall be incapable of being members. All others not herein elsewhere excluded, who may elect, shall be capable of being elected thereto. Any member of the said assembly accepting any office of profit under this state, or the United States, or any of them, shall thereby vacate his seat, but shall be capable of being re-elected. Vacancies occasioned by such disqualifications, by death or otherwise, shall be supplied by the electors, on a writ from the Speaker of the respective House. The General Assembly shall not have power to infringe this Constitution, to abridge the civil rights of any person, or on account of his religious belief, to restrain him from professing and supporting that belief, or to compel him to contributions other than those he shall have personally stipulated for the support of that or any other, to ordain death for any crime but treason or murder, or military offenses, to pardon or give power of pardoning persons duly convicted of treason or felony, but instead thereof may substitute 1 or 2 new trials, and no more, to pass laws for punishing actions done before the existence of such laws, to pass any bill of attainder or treason or felony, to prescribe torture in any case whatsoever, nor to permit the introduction of any more slaves to reside in this state, or the continuance of slavery beyond the generation which shall be living on the 31st day of September, 1800, all persons born after that day hereby being declared free. The General Assembly shall have power to sever from this state all or any part of its territory westward of the Ohio, or of the meridian of the mouth of the Great Conhoaway, and to cede to Congress 100 square miles of territory in any other part of the state, exempted from the jurisdiction and government of this state, so long as Congress shall hold their sessions therein, or in any territory adjacent thereto, which may be ceded to them by any other state. They shall have power to appoint the speakers of their respective houses, treasurer, auditors, attorney general, register, all general officers of the military, their own clerks and sergeants, and no other officers, except where, in other parts of this Constitution, such appointment is expressly given them. The executive powers shall be exercised by a governor, who shall be chosen by joint ballot of both houses of assembly, and when chosen shall remain in office 5 years, and be ineligible a second term. During his term he shall hold no other office or emolument under the state, or any other state or power whatsoever. By executive powers we mean no reference to those powers exercised under our former government by the Crown as of its prerogative, nor that these shall be the standard of what may or may not be deemed the rightful powers of the governor. We give him those powers only which are necessary to execute the laws and administer the government, and which are not in their nature either legislative or judiciary. The application of this idea must be left to reason. We do, however, expressly deny him the prerogative powers of erecting courts, offices, boroughs, corporations, fairs, markets, ports, beacons, lighthouses, and sea marks, of laying embargoes, or of establishing precedents, of retaining within the state, or recalling to any citizen thereof, and of making denizens, except so far as he may be authorized from time to time by the legislature to exercise any of those powers. The powers of declaring war and concluding peace, of contracting alliances or issuing letters of marque and reprisal, or raising or introducing armed forces, of building armed vessels, forts, or strongholds, of coining money or regulating its value, or of regulating weights and measures, we leave to be exercised under the authority of the Confederation. But in all cases respecting them which are out of said Confederation, they shall be exercised by the governor, under the regulation of such laws as the legislature may think it expedient to pass. The whole military of the state, whether regular or of militia, shall be subject to his directions, but he shall leave the execution of those directions to the general officers appointed by the legislature. His salary shall be fixed by the legislature at the session of assembly in which he shall be appointed, and before such appointment be made, or if it be not fixed then. It shall be the same when his next predecessor in office was entitled to. In either case he may demand it quarterly out of any money which shall be in the public treasury, and shall not be in the power of the legislature to give him less or more, either during his continuance in office or after he shall have gone out of it. The lands, houses, and other things appropriated to the use of the governor shall remain to his use during his continuance in office. A council of state shall be chosen by joint ballot of both houses of assembly, who shall hold their offices 7 years, and shall be ineligible a second time, and who, while they shall be of the said council, shall hold no other office or emolument under the state, or any other state of power whatsoever. Their duty shall be to attend and advise the governor when called on by him, and their advice in any case shall be a sanction to him. They shall also have power, and it shall be their duty, to meet their own will, and give their advice, though not required by the governor, in cases where they shall think the public good calls for it. Their advice and proceedings shall be entered in books to be kept for that purpose, and shall be signed as approved or disapproved by the members present. These books shall be laid out before either house of assembly when called for by them. The said council shall consist of 8 members for the present, but their numbers may be increased or reduced by the legislature whenever they shall think it necessary, provided such reduction be made only as the regular deprivation. Provided such reduction be made only as the appointments become vacant by death, resignation, disqualification, or regular deprivation. A majority of their actual number, and not fewer, shall be a quorum. They shall be allowed for the present each by the year, payable quarterly out of any money which shall be made in the public treasury. Their salary, however, may be increased or abated from time to time at the discretion of the legislature, provided such increase or abatement shall not by any ways or means be made to affect either then or at any future time any one of those then actually in office. At the end of each quarter their salary shall be divided into equal portions by the number of days on which during that quarter a council has been held, or required by the governor, or by their own adjournment, and one of those portions shall be withheld from each member for every of the said days which, without cause allowed good by the board, he failed to attend or departed before the adjournment without their leave. If no board should have been held during that quarter, there shall be no deduction. They shall annually choose a president, who shall preside in council in their absence of the governor, and who, in the case of his office becoming vacant by death or otherwise, shall have authority to exercise all his functions till a new appointment be made, as he shall also in any interval during which the governor shall declare himself unable to attend the duties of his office. The judiciary powers shall be exercised by county courts and such inferior courts as the legislature shall think it proper to continue to erect, by 3 superior courts, to wit, a court of admiralty, a general court of common law, and a high court of chancery, and by 1 supreme court to be called the Court of Appeals. The judges of the High Court of Chancery, General Court, and Court of Admiralty shall be 4 in number each, to be appointed by joint ballot of both houses of assembly, and to hold their offices during good behavior. While they continue judges, they shall hold no other office or emolument under this state or any other state or power whatsoever, except that they may be delegated to Congress, receiving no additional allowance. These judges, assembled together, shall constitute the Court of Appeals, whose business shall be to receive and determine appeals from their 3 superior courts, but to receive no original causes, except in the cases expressly permitted herein. A majority of the members of either of these courts, and not fewer, shall be a quorum. But in the Court of Appeals, 9 members shall be necessary to do business. Any smaller number, however, may be authorized by the legislature to adjourn their respective courts. They shall be allowed for the present each by the year, payable quarterly, out of any money which shall be available in the public treasury. Their salaries, however, may be increased or abated from time to time at the discretion of the legislature, provided such increase or abatement shall not by any ways or means be made to affect, either then or at any time in the future, any one of the individuals actually in office. At the end of each quarter, their salary shall be divided into equal portions by the number of the days on which, during that quarter, their respective courts sat, or should have sat, and one of these portions shall be withheld from each member for every of the said days which, without cause allowed good by his court, he failed to attend, or departed before adjournment without their leave. If no court should have been held during the quarter, there shall be no deduction. There shall, moreover, be a court of impeachments, to consist of 3 members of the Council of State, 1 of each of the superior courts of Chancery, Common Law, and Admiralty, 2 members of the House of Delegates, and 1 of the Senate, to be chosen by the body respectively of which they are. Before this court, any member of the 3 branches of government, that is to say, the governor, any member of the council of the 2 houses of legislature, or of the superior courts, may be impeached by the governor, the council, or either of the said houses or courts, and by no other, for such misbehavior in office as would be sufficient to remove him from therefrom. And the only sentence that they shall have authority to pass shall be that of deprivation in future incapacity of office. 7 members shall be requisite to make a court, and 2/3 of those present must concur in the sentence. The offenses cognizable by this court shall be cognizable by no other, and they shall be triers of the fact as well as judges of the law. The justices or judges of the inferior courts already erected, or hereafter to be erected, shall be appointed by the governor, on advice of the Council of State, and shall hold their offices during good behavior, or the existence of their court. For breach of the good behavior, they shall be tried according to the laws of the land, and before the Court of Appeals, who shall be judges of the fact as well as of the law. The only sentence they shall have authority to pass shall be that of deprivation and future incapacity of office, and 2/3 of the members present must concur in this sentence. All courts shall appoint their own clerks, who shall hold their offices during good behavior, or the existence of their court. They shall also appoint all other their attending officers to continue during their pleasure. Clerks appointed by the Supreme or the Superior Courts shall be removable by their respective courts. Those to be appointed by other courts shall have been previously examined and certified to be duly qualified by some 2 members of the General Court, and shall be removable for breach of the good behavior by the Court of Appeals only, who shall be judges of the fact as well as of the law. 2/3 of the members present must concur in the sentence. The justices or judges of the inferior courts may be members of the legislature. The judgment of no inferior court shall be final in any civil case of greater value than 50 bushels of wheat, as last rated in the General Court for settling the allowance to the members of the General Assembly, nor in any case of treason, felony, or other crime which would subject the party to infamous punishment. In all causes depending before any court, other than those of impeachments, of appeals, and military courts, facts put in issue shall be tried by jury, and in all courts whatever witnesses shall give their testimony viva voce in open court, wherever their attendance can be procured, and all parties shall be allowed counsel and compulsory process for their witnesses. Fines, amercements, and terms of imprisonment left indefinite by the law, other than for contempts, shall be fixed by the jury, triers of the offense. The governor, 2 councillors of state, and a judge from each of the superior courts of chancery, common law, and admiralty, shall be a council to revise all bills which shall have been passed by both houses of assembly, in which the council of the governor, when present, shall preside. Every bill, before it becomes law, shall be presented to this council, who shall have a right to advise its rejection, returning the bill with their advice and reasons in writing to the house in which it originated, who shall proceed to reconsider the said bill. But if after such reconsideration 2/3 of the house shall be of opinion that the bill should pass finally, they shall pass it and send it, with the advice and written reasons of the Council of Revision to the other house, wherein if 2/3 shall also be of opinion it should pass finally, it shall thereupon become law, otherwise it shall not. If any bill presented to the said council be not within 1 week, exclusive of the day presenting it, returned by them, with their advice of rejection and reasons, to the house wherein it originated, or to the clerk of the said house, in case of its adjournment over the expiration of the week, it shall be law from the expiration of the week, and shall then be demandable by the clerk of the House of Delegates to be filed of record in his office. The bills which they approve shall become law from time of such approbation, and shall then be returned to or demandable by the clerk of the House of Delegates, to be filed of record in his office. A bill rejected on advice of the Council of Revision may again be proposed, during the same session of Assembly, with such alterations as will render it comfortable to their advice. The members of the said Council of Revision shall be appointed from time to time by the Board of Court of which they respectively are. 2 of the executive and 2 of the judiciary members shall be requisite to do business, and to prevent the evils of non-attendance, the board and courts may at any time name all, or so many as they will, of their members in the particular order in which they would choose the duty of attendance to devolve from preceding to subsequent members, the preceding failing to attend. They shall have additionally for their services in this council the same allowance as members of assembly have. The Confederation is made a part of this Constitution, subject to such future alterations as shall be agreed to by the legislature of the state, and by all the other confederating states. The delegates to Congress shall be 5 in number, any 3 of whom, and no fewer, may be a representation. They shall be appointed by joint ballot of both houses of assembly for any term not exceeding 1 year, subject to be recalled within this term, by joint vote of both said houses. They may at the same time be members of the legislative or judiciary departments, but not of the executive. The benefits of the writ of habeas corpus shall be extended by the legislature to every person within the state, and without fee, and shall be so facilitated that no person may be detained in prison more than 10 days after he shall have demanded and been refused such writ by the judge appointed by law, or if none be appointed, then by any judge of a superior court no more than 10 days after such writ shall have been served on the person detaining him, and no order given on due examination for his remandment or discharge. The military shall be subordinate to the civil power. Printing presses shall be subject to no other restraint than liableness to legal prosecution for false facts printed and published. Any 2 of these 3 branches of government concurring in opinion, each by the voices of 2/3 of their whole existing number, that a convention is necessary for altering this Constitution or correcting breaches of it, they shall be authorized to issue writs to every county for the election of so many delegates as they are authorized to send to the General Assembly, which election shall be held and writs returned, as the law shall have provided in the case of elections of delegates to Assembly, mutatis mutandis, and the said delegates shall meet at the usual place of holding assemblies, 3 months after the date of which such writs, and shall be acknowledged to have equal powers with this present convention. The said writs shall be signed by all the members approving the same. To introduce this government, the following special and temporary provision is made. This convention being authorized only to amend those laws which constituted the form of government, no general dissolution of the whole system of laws can be supposed to have taken place, but all laws in force at the meeting of this convention, and not inconsistent with the Constitution, remain in full force, subject to alterations by the ordinary legislature. The present General Assembly shall continue till the 42nd day after the last Monday of November in this present year. On the said last Monday of November in this present year, the several counties shall, by their electors qualified as provided by this Constitution, elect delegates, which for the present shall be in number, one for every militia of the said county, according to the latest returns in possession of the governor, and shall also choose senatorial electors in proportion thereto, which senatorial electors shall meet on the 14th day after their election, at the courthouse of that county of their present district, which would stand first in an alphabetical arrangement of their counties, and shall choose senators in the proportion fixed by this Constitution. The elections and returns shall be conducted in all circumstances, not hereby particularly prescribed, by the same persons and under the same forms as prescribed by the present laws in the elections of senators and delegates of assembly. The said senators and delegates shall constitute the first General Assembly of the new government, and shall specially apply themselves to the procuring an exact return from every county of the number of its qualified electors, and to the settlement of the number of delegates to be elected for the ensuing General Assembly. The present governor shall continue in office to the end of the term for which he was elected. All other officers of every kind shall continue in office as they would have done had their appointment been under this Constitution, and new ones, where new are hereby called for, shall be appointed by authority to which such appointment is referred. One of the present judges of the general court, he consenting thereto, shall by joint ballot of both houses of assembly at their first meeting be transferred to the High Court of Chancery. Number 3. An act for establishing religious freedom passed in the Assembly of Virginia in the beginning of the year 1786. Well aware that Almighty God hath created the mind free, that all attempts to influence it by temporal punishments or burthens, or by civil incapacitations, tend only to beget habits of hypocrisy and meanness, and are a departure from the plan of the holy author of our religion, who, being Lord both of body and mind, yet choose not to propagate it by coercions on either, as was in his almighty power to do, that the impious presumption of legislatures and rulers, civil as well as ecclesiastical, who, being themselves but fallible and uninspired men, have assumed dominion over the faith of others, setting up their own opinions and modes of thinking as the only true and infallible, and as such endeavoring to impose them on others, hath established and maintained false religions over the greatest part of the world, and throughout all time, that to compel a man to furnish contributions of money for the propagation of opinions which he disbelieves is sinful and tyrannical. That even the forcing him to support this or that teacher of his own religious persuasion is depriving him of the comfortable liberty of giving his contributions to the particular pastor whose morals he would make his pattern, and whose powers he feels most persuasive to righteousness, and is withdrawing from the ministry those temporal rewards, which, proceeding from an approbation of their personal conduct, are an additional incitement to earnest and unremitting labors for the instruction of mankind, that our civil rights have no dependence on our religious opinions, more than our own opinions in physics or geometry, that therefore the prescribing any citizen is unworthy the public confidence by laying upon him an incapacity of being called to offices of trust and emolument, unless he profess or renounce this or that religious opinion, is depriving him injuriously of those privileges and advantages to which, in common with his fellow citizens, he has a natural right, that it tends also to corrupt the principles of that very religion that it is meant to encourage, by bribing, with a monopoly of worldly honors and emoluments, those who will externally profess and conform to it. That though indeed these are criminal who do not withstand such temptation, yet neither are those innocent who lay the bait in their way. That to suffer the civil magistrate to intrude his powers into the field of opinion, and to restrain the profession of propagation of principles, and supposition of their ill tendency, is a dangerous fallacy, which at once destroys all religious liberty, because he, being of course judge of that tendency, will make his opinions the rule of judgment, and approve or condemn the sentiments of others, only as they shall square with or differ from his own. that it is time enough for the rightful purposes of civil government for its officers to interfere when principles break out of their overt acts against peace and good order, and finally, that truth is great and will prevail if left to itself, that she is the proper and sufficient antagonist to error, and has nothing to fear from the conflict, unless by human interposition, disarmed of her natural weapons, free argument and debate, errors ceasing to be dangerous when it is permitted freely to contradict them. Be it therefore enacted by the General Assembly that no man shall be compelled to frequent or support any religious worship, place, or ministry whatsoever, nor shall be enforced, restrained, molested, or burthened in his body or goods, nor shall otherwise suffer on account of his religious opinions or belief, but that all men shall be free to profess, and by argument to maintain their opinions in matters of religion, and that the same shall in no wise diminish, enlarge, or affect their civil capacity. And though we well know that this assembly, elected by the people for the ordinary purposes of legislation only, have no power to restrain the acts of succeeding assemblies, constituted with equal powers to our own, and that, therefore, to declare this act irrevocable would be of no effect in law, yet we are free to declare, and do declare, that the rights hereby asserted are of the natural rights of mankind, and that if any act shall be hereafter passed to repeal the present or to narrow its operation, such act will be an infringement of natural right. Finis.